Oh. Yes! Yes! Finally.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Welcome back, everybody. About half an hour out, a little more from the opening bell on Wall Street, and futures are pretty unchanged, believe it or not, from where we were prior to the jobs report when it crossed at 8:30. The S&P's up 19. It was supposed to be up 18 before that report. Dow's up 188, Nasdaq 37. Let's talk to Sarah Malik. She's Chief Investment Officer at Nuveen. And Sarah, the market seems to be taking this report as kind of pushing us to the pause category for June, and maybe since that was the expectation prior, maybe that's why we haven't seen too much movement. What's on your mind? What do you think is kind of what have we learned this morning?
Well, I think two factors are going to drive the markets from here, and that's technology stocks and what does the Fed do. Today's payroll number gave something for the bulls and the bears. So if the Fed's looking at it, we have household and unemployment as fodder for the bears, but also wages are moderating and establishment surveys are better for the bulls. I think it gives the Fed the ability to pause in June and take a wait and see attitude because inflation is moderating. But if that trend doesn't continue pretty significantly to the downside, then I think what you're going to get is a pause and then likely rate hikes again going forward as the Fed continues to battle inflation and target 2%. Now, quick note on technology. Obviously, 10 stocks have been over 100% of the S&P returns year to date, but there's more tailwinds for tech, lower yields, moderating inflation, and people expecting a slower economy. All of those are tailwinds for tech to keep working from here.
So it's interesting because you're not saying, tech's overvalued and it's time to look at other, quality and value parts of the market. Are you basically saying, like, if I don't own, those big tech names, or if I've been thinking about trimming those positions, are you saying the opposite?
Well, there's going to be haves and have-nots in technology. The AI winners are going to be big winners. And when you see these transformational shifts in technology, you can see outperformance for a long time. Some stocks aren't looking that expensive. Like we saw Broadcom report last night. That stock is fairly cheap. And these are some of the arms dealers, Broadcom, NVIDIA, the ones that win, while the fluid AI business models and monetization of AI is unclear. The ones in the background, the suppliers to AI companies, are going to continue to win. I think that can continue for a long time.
I mean, Amazon looks like they're going to maybe go into the wireless business, Sarah. Details are still a little bit sketchy, but would you include them as one of the companies you're excited about?
I would like Amazon for other reasons. Some of these mega cap technologies like Amazon and Meta, what they did is they started to restructure their business.
I går så longet jeg alt da, og tjente mye penger på det. I dag så har jeg vært litt sånn blandet, tredje litt forsiktig. Så jeg tenker jeg skal, jeg har litt lyst til å gå short I dag, men jeg må bare se an litt.
Amazon will perform better, and that was a good strategy for them to get more control over their logistics given what's going on.
Men non-farm payrolls kommer dritbra da.
Can the S&P stay above 4,200 if we are going to have a recession in the next 18 months, Sarah?
Well, this is definitely a ceiling and a level that we want to see the S&P hold. It's been a very narrow market led by this narrow band of technology stocks.
Og da kan det jo komme litt ned på at de tallene,
as long as tech still has tailwinds, and as I mentioned, it's more than just AI. It's the positive from yields rolling over to inflation moderating. I think the S&P can continue to climb higher. What we're
Nei, jeg trader både NAS, nei, jeg trader Wall Street, og så trader jeg Germany, og så skal jeg ta NAS etterpå.
The S&P up 10% now, Nasdaq up 25%. People are sitting in T-bills. The Fed pauses. People might start to rush back into the market. Active managers are struggling because a lot of them don't own these tech stocks.
Could we skip a recession, not just skip a rate hike? Could we just skip a recession, just say let's don't and say we did? Is there any way that's possible? I mean, obviously there always will be another recession, but let's say no recession for 2 years. Is there any way that happens?
I think it's challenging when you have this significant rate hikes to completely skip a recession. The data we see today, just with today's employment number, tells us a recession is not imminent. So I think what the markets are saying is that we don't see a recession coming anytime soon. Could there be one in 2024? That is our expectation, that eventually the consumer rolls over because of tighter credit, the employment market starts to roll over, you hit that recession, but that's not today. Today is all about technology, yields moderating, inflation moderating, and the market continuing to climb higher because clients are holding a lot of cash.
I used to talk to Sarah about munis, Joe. I don't want to scare you. But.
Munis, oh my God.
And I'm not looking.
Double digit, and I'll buy one.
Right, 13%.
Double digit.
Sarah Ballack, thank you very much this morning.
If you, one check of the markets, neither one of you or me, if you said 300 and whatever it was, 50,000 market state goes up 200, no way.
But you
No
added
way.
the
No
unemployment
way.
Because you
rate.
would have thought it'd be good to use bad news.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Did something change?
It's not all good news.
Or is it nuance?
I see unemployment rate up 0.3. I see
Yeah,
temp
yeah.
jobs down 300K. I see average work week declining. I see,
Sure.
like,
And you heard Kloster say it, they raise rates.
but they ain't gonna. The market is think they're going to do a
I'll
Bet you a
raise you a donut. I'll buy,
Those
raise
What
you a
number is
donut.
that?
Those are free.
That's like
Those
number
are
six.
free. That's not
Might
a.
be.
Make sure you join
That's
us.
ourselves. Happy
join-
National Donut Day.
Join us next week. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you for having
Let's
me.
walk on the streets next.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Jobs number beats for the 14th straight month. 339,000, best since January, but unemployment does rise to about an 8-month high. And while yields are up, futures are holding. Markets still betting on a Fed pause later this month. Our roadmap begins with the macro picture and that blowout jobs report. Non-farm payrolls surging in May, and the Senate now moves to prevent the nation's first debt default.
Plus, Tech's Magnificent Seven, a handful of big cap names such as Nvidia, Apple, Tesla. They account for nearly 9% of all the S&P 500's gains year to date. And Amazon, perhaps in talks to offer mobile service to its Prime members. The reporting of that possibility has shares of the big three carriers down sharply this morning. We'll discuss.
Let's start with the market reaction to this morning's jobs number. Jim, we talked about whether or not this had been de-risked earlier in the week with that skip talk. June odds now, the hike still below 50, maybe in the 30 range.
It's so hard because, you know, when you see this number, initially you have to say, wow, right? They got to tighten. And then people start looking for lines which say they don't have to tighten. And David, I call out, you know, I don't want to say they're silly, but you go to things like part-time for economic reasons, duration unemployment, all these different nitty-gritties. But part-time for economic reasons is down 164,000 over last month. People coming back, people realize they're going to have to go back to work because of student loans. I don't know. SNAP was cited repeatedly in the Dollar General. People don't get the food discounts. I don't know. Do people have to come back to work? I think that's why interest rates aren't soaring.
So that's the question you have, or you think you already got the answer to it?
No, I'm not as that presumptuous. I'm early. It's only a half hour. I'm trying to parse it.
Right. What does that mean for your view, though, of wages and wage inflation and how everything plays into that, and then hence into the Fed's
I continue to believe that Dollar General is the leader in this. The Dollar General says point blank that people have gotten much less. Big deceleration in payments, having to go trading down. It's all happening. And
so there is consumer weakness.
Yes, because of
every
inflation.
day I feel like there's consumer weakness. Well, it's not that weak. It's kind of weak. Well, some are weak.
Okay, I'm trying
and then,
to justify.
And then Carl will chime in with the delinquency numbers on credit cards, for example, which don't look great. Getting to the highest rate.
This is why I'm going
time.
for skip, because things are just so in flux. Come on, they're in flux.
Well, you got the household survey too, minus 310K, which I'm sure Goldman will talk about later today. As for wages, Jim, 4.3 annual is equal to the lowest since June of 21.
It's going in their direction. Do they have to push it even further? Do they? Let's say we're playing Jenga together, you and me. That's a game. Put the things high.
I know it.
And it's like I pull this one out, okay? Then you pull 3 out. Mester. I'm never playing Jenga with Mester, man. You have to get. She's. Unless she really thinks she can not cause a recession and the whole thing won't fall. I don't believe it. She's off.
You think she's off? Yeah.
I think she knocked down the whole tower. I'm calling for prudence, not recklessness.
Meantime, this morning we got a bit of recovery in commodities. More talk about potentially stimulus packages in China to rescue their property market. Hang Seng's up 4% overnight.
They had to do it, didn't they? The communists had to do it. And this time, I mean, did you see what it is this time? It's like rents. They're going to cut the commission from real estate. What do they got there? Like Redfin? What's that, the Zillow? They got Zillow in China now, right? It's got this districts that have like 1 million too, because they only bought Alibaba. Then they got everybody else.
Copper benefiting today, highest since
It's so phony. I can't
May
think.
11th.
Jamie Dimon, was he like Mao? Now he's going to Taiwan, like Chang. Mao, Chang.
So
Joe.
you got 4,200 not getting faded. You got what some will argue is the Goldilocks jobs number.
Well,
you got biggest weekly inflow of the year.
Into tech.
And you've got the president tonight from the Oval at 7 signing this bill.
So give us a good day. Give us a good day. You know what he should do, the president? He should have Speaker McCarthy there with him.
Think you will?
No.
I didn't
Not
think so.
whatsoever. No chance whatsoever.
They got
But,
it
you know,
done. That's all
yeah.
that really matters.
He's, you know,
The
they should have
ethics
Mike
aside,
Sievert.
they got it done.
They should have Mike Sievert there. Mike Sievert's the CEO of T-Mobile.
Yes.
Stocks down 10. He could go to the Rose Garden. David, you see that the Amazon?
Yeah, no. There's a lot of things this morning that are moving around, including that Amazon, which kind of is new news, Carl. But you know, we should share what we've got or what we've seen so far and discuss it a bit.
Yep,
report's been around for a
It's
while.
been a few days now. People have been talking about it, but now again, Amazon reportedly in talks to offer mobile service to Prime members in the United States. It's according to Bloomberg. Negotiating, they say, with Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish to get the lowest possible wholesale price.
Do you know
It would be
that
another
every time
add-on
this
service to Prime potentially, but again, it's this is something we've heard about as a possibility.
and what has
is
happened
Amazon.
every time you're supposed to do it? What do you do? Every time.
I'm sorry. Who
When
does?
you see this story, what are you supposed to do every single time?
What are you supposed
Buy
to
T-Mobile.
do? Buy T-Mobile.
Yeah, because it usually turns out to be always has been untrue.
It hasn't, right. It has been around, but has yet to be actually seen as
Right.
a product. I don't doubt the reporting, but the question becomes whether or not this will be something real. It is having significant impact, though. On
You
on
go
the
by
shares.
T-Mobile. I'm not
You know,
kidding.
and it's funny, we talked
go to my
about,
man.
of course, the Comcast wireless effort and Spectrum as well. Charter as the
Ja,
company.
det blir spennende å se
Spectrum
i dag, da.
wireless and the broadband product from that company. They're making great inroads. They have deals with, obviously, Verizon, in which
Well,
they
you've said
are-
over and over again, Verizon's got that two-tier ridiculousness, which is probably why that yield 7.5.
Alt som kom nå, var bedre enn forventet, så alt er liksom bedre enn
They
forventet.
wholesale there already,
Hands
but
down.
somehow Amazon is seen, perhaps, I guess, by the marketplace as a more significant potential competitor in doing that. Although, again, remember, these are the very carriers that are selling them their capacity to do it. So, do you really want to put them in business if the market says that we hate it? I'm not sure how those deals work, but at the same time, the carriers say they are profitable deals for them, and therefore that's why they do them, and that they don't believe that they represent that much competition. Ultimately, that never made complete sense to me as somebody who actually switched to Spectrum from Verizon and lowered my bill by $100.
You did?
Yeah, quite a while ago.
What numbers you use? How do you?
So I'm like, all right, I'm a customer there, now I'm a customer here, but I'm still using your network.
He's all about saving.
Wow, that's like the most retail shopping I've heard from David in a while.
You do price.
Well,
You do
it
price.
didn't involve going to a store.
Well, look, I've got to tell you, I have analyzed this for all the times I've said it. And these have been the times to buy T-Mobile because it turns out that it's never as radical as people think. Now, we're all frantically making our calls to Amazon. Admittedly, it is a little early there, but nobody home.
The one name that would obviously benefit enormously would be Dish. If they were actually to get somebody to start really using their network in a significant way, that would be seen as a real positive.
Yeah.
We talked about this company.
Oh, man.
Of course, the stock actually had fallen below
Trace,
6 at one point. This
2
week.
times earnings.
Yeah, but it's got an enormous amount of debt, which is all that matters.
Can I ask you about something
It's
while
not
you're-
about the $3.3 billion market value. It's about debt, particularly in a position of rising interest rates. Yes, every so often, Jim, I
Jeg
like to
bytta av det
talk.
utbyttefond, obligasjonsfond, og så ville
Particularly on a day
jeg
that you can't even talk anyway.
ikke gjort noe. Jeg ventet etter sommeren,
Give me my
egentlig.
damn tea back
Look
right
at
now.
this thing.
Give me my tea back.
This is what he's
you
going.
are such a.
I mean, look at this thing.
I was all I was going to ask.
Keep away.
All I was going to ask was, should I cancel
Blocking
DirecTV?
my camera.
Should I cancel DirecTV and get Yahoo and take that damn dish down from my house?
No.
Why, Yahoo's going to crash again?
I don't
On the
know.
kickoff? Will Yahoo crash?
I don't know.
All right. Enough. I'll let you talk. I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you talk the whole darn show. I'm done talking. I'm drinking.
No, I like the show because I don't really have that much to say. So I let you talk most of the show. That's the show.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
We're going to give Jim a chance to talk about this tech rally now fueled by AI.
Shut up, man. I got this one.
B of A has a note out today saying the tech equity funds did see record weekly inflows totaling $8.5 billion through the week on Wednesday. Firm also highlights the performance of what it's now calling the Magnificent Seven. NVIDIA leading the pack, surging by almost 160% in the first 5 months of the year. Of course, that reminds us of the classic Western.
Noen liten short. Ja, har väntat till hösten.
Yes, now let me just say, I said this earlier than they did. I said you don't want to deal with guys who deal in lead. They're competitors. I had everything. I even had Charles Bronson, because the Dirty Dozen are the companies that have underperformed in the Dow. And Charles Bronson was the only one who was in both Dirty Dozen and Magnificent Seven. And I've got to tell you, I had this at least an hour before BAM. And I'm right. They're wrong. I had Apple 37%, Microsoft 38%, NVIDIA 159%. I had to get to the beginning. Amazon 44%, Meta 120%. Tesla was 66%, Alphabet 39%. This was the Magnificent Seven before they even heard of the Magnificent Seven. They didn't even hear of it. Holst, Buckhurst, what was his name?
Hartnett's contrarian trade, though, is to favor
Fordi nå på sommeren så det veldig lite volum, så det kan gå alle veier.
Our June surprise.
Was that the great escape from tech?
Det ikke noen ordentlig retning nå.
Steve McQueen.
Would you do it?
No.
No.
Absolutely not. You got to stick with Meg.
You're just going to stick with this?
Okay, you know why?
Stick with the AI
because who was the head of the Bandits for $10? Who was the head of the Bandits in Magnificent Seven? Brooklyn's own Eli Wallach.
Really?
Yes.
Beau geste. What else will we get to this week?
Oh, I'm not done, because we're going to get to my mezcal. The treasure of Sierra Madre.
Very, very nice.
Can't even keep up.
Stunning. I've never seen you stunned.
I gotta say, your 60s and 70s film knowledge is par excellence.
All right, but back to NVIDIA, because it is 9/11, and I wanted to say the name because we haven't actually said, well, we had. I think we had said NVIDIA.
Yeah, okay.
This question as to whether or how broad the demand is going to be and how extended it's going to be for these chips. You know, that's one of the questions I'm hearing.
You know, Microsoft, Amazon, Bitcoin, XRP.
And Alphabet are full up, and Oracle are full up. Is that it, or does Ford, does Airbnb, does everybody need to have their own large language models? But Tesla designs their own chips.
Right. They don't really care for.
Tesla already made that.
Okay, I'm going to make a point that you're not going to like. Oh no, maybe Will. He says aseptic. That's it. I can't find others. I think everything else is just kind of what, you know, Salesforce, Adobe, ServiceNow. They've got something going. But no, you named the Magnificent. How many?
5.
The Fab Five. Chris Webber didn't call timeout. It's Fab Five.
But that would argue that maybe at 40 times revenues, it's enough.
NVIDIA got it up $4 billion in 1 quarter.
Yep.
I mean, no. Okay. And by the way, Jamie Dimon going to Taiwan, day late, dollar short.
He is there now, having completed his trip to China.
Stimulus. The Jamie Dimon stimulus is the only stimulus that'll work.
Take a look at the pre-market. A lot of things working for the bulls today. VIX near a 19-month low.
It's going to 12.
12?
You heard it first.
And we'll get to Broadcom, Dell, Lulu, Cost, Zscaler, and more when we come back.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
You must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Da åpner vi snart i 20 minutter.
It's about to go down, baby.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
These girls are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Sure, you should teach him to ride a bike. Then use Greenlight and teach him how to invest in bikes. Teach him to be smart about money and he'll go far.
Super far. Oh, hey, Mom.
Navigate the world of money together. Invest in your best investment. Greenlight.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I am one who suffers from chronic sinus infection.
You need to clean that crap out of your nose.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 3 million Navage users so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier.
I love this thing.
It's nice to breathe.
Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Thuma. Defined by simplicity. Meticulously crafted to be enjoyed for years to come. Thoughtful bedrooms for modern living.
I had a client once who was respiratory care nurse during the COVID-19 pandemic. BetterHelp quite literally provided her what she needed at the most pivotal time in her life.
Jeg synes Dow Jones har vært bedre nå siste uka.
You need to check out the ERC program, Chef Wonderful. Why, Mr. Wonderful? Because it's cash flow that you don't have to pay back. Good to know. This guy's so smart and so handsome. Go to wondertrust.com to see if you're eligible.
Jeg synes Nasdaq så hypa nå på grunn av AI. Det går. Spillet snur.
Incredible off the idea that we have a budget deal. Nucor selling 6 times earnings. People are starting to wake up to the fact Cleveland Cliffs is moving up. It is not over for the steels.
We mentioned copper a moment ago, and of course that's building on the S&P 9-month high, NASDAQ highest since August.
If copper stirs off that Jamie Dimon stimulus, it'll be something. I'm going to quiz him like he's never been quizzed. Who created the U.S. Steel Trust?
I don't know.
J.P. Morgan.
Oh, okay, I should have known that.
Okay.
It's too bad. It's a daily double too.
Yeah.
Where was Exxon located? Where was State Oil located?
Pennsylvania.
Broadway.
Oh, you mean the headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Where was Henry Flagler?
Where was who? What?
Henry Flagler, the man who did the whole train station, all the trains all the way down to Key West. Right next to Rockefeller.
We're back in just a moment. Don't go away.
When a market shift is around the corner, invest in an entire sector and get ahead of the curve. Is it so radical to be so rational? Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully. Sector Spiders, the 11 sectors of the S&P 500.
Ordinary problems are for ordinary companies. We're here to fight the big, intimidating, impossible to change problems. From developing treatments at unprecedented speed to addressing threats to global health. We're leading the way with a revolutionary mRNA platform that can teach our bodies to do extraordinary things. We're here to do something more than make medicine. We're here to change it. Moderna, this changes everything.
What if we could connect people to new possibilities? Turn thinking into a way forward. Solve problems before they become a problem. And share the future with everyone. We can. At WWT, we connect businesses to technology to make the impossible possible. To reach better decisions faster. To accelerate progress. Together,
Bare sånne småfølgere. Fy faen, jeg traff I går, ass. Fytti helvete.
Ja, trener du videre etter vi avslutta?
Ja, bitte litt.
Baby, only on game nights.
You know you're retired, right?
Am I?
Yeah.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Only at Sleep Number.
I dag blir det litt rart, tror jeg. Eller det kan bli rart.
Hva sa du?
Jeg sier, I dag tror jeg kan bli litt rart på det der.
Jeg tror det kan gå til helvete dag.
Ja, for det jo liksom, du har home sales, og så du har home sales pluss, hva det siste? Non-farm. Og det så rart hvis de kommer inn på konsensus, ok, kommer de inn bedre enn ventet, så det katastrofe.
Ja, nei, jeg Ja, jeg tror det kan komme litt ned. Jeg var jævla bull I går. Jeg var veldig, veldig bull I går. Og I dag jeg veldig, veldig ikke bull.
And this is a
Veldig,
rapidly growing. As a matter of fact, so fast, triple new stores, double the sales. They reported a monster number yesterday, somewhat helped by Super Mario. This is the retailer that is buying Tuesday morning stores, and it is just crushing it. David, it's one to know, because don't forget, they're going from 2,500 stores to 3,500 stores. You've not heard of it. I'm early like I was with Tractor Supply. I'm early like I was with Ulta, but I'm actually late to the party who does it from Philadelphia.
De tallene som kom I dag var jævlig bra.
There I go. What do they sell it? What do they sell it for?
Eighth in market. Things that are $5 and below.
Du vet at Nasdaq på høy siden august?
Ja.
Eirik, PGS mye mer opp enn 4%. Den opp nesten 9% fra I går, det vel?
Thank you. It is not REI. It's not, K2. It's not.
Du skal trade I dag, da.
Hæ?
Hvordan indekser skal du trade I dag?
Dow Jones og Germany. Jeg handlet Germany hele dag, bare sånn fra mobilen. Jeg har dratt inn ikke så mye, jeg har dratt inn 1600 I dag, bare sånn smått. Ja. Og så håper jeg på å dra inn mellom 5 og 6 nå etterpå. Jeg dro nå 10 I går. Eller 9 eller 10.
Ja, men det jævlig nice.
Litt mer hver gang nå.
Ja, skal du trade Germany også på nå på USA?
Ja.
Eller skal du trade, så du skal ikke trade Nasdaqen I dag siden han ligger så høyt?
Nei, jeg ligger helt under Nasdaq. Nasdaq går jo ikke ned, uansett hva som skjer. Det mer og flere som driver og kjøper Nasdaq nå på grunn av AI. Og tror at det liksom at Nasdaq skal aldri ned. Og det jeg synes ikke det noe kult å trade den. Den går jo ikke ned, den går kun opp. Den går opp på dårlige nyheter, så går den ned på dårlige nyheter. Nei, opp på dårlige nyheter, så går den opp på
bra. Det høres ut som du prater om Dagsen.
Ja, men det som med Dagsen at Dagsen I hvert fall mister litt momentum når USA åpner. Nasdaq har jo faen meg bare gått siden august I fjor. Til og med på katastrofetall på et par av disse selskapene så har Nasdaq gått opp. Jeg tror det flere som ser på Nasdaq Tech som sånn safe haven på grunn av de har levert så bra tall. Og så handler man på grunn av AI. Limo, Nasdaq må snart tryne ned, effekt kan mulig, like som går. Ja, jeg helt enig, men det skjer jo ikke. Så enn så lenge så holder jeg med unna Nasdaq. Og nå har jeg ikke handlet Nasdaq på en uke. Jeg har tjent penger hver dag. Jeg har ikke en rød dag.
Du tradet I Nasdaq I går da?
Det var ikke å trade. Det var
Du har tjent mye penger på Nasdaq når du går på det ene draget ditt. Da tradet du det.
Ja, kanskje bitte litt I går. Men det var liksom ikke sånn super... Det var ikke sånn som jeg holdt på.
Men har du funnet ut eksponeringen din nå? Altså siden du
Jeg har mye mindre. Jeg har mye mindre enn hva jeg skal ha.
Ja, fordi Wall Street jo, altså, eller, ja, Dowen jo du eksponert tredobbelt av det du I Nasdaq, må du huske, per kontrakt.
Ja, I know. Jeg shorta her oppe.
And now putting on his new ArchFit Skechers Slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new ArchFit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
Ja, nei, jeg skal ikke gjøre samme feil som I går og gjøre noe selvst på åpen. Altså I første...
Ja, men du fikk jo helt sprader I går. Men tok du stopplås der nede, eller? For han gikk jo på det high.
Nei, jeg tok ikke stopplåsen, jeg tok han rett rundt 0.
Fordi for han gikk jo så inn I helvete opp.
Ja, men det ga jo, som sagt, det litt som vi har pratet om, at jeg vil heller ta penger når og da være fornøyd med at jeg tror ikke det skal opp, så da tar jeg heller det tapet enn å bare sette og gamble, for det kom liksom rett rundt når jeg gikk i null, så ble det skikkelig volatilt og fløy begge veiene. Så jeg sånn, ja, kom meg ut, og så poppet det opp.
They were both at our CEO council, incredibly gracious. But what they have like 30 people in the NFL at a game that are all set for this. They've done this very well. This man, David, hard stop, is such a great representative for the need to have care, not when you're 80, but when you're like all the way up. This man's life was saved by a great crew of people.
Yeah, and having the devices around as well. The AEDs. Yep.
No, it's just an amazing story.
Følger det godindikatoren på, på Dowen, så er vi en selvblokk nå. At det skal ned.
Ja, den mener at vi er et område nå hvor vi kan gå ned.
They are now breaking it out by powertrain, and what's noticeable is that when you look at what's the strength in terms of sales for Ford in May, it still remains trucks as it has been for so many months over the last several years. Trucks up 31.6%. EV sales, however, and we know that production is lumpy, so you may have to take this with a grain of salt. EV sales down 13%, shares of Ford up 14 cents on the day. Not a huge move on these sales numbers. Sales increased 10.7%. One other note, guys. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration with basically a warning and saying to people who have a 2015 to 2019 Lincoln Corsair, park it outside due to a fire risk. Do not park it in your garage. Do not park it near other cars until there is a warranty defect recall that has been issued by Ford. Guys, back to you.
To you during the week, or during the day today, Phil LeBeau. Jim, speaking of the week, what a week it's been with Ford and Tesla, the charging deal, the upgraded Jeffries. I know you were all over that.
Oi, ja, Talene er jo... Talene er jo dritbra for å bremse inflasjonen da.
And EV, misinterpreted. Jim Farley did not say there's going to be a great disparity in terms of costs. He did not say that. As a matter of fact, he's saying, listen, things are really coming together in terms of costs. It was misinterpreted. But what I would say is that warranties are killing them. Killing them. It's one of the things that Farley points out every single, and there's another warranty.
Adam Jonas over at Morgan Stanley's all over this thing. He's now calling it co-opetition, where you got big players helping and fighting each other.
I'm calling it Trojan horse.
He says it's not unthinkable that the legacy OEMs maybe buy batteries from the likes of Tesla in the future.
I have to tell you that Jim Farley, CEO of Ford, has said, listen, he's got
Fikk noen av ham
from the West. I'm not as concerned about that, but I would say that he would tell you
det her, movie, er flaut.
Trojan horse is the term that I'm
De går vekk fra investering for mye var det, 5 eller 7 milliarder, og skal sette bort investering til utlandet. Ja. Fjerner 14 000 årsverk.
Men det er jo bare applaus til regjeringen vår.
Det er jo helt sinnssykt. Det er så spinnvilt det. Folk skjønner ikke, de skjønner jo ikke at de inntektene der, de trenger landet vårt. De forstår det jo ikke. Det er jo helt flaut.
Nei, tenk på, ja, godstokken er plass.
Nå skriver jeg finansvisen.no. Der da. Jeg tror han snakker om det der. Skal vi høre hva Hegna sier, eller? Før vi setter i gang.
Ja, 2 minutter.
Nei, da rekker det ikke.
Yes, double counting customers is not a good thing. Wedbush is saying that?
Reduction of 27 million or 5% of their contract.
Men non-farm kom jo inn ganske mye over.
He was on this morning.
Unemployment rate var dritbra, men non-farm...
Og det havvindopplegget kommer til å bli katastrofe. Det kommer til å gå vekk fra det.
Ja, det kommer ikke til å tjene en...
Bare helt høl i huet hele opplegget.
I think the execution was poor. Sales are not holding up. Very suboptimal. And the Wedbush double count was just took my breath
breath away.
That's a serious charge from analysts. Let's take a
Og jeg går short i hvert fall.
CEO, who, as I said, was on Squawk Box as a guest this morning.
Så vi ser om vi må snu.
So we're obviously disappointed, but not discouraged. We also managed to improve our margins.
Ikke enda, Eirik. Jeg må se han litt, men jeg kommer til å shorte antageligvis Daxen og Dow Jones. Nasdaq ligger jeg totalt vekk fra. Det ser sterkt ut. Ja, det ser sterkt ut. Og nå kom det knallbra tall. Nå var jeg long i går, så det spruta.
Some renewals, but you know, double counted was not the actual thrust of what he was on this morning.
I know Ulpek.
Just pound the table numbers from Palo Alto, and bad here.
Yeah, some decent gainers today between 5, Pager Duty, Mongo, Zscaler, all trading up in the pre-market.
Pager Duty didn't like that quarter. Mongo was.
Nå åpner det.
That everybody thinks is maybe dead from what Frank Flutie said when we were at the CEO conference. And their consumption model on the
Skru opp, skru ned, skru opp.
Let's get the opening bell here. And as Jim said, Damar Hamlin and the American Heart Association ringing the opening bell this morning at the NASDAQ. It's Clean Energy Technologies celebrating its recent listing. And at 47 this morning, Jim. That's going to be fresh intraday highs for the year.
Wow, Mr. Wilson is really being challenged here. By Dennis, the
We can have it all over the place, though.
Morgan Stanley's strategist, who's been bearish for a while. When do those types turn tail? At least on earnings.
When they're replaced with another strategist. No, Mike Wilson's very good, but you know, David.
Yes, sir.
He would say it's narrow. I say that just like in the movie Magnificent Seven, they saved 493 villagers by getting themselves situated against Eli Watt.
You really are going down the movie references so deep that you've lost virtually everybody, but I still like it. I like it. And this weekend,
we're going to be in jeopardy.
You know, it's gonna rain this weekend, so I'm going to watch BoJest,
yes.
Magnificent Seven. I might watch The Great Escape again.
Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Walter Houston was the star of that.
Gjør det nå, eller?
Nei, jeg satt og ser på hva som skjer overalt. Det var en big spike på Nasdaq, skulle ikke tro.
Selvfølgelig, her er spike på Nasdaq.
Was Jim Brown in the Dirty Dozen too? No.
I think so.
He was, right?
And Trini Lopez.
Yeah.
And your favorite, Kojak.
Telly Savalas was in that too, right? Okay, I have seen that one as well.
All right, that's good. We just dated the show. Now we're 100 years old, and the numbers go down. We got the household, but not the devil.
Something else I've seen is strength in the market, but weakness in that weakness in the wireless sector that we discussed this morning.
Vi ganske nært motstand på
Amazon is once again trying to put together
Wall Street, så jeg er spent på om han blir å gå ned først før han går opp.
That would allow Amazon to offer some sort of fairly low-priced wireless service
setter en short her nå.
members. Still remains unclear what that will happen, but you can see what that's doing in terms of.
I hvert fall setter en stopplås, ta et stopplås. Ja, jeg setter noe, jeg har ikke gjort det enda. Nå satt den. Litt skummel.
Dishes up sharply, which it hasn't been up sharply in I don't know how long, in part because some of that network would be used perhaps by Amazon were to move down this path. But guys,
Ricky synes det virker en sånn fake pump.
Whether it makes sense for them, whether it's something that would actually gain real
Han tror det skal ned.
Altså, jeg kan tro det skal ned, men han tror den pumpen her er litt for kraftig, så det blir å få en liten korreksjon.
Fairly positive day across the board.
But wouldn't you say that if we haven't heard it from Amazon yet, we all have very good context there, that it's questionable?
Yeah, I have no doubt they're having the talks. I don't doubt the reporting. We've heard similar things for some time. But whether they get to an actual product that involves them buying capacity from any number of these wireless carriers, I think is still unclear. Fair to say. Verizon has been willing to do these deals. The idea being, hey, if we've got it, why wouldn't we sell capacity on our network? And we don't feel like we're really impinging on our own ability to sell. there are those who would say, well, I don't quite get it, and the market's certainly saying, well, we think it's a threat to you to do that, but...
Well, I don't know. Costco's up today.
Var det å short, ta en liten short på toppen her på Wall Street?
Now, name me two retailers that don't have a shrink problem.
Det var jævla skummelt.
Ja.
Amazon and Costco.
Jeg har gjort det.
Åpen. Du har gjort det?
Jeg shorta nå, jeg. Akkurat nå.
We don't have a lot of shrink, and now that is because it's
Vi åpner jo opp fuckings...
It's a great model.
Vi åpner jo opp nesten 1% her.
For Lulu, beats by 32, revenue ahead, comps up 14, guides in line. The target increases are there, but not huge today. Baird goes to 4.35.
Now, I know you've got Calvin at 10, so I think you've got to ask him about his shrink strategy and firing the clerks, not arresting the let's just say, apparent thieves. It'll be worth it. And by the way, you know, he bought Mirror, he wrote it off. Nobody cares. Right. Because the stuff's so great.
Jesus, dos på.
And he was pretty resolute about China's recovery when we last
Det kan gå mye mer, da.
Incredible for China. It's like they had no problems at all.
Hvor mye setter du short med?
Det er bare en halv kontrakt der oppe. Ja, en halv der nede, så en kontrakt. Det er bare sånn for å føle litt.
Well, they've done quite well there. And remember that, you know, that Samsung's doing poorly.
What do you mean when you say Samsung is doing poorly in terms of sales of handsets?
Yes, that's what the word is, and we heard that from a bunch of chip companies, not just them.
Men jeg kjøper ikke nå. Jeg får være litt forsiktig. Jeg kjøpte I går, det var bra nok.
Well, also to Apple as well.
But that's called the big client. Can't
I know, they don't talk about it.
Even Hawk Tan does not mention Apple.
As a
CEO of Broadcom.
Speaking of Broadcom, Jim, you want to weigh in here?
No, because that was a segue to you. Because
Ja, den kursen der var helt vill.
How differential.
Is today different than any other day? I don't understand.
I'm not inclining.
Yeah, keep drinking. Look at that thing. CNBC and
we don't really know what's in there, Jim.
By the way, there is clearly...
You hold this up. It's kind of like, you know what I mean?
Like you've got mezcal in there. There's no doubt.
How sweet it is. There, really dating myself now.
Sånn går videre oppover.
That one I get.
All right.
Yeah. A lot of it's generational with us. We're much younger than you are.
Men jeg setter en ny inn her nå. Bare sånn liten promp.
Now I feel bad. This is Ventas versus Planet Fitness. Lifetime Fitness, Planet Fitness, Ventas.
Broadcom. Second quarter earnings, revenue was $8.73 billion, up 8% prior year period. You got some positive adjustments in terms of price. You can see up from analysts, you can see the stock is up 2%.
Cloud sold it down 33 points last night. Did they bother even listen to the conference call? I mean, it does have AI.
They do.
Then why did they sell it down 33 points? Now 50 points from where it was last night.
What was it that they had seen in the earnings release before the conference call, Jim, that would have had them selling the stock?
Well, no, actually it was down 5.
Dagevinst snart, Rick.
Then it was up 3 when he started talking about AI. Then it dropped 30 points when he said, you know what, we're not just AI. We also have businesses that are flagging, including
Bare sånn liten en.
kind of pseudo software.
Ja.
Still waiting on the VMware deal as well.
That was mentioned.
Yeah, I think they're hopeful,
but there's
still questions.
Men det er tallene, synes jeg gir litt lite mening.
De tallene var dritbra.
Ja, men hvordan... Altså, hvordan kan unemployment gå opp, men det vil lage nesten dobbelt så mange nye jobber som konsensus?
Vet ikke, setter en ny short her nå. Bare sånn liten.
Love to have him join us again. Remember, it's a long time ago that he came on with us.
Fabulous guy. Very tough when it comes to pricing. And he indicated again, very tough. Talked about his contracts, how he makes them. By the way, he railed against something, and I'm really grateful. Any analyst that asked 2 questions within a question, he told them to stop it.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah,
it's like one question each.
Yeah, one question. None of that working in.
And worth mentioning, by the way, I mean, this is a $337 billion market cap company. This is one of the larger companies out there at this point. We talk a lot about NVIDIA, but the accretion of market value...
Skal Fed prate I dag, eller?
In a part, we've talked for many years about their acquisition strategy being a key part.
Ingen I hvert fall som av betydning.
Said once that stops, what are you left with? But
I know people think it's just, you know, one big kind of just add-on, roll-up.
Så gevinsten var Rick. Jeg er short helt fra toppen. Egentlig kan jeg sitte på det, men jeg tror jeg kan gjøre det mange ganger.
Guys, on the Amazon story that we've been talking about, we do have a statement from a Amazon spokesperson that I guess is worth sharing because it's somewhat definitive. The quote is, "We're always exploring adding even more benefits."
Jeg sier på 75. Jeg har ikke marginene til å kan putte noen flere posisjoner, så jeg må bare holde den jeg har.
Now, the at this time could be right now. Obviously, could mean that at some point in the future they do. But those looking perhaps for an announcement of some sort of a wireless offering from Amazon perhaps will be disappointed in the near term, it would seem, given that statement we have from Bradley Mattinger. He's an Amazon spokesperson again, saying no plans at this time to add wireless, but always looking to explore adding more benefits. So Jim, you know, when I hear about Amazon, wireless, it has to do with AI and those who are positive on the company believe are its opportunities in offering AI when it comes through AWS to its customers. And then there are also those who simply say, hey, and by the way, it's trading at 12 times next year's EBITDA. And I'll buy it at 12 times next year's EBITDA if in fact you think 24 is going to come.
Det er jævlig bra Olpet. Sitter og long olje, fysisk olje.
No plans to add wireless at this time. Always talking. And they said they told that to the source. To Bloomberg.
Yeah.
So I think you just go by T-Mobile with your eyes closed.
T-Mobile by far the biggest
Helvete, så han klapper.
Ja, man vurderer å gå longer nå, faktisk, hvis det ikke kommer litt ned nå. Da får en ny sånn dag som i morgen. Short covering. Hæ?
Ny dag som i går, mener jeg.
Ja. Nei, i går, ja.
Da har vi vært åpen i 11 minutter, og vi er allerede opp 1%. Både Nasdaq og Spy og hele pakka der.
Groundwater pollution from the manufacture of these chemicals, PFAS. This could be a solution to PFAS.
A big issue for 3M. Along, of course, they had the other litigation, perhaps more importantly,
Ja, tallene er bra.
in terms of soldiers and the inability to combat arms. Thank you.
Non-farm er jo ikke bra da for inflasjon. Nei, for rentehevingsbiten, ikke det?
Stemmer, det var at jeg sa at det kunne komme ned.
Unemployment raten er bra, non-farm er helt elendig. Hvorfor det?
There was questions of fraudulent conveyance.
PFAS is for, just so people know, that's Teflon.
It's that covering. It covers.
Yeah, it's the never-ending play. It's like.
So are we in the midst of that pain trade that was described as broadening leadership? Laggards catch up. Industrials reflect what's happening in the economy.
Det går bare. Dagsen kommer litt, Dagsen er litt sånn småsvag. Nasdaq er opp 1%, Dow Jones er opp
1%.
Because Appleby said business is really strong, and don't forget, huge infrastructure here next year. No slowdown. People think, oh, China, it's less than 5%. People think it's oil and gas, oh, it's less than 5%. But commercial real estate, less than 1%. People don't understand it all. It's data center, road building.
Speaking of data center,
what?
Vertiv?
I've always liked them.
I know, Dave Cody, right? Still chairman.
Nivået når nå, så enten bryter han opp, eller så tar han turen her.
Så du på den der blokkdritten da?
Ja, han brøt rett gjennom blokka.
You need Vertiv. Well, look, ever since Dave Cody, actually, not this February, but a year ago, said, you know what?
For det ser ganske sterkt ut, om jeg skal være helt ærlig her nå, altså. Det henter seg inn på hvert tikk ned der. Dagsen er litt sånn småslapp.
Ja.
Dave Cody getting involved. Dave Cody was the amazing man who turned around Honeywell yesterday, by the way. They hand off Kane at Honeywell.
Se på 5-minutter-charta.
Is no longer CEO as of yesterday. It's Vimal Kapur. And people are saying that Kapur could have some things up his sleeve, but he's saying he wants to leave it as is.
Ja, han som tar det inn.
6-7 years.
Was it that long?
Yeah.
Felt quick.
Hvis ikke det viser at man er litt overkjøpt, så vet ikke jeg.
Yeah, he really did. David, people are over the Magnificent Seven today.
They are.
Ja, det ser ut som vi skal videre oppover nå. Det må snu her, og så går vi videre oppover.
Wait, Robert Vaughn what was he?
He's one of the magnets.
The man from Uncle.
Right. Well, he was in the United Network Command for Law Enforcement.
Thankful for Chip as well in my ear here. Yeah.
Well, United Network Command for Law Enforcement. Where was Thrush located? The enemy. 13th floor, Empire State Building.
Right.
Okay. What I'm saying here is that people are buying that kind of stuff, and this is normally David would be saying it could be fraud. I'm saying we did just get an amazing deal from Washington that we didn't think, that a lot of people didn't think they get. And they're pouring out of the 6-month T-bill and going into Magnificent Seven.
Right. There's a fair amount of media news today. Warner Brothers Discovery, in the first week of Max, 70% of the HBO Max sub-base has moved over to the new platform. You got Netflix shareholders rejecting the pay package, Jim. And then you got Disney, more drama in the Florida judge, where he recuses himself, but accuses the governor of judge shopping. That's not ending anytime soon.
Hørte noe i dag forresten. Det var vel i dag den skulle være ferdig med det kontopisset.
Etterpå. Det er jo amerikansk tid, så jeg får ikke snakke om før i kveld.
Yeah, there's some friction moving people. You had to reload. I had a harder time with it. Yeah, but what are you going to do?
Just press a button.
I had to remember my password, which of course is impossible because who remembers any of their darn
Yeah, you have to call your password, remember.
And then you got to,
Someone just does that.
Why they call it Max is still beyond me. I mean, this thing HBO is kind of global. Some people knew about it, but let's get rid of that. Let's just go with Max. Let's go with Max. Why wouldn't we want to call it Max?
I'll have it in 10 seconds.
You're going to come up with a reason as to why?
Well, no, actually, David says on this.
Oh, you're going to ask him?
No, I'm going to just make it up, of course.
I could do that too, but I don't want to hear what he's got to say on this. I mean,
you don't have speed, though. You can't even get a hold of him.
Oh, please. You want to have a competition as to who can get him quicker?
It's already over.
No, I got him.
Oh, Meta, yes, we didn't do Meta. Actually ordering employees back to the office 3 days a week beginning in early September. Zuckerberg, Jim, has made it pretty clear how being in the office helps people's performance, especially those who are new to the company.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're with Zuckerberg, it's the year of efficiency. If you're not on this, it's the year of living dangerously. Great movie.
Also very good. Linda Hunt.
Linda Hunt.
Yeah, very nice.
Daxen faller.
I have to tell you, he is a no-fool-around guy. And the Farley building, we should go
Og Nasdaq faller. Og Dowen går oppover. Det er ikke ofte det skjer.
Nei.
Oh, they had problems, Bolero. Weather-related. Lawsuit.
Men hva er de største selskapene på Dowen?
City employees to work remotely. He, of course, being the one who wants people back in the office for obvious reasons, given the damage that's doing to businesses that rely on workers coming to the office every day.
Se der, da.
But 3 days a week from
Det er snart i penger.
as we know, he said that in his efficiency memo from some time back that people are more productive working together.
It could signal that there could be more layoffs, but these will be by choice.
It does give you the opportunity to dismiss people who don't want to comply.
Exactly.
That is true.
The level 6s and 12s.
3 days a week is what we're looking at. That's the expectation now.
And
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Once again, no immediate plans with T-Mobile. So let's see how much. Where's
Nei,
T-Mobile?
altså TQQ har gitt tilbake nesten alt.
Hæ?
TQQ, altså Nasdaq ITF-en har gitt tilbake nesten alt. Og hva er det som skjer her da?
Jeg vet ikke, men har ikke du oversikt på alle aksjene på... Da må du gå på...
Jeg sitter og ser, men...
Hva er det som drar Wall Street nå, når alt annet kommer ned? Jeg kan se selv.
Nei, det er ingenting. Jeg har ikke fått noen nyheter, ikke noe.
Ja, du må se på hvem som har mest omsetning. På børsen. Da ser du det. Og Nasdaq kommer ned her, Daxen kommer ned her, og Wall Street går opp. Så det er noe som drar Wall Street, eller Dow Jones.
That's Mattel production.
And Warner Brothers. Take a look at the markets here. 42.62 will take out the prior year-to-date intraday high by at least 30 points. VIX 1510. As
you know, it's going to 12.
Yeah, Jim says it's going to 12.
This thing is real on groundwater.
And the NASDAQ 13-month high. Don't go anywhere. By the way, you can always get in on the CNBC Investing Club with Jim. Just find out more at cnbc.com/joining the club or use the QR code on your screen. We did see some reaction to the jobs number in yields, but the market still overwhelmingly betting on a pause. Don't go anywhere.
Dagsshorten går bra nå.
Nasdaq går tilbake 0,5%. Dow Jones går tilbake ingenting.
Men Nasdaq detter. Jeg vurderer å sette en short på Nasdaq, videre. Bare for å være med. Jeg tror hele markedet skal være med.
Meta tryner.
Så han er short Nasdaq også. Jeg tror alt skal ned.
Meta, Appa, Nvidia, alt på tech-tryn.
Lenovo makes seamless productivity possible. CDW makes it powerful.
Ja, nå tar jeg gevinst på Nasdaqen min allerede her. Helvete, den døtter da.
Du har ikke trade Nasdaqen. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq.
Nå tok jeg gevinst. Men
It's making complicated financial concepts seem simple.
Opportunity is making the dream of home ownership a reality.
Writing new rules and redefining the game.
And driving the world forward to a greener energy future.
Walgreens. Intel, men jeg trodde Intel var på Nasdaq, ja.
Charting a course to get there.
Nike er opp 3% her.
Nasdaq lås på Dow Jones.
Ask her something and she would just walk right past them because she didn't know they were talking to her.
I just could not hear. I was hesitant.
Alt av industri går. Det er sikkert på den tallene.
But nobody even sees them.
Our nearly invisible hearing aids are just one reason we've been the brand leader for over 75 years.
When I finally could hear for the first time, I could hear everything.
Unlock our best deal of the year during our 75th anniversary sale. Call 1-800-MIRACLE today.
You know, as a small
Fy faen, Nasdaq faller bare videre, altså.
big difference.
Pocket.
That's why
Short mer her.
Universal and State Farm have created a new program called Open Doors. A small business accelerator that includes a playbook with tips and strategies, advertising tutorials, and best-in-class business practices. Learn
Ja, den
more
har gitt
and
tilbake
get the
alt,
playbook.
den.
Scan the code
Mhm.
or visit
Ja, den har gitt tilbake alt.
NBCUniverse.com.
Options action. Strategies from the street's top traders. New opportunities to profit from the market's hottest
Men
trades.
hvorfor er Apple
Options action.
en del av Dow Jones?
5:30 Eastern.
Hæ?
CNBC. Sponsored by Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Take a look at the S&P here at 4255. Breadth overwhelmingly positive. That deal about to be signed. Another good jobs number. Some argue the chase is on, especially for those who've been fundamentally.
De tallene var jævla bra, altså.
We mentioned the VIX at 1510. Santelli points out any close below 15 would be the lowest since February of 2020. Back in a minute.
What would make you feel comfortable with the price?
Well, no one made me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane.
Try saying, "Show me the Carfax value." You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Did you know GoodRx can help you get a better price on your...
Jeg tror mange som er nervøse nå, for det svinger alle veier her nå.
Type in the name of our meds. That's it. Savings on my husband's blood pressure
Ja.
refills. And savings.
Og du har enda ikke funnet ut hva som drar Dow Jones?
Subscription savings for the whole family. Another good reason to check.
Nei, det er liksom...
Du sitter og ser på Apple, som er på Nasdaq.
Nei, men det står når jeg søker opp de største selskapene som beveger Dow Jones, så står det på flere kilder at Apple også beveger Dow Jones. Ellers har du United Health Group, du har Johnson & Johnson, Visa, JP Morgan, Walmart, The Protector Gamble Company, Chevron og Home Depot er de største etter market cap.
Det er ikke Apple her. De som drar nå er Caterpillar, 3M, Dow Inc., Nike, American Express, JP Morgan Chase, Boeing, Walt Disney. Det er liksom de store tunge, så Honeywell da. Ja. Det er det som drar her nå.
Jeg har jo noen av de aksjene presøtte opp i charten, men det er derfor jeg ikke liker å trade driten her, for jeg kan ikke den her indeksen i det hele tatt. Det at dollaren er svak i dag, dreier jeg sikkert over opp industrien. Snø.
Yo, dude, you need some help? Don't worry about me. Yo, there's no shame. No shame. You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Sure, you'll teach her how to drive a car. Then use Greenlight to power her independence with crash detection with 911 dispatch, family location sharing, and emergency SOS alerts. Invest in your best investment with Greenlight.
I love my parents. So as they've gotten older, we've had to have some not so fun conversations about their wishes if something were to happen to them.
As an estate planning attorney, most people that would come to my office were looking to create a will for their family, but many couldn't afford the fees.
That's why we started Trust and Will, a modern and affordable approach to estate planning.
Attorney-designed documents, customized by you, all through an easy-to-use website.
The way a will should be. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
It's so hard to pick a favorite because this market's so hot. But I'm going to say that Celsius Holdings, which happens to make these energy drinks that are just unbelievable. Evidence Lab, not just anything, UBS, saying stay long at international opportunity. Of course, Monster moved international, and that's when that stock really exploded. Stay long Celsius. It's a real story. The drinks are real. I did not have one this morning because I want to save my energy. Because I save my energy for my next show. I'll have a Celsius at 5 o'clock.
You had something this morning.
Ingen posisjoner. Jeg har shorta litt Dow her oppe, shorta Nasdaq, og så har jeg shorta Daxen. Jeg har short alt.
Herbal, but you know.
So if this was a low energy show, what do you got planned today?
Oh my God. Okay, so I got Biohaven, which is
Men jeg er veldig klar over at den kan gå rett opp, fordi tallene som kommer til å være jævla bra.
That came up with, by the way, with Nurtec, the legendary, the best migraine drug ever that Pfizer bought. This is what's left. And it is National Donut Day, so the heck with donuts. I'm going Twinkie. I'm going Hostess.
Jim, have a good weekend.
What a great show.
It was good.
It was a great show. Yeah. And we'll get back into the 2020 movies, David, when we get back.
Oh, good. 2023 movies even, maybe.
Well, that's all Zaslav. Did Zaslav come back? You have him on speed, though. What did he say to you? I get reservations for Le Bernardin. Rate your visit.
No comment.
We'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. When we come back, more reaction to the jobs number. And Lulu, of course, topping the NASDAQ 100 by a wide margin. We'll talk to
Nå har jeg penger på Nasdaq-shorten min. Å, fy faen, det deilig. Så jævla... Oi, satan.
Heck yeah. With E-Trade, you're ready for anything. Marriage, kids.
Ser du den, eller?
Kids moving back in after college.
Hæ?
Ja, det tror jeg.
Ser du jeg trapp der noe så inn i helvete, eller?
Alt takk. Ja, jeg blir å holde meg til Nasdaq. Fuck Dowen, jeg kan ikke den. Den må jeg lære meg. Jeg kan sette trøyden.
Dale and Mike have been friends forever. Dale sports this kind of shirt. And Mike recently switched to Fresh Clean Threads. Cheer with ultimate confidence. Fresh Clean Threads.
Ja, nå ser det ut så Dowen endelig kan prøve å komme litt ned også.
Jeg tar gevinst snart på Nasdaq, for jeg har gjort en jævla kul her. Jeg tror det kan falle mye mer, da. Nå er jeg faen meg pluss på Tyskland også. Fy faen, jeg er en kjernekar.
is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee. It's
Gå
a
til helvete
goal.
nå.
It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3
faen.
indispensable guides. Yours free.
Så den tredje på Nasdaq-droppa.
1-213-5317.
Fytte helvete.
Fisher
Ta gevinst ute.
disciplined approach will help see you
Woo!
through markets ups and
Den var fin!
and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream
Så vi
retirement
får hele driten med det her. Jeg holder shortene mine fortsatt.
give us a call.
Call 1-800-213-5317.
Ja, det gjør jeg. Jeg tror Nasdaq kan falle mye mer, men
But
Yeah.
seriously, we need a reliable way to help keep everyone connected from wherever we go.
Well, and AT&T will help you find the right wireless plan for you, so you can stay connected to all your drivers and stores on
det er da Dons tar løpefart på trynet snart.
That sounds just perfect.
Terrierific.
Jeg skulle ønske jeg hadde marginer til å short mer på toppen, men en til pop opp, da blir jeg bare flusha, det gidder jeg ikke.
Bare hold posisjonen.
The poster child for the meme stock phenomenon.
Independent thinking leader. 30-something entrepreneur who built out Chewy.
A hero or a villain? Unmasking the man behind the movement. Making of the meme
Fy
king.
faen, jeg traff på Nasdaq. Satan.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Melissa Lee, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen's going to join us in a bit with a special guest, Calvin McDonald, CEO of Lululemon, on the heels of very strong results. In the meantime, things are definitely clicking for the bulls with the debt ceiling bill about to
Det er jo
become law.
grisestøtte på dollar, da.
Dow's up 350.
Hva var det siste du sa?
Dojo. Nå må jeg henge min treffelse igjen. Faen.
Company SentinelOne plunging this morning after the company slashed its annual guidance, announcing fresh layoffs there. That stock is down by just about 34% right now. Another mover, MongoDB surging higher, now up more than 70% over the last month after big beats on the top and the bottom lines, raising its full-year guidance as well. And reports this morning that Amazon might be pushing into mobile services for Prime
Nå
subscribers.
får et nytt drag ned på Nasdaq antagelig. Jeg tør ikke gå på mer short. Jeg har short Daxen, og den går jeg penger på nå.
Still under pressure this morning. We will break down that full story later this hour.
In the meantime, the morning's jobs report did come in above expectations. In fact, well
Faen, jeg treffer altså! Helvete! Jeg treffer som faen! Åh! Og jeg skal ha tak i litt mer penger nå snart, så jeg kan gjøre litt større nuller her.
Ja, men man ikke skal lære det for fort.
Unmoved,
Ja.
unchanged, unremarked when it came to the issue of Fed probabilities. I'm looking right now, a 70% probability of the Fed not doing anything and a 60% that it hikes again in July. I am surprised by the strength of all this and how much this has remained the same. And I think it's because what you have is offsetting factors. Let me just show you the unemployment rate. It did tick up. That was something perhaps for the doves to speak for a pause. But the trouble, of course, is what you see when you look at the unemployment rate. It goes up, it goes down. We have tended, when we've had, because of the strength of this job market, when we've had a large number of unemployed, they tend to go back to work. Look at wages. Wages have been kind of stagnant here. So I think where we're at, David, is it's not a bad time for a pause, and maybe a pause for financial reasons because of what's happening in banking credit and the need, of course, for the Treasury to rebuild its account at the Fed. That could be taking some money out of the system.
Hours work declined. Any significance to that in terms of where we are right now? Apparently it's the lowest since, 2011, not including, obviously, the drop during COVID.
Yeah, I find that unusual, David, that given the tightness of the labor market, that we're not having the existing employees work more hours. It is an interesting development, but average hourly wages also declined. That's another thing for the doves. I think what happened this week, David, maybe defies just the data, which is that, remember we had Powell speak and he said he was very neutral about what the Fed would do in June. And then the market started to get away from him. Even his own committee and their own comments kind of got away from him a little bit. And I think Jefferson went out there to speak for the chair and maybe for a certain number of the members of the committee that said, hold on, we're really pointing towards a...
Ikke for seg, Marius, men da er jævla sterk nå. Veldig sterk. Den går imot alt her.
does in July and less perhaps for what it does in June. We have one more report that matters. It's the CPI report on the first day of the two-day meeting in June.
Jeg vet sikkert
Gruppen setter en ny short på Nasdaq her. Nei! Nå henger den seg igjen. Nå får jeg ikke gjort transaksjoner. Faen, altså. Det er slik som skjer. Nå shorta jeg.
Okay, the fact is we don't know. Let me walk you through what I know about
På
this, and
Nasdaq.
maybe you can add something too, David, on this thing. Okay, so we know the Treasury's account is $50 billion or less, which is less than a bunch of big companies out there, which is a little bit scary. Anyway, they want to build it back up. They want to build that treasury back up. They also want to get their T-bills as a percentage of total outstanding debt up closer to 20% from 15. It's down below 15 right now, I believe. So they want to get up to 20%. Where does this money come from? There's two potential sources. It could come out of the real economy, out of stocks, out of people's savings accounts, and go into treasuries to fund these T-bills. However, there's another pot of money out there, which is the enormous amount of money right now in money markets, which is on deposit at the Federal Reserve's reverse repo account, north of $2 trillion. If it comes out of there, it's really not a big deal for the real economy. And I actually think, David, this is a reason, not the primary reason, but it's a reason for the Fed to maybe pause here to see where this money comes from. Is it additional quantitative tightening? Or is it just moving money around?
Nå er pengene på shortmen igjen her.
Jeg tok shorten der.
Du også?
Jeg var med på, ja.
Jeg er opp 3.570 kroner nå.
Du holder enda shorten du på 3.180-ish nivået på Dowen.
Er du gæren? Hvis den tryner, så tryner den mye mer enn det der. Det går til day low.
The January Fed funds contract has come closer to where the Fed is. It was at 100 basis points below the Fed's terminal rate. It's now about 16 basis points.
Folk må fordøye hva som skjer. Og folk er litt treige bare. Som i går. De skjønte ikke hva som skjedde i går.
It was trading about 497 before we started this segment. I think it's probably still in that area. I think that's a pretty big deal when it comes to where the market is priced at. It's sort of buying into this idea of the Fed being on hold for quite a while.
Men det er ikke noe med makro i dag, som jeg så.
Nope, ingenting. JP Morgan president expects Fed to raise to about 5% and pause.
Steve, thanks. Steve Leisman. Let's continue this conversation with BofA Securities head of U.S. equity and quantitative strategy, Savita Subramanian, who's got a year-end S&P price target of 4,300, and JP Morgan Asset Management chief global strategist David Kelly both join us here in person at Post 9. Great to have you guys here. Great to be here. Glad to be here. David, does your world change based on this jobs report?
David, has your world changed based on this job report?
It is a very mixed report. I mean, we lost 310.
Shorta på nytt på Nasdaq.
The household survey. We gained 300.
Jeg får jo faen ikke lukka posisjonen min nå.
But to me, the tiebreaker here is wages. Average hourly earnings only up 4.3%.
Shorta på nytt nå, ta gevinst hvert øyeblikk. Jeg bare kjører scalping her på den greia der.
We're not seeing much wage pressure out of this tight labor market. That gives the Federal Reserve a chance to
JP Morgan president, economy looks okay.
Oi, fy faen, så jeg traff på Nasdaqen min da. Boom! Ute.
What it says is one of the big risks out there that they're just too crazy in Washington and they're going to plunge us into an unnecessary recession. That's kind of gone away.
Da går jo feil vei. Den går opp mens alt går ned.
The rate next year going up. What's really going on here is the odds on a big recession or a significant recession are going down for right now.
Yeah. So do you think that's off the table as well, Savita? I mean, you just raised your price target at the end of May.
We did. We raised our price target to 4,300, which is now only 50.
JP Morgan president will be a recession at some point. Så han vil jo prate noe en eller annen plass.
Ja, det er ganske bearish når han sier det.
Ja. Ganske bearish.
Ja, dagsshorten min går bra nå da. Jeg må bare ha den litt.
Wall Street-shorten min går til helvete.
Jeg har det der også, ja. Men jeg tjener inn på det andre da.
Ja, jeg har jo ikke marginer, vet du.
Han jobbet dere, finn ut hva som drar Wall Street.
Position meaning they're out of equities, position meaning they're too heavy in cash and treasuries.
They're out of equity. So I think what's interesting is that from the beginning of last year to now, from the beginning of 2022 to now, we saw about a 10% drop in allocations to stocks, and all that money moved into bonds. So there was this sort of safe haven mentality, and I think that actually bonds are looking like one of the riskiest asset classes. And most people disagree with me, but I think that in an inflationary environment, when inflation is sticky and potentially not controlled, why lock in fixed income? Why not buy
Caterpillar, Dow Inc.
So I think it's an interesting moment for.
Det egentlig bare at alle selskapene på Dowen I grønt nå, med unntak av
Nå tar jeg gevinst på Nasdaqen igjen. Fy faen, jeg tjener penger nå.
Det som drar Dowen opp at alle selskap på Dowen med unntak av Apple, Salesforce, Vision Communications og Intel Group I grønt. Alle andre I grønt. Så 26 av 30 selskap I grønt.
Da kan du nyte Nasdaq-shot med Dow Jones kommer, bare vent og se. Den kommer. Jeg må trade på mobilen min, for jeg får ikke lukket posisjonen min på PC-en. Hvor ille ikke det, ja? Den bare står og loader, jeg får ikke closet posisjonen min.
Jeg synes det litt drit på det. Det ofte det legger også, og du ikke får se posisjonen din om du I pengene eller ikke.
Ja, jeg får ikke lukket posisjonen min på PC-en, så jeg må gjøre på telefonen der.
Jeg prøver å se hva jeg short på Dowen på et dritnivå, så jeg må bare sette.
Samme med meg. Faktisk.
I wonder, I mean, I think 2% inflation is hard to argue for, just given the structural changes in the market.
Shorte Nasdaq på nytt.
The labor participation rate, a lot of that is from, folks just permanently stepping back, early retirement. If you look at commodities, supply constraints are still in place, and I think that that's potentially inflationary. And then when you look at
ny high på Dowen.
More protectionist channels, I mean, I wonder, is 2% really the number?
Så det som prøver å lage en trend på, jeg prøver å snu trenden nå på Nasdaq, så neste close I grønn.
Monetary stimulus doesn't do anything to stimulate the economy, but fiscal stimulus did a lot, and so we had this two-year period which had a huge surge in inflation, but all the long-term trends are still in place that I think gave us some inflation for a long time. The one thing that I focus on is wage growth is just slow. I mean, you would think that workers would be pounding on the boss's door saying, give me a raise or I quit, and they're sort of timidly accepting these small wage gains, and I'm so happy to have a job, and they think there's a recession around them. If they don't have that bargaining power, you're not going to sustain high inflation.
You don't think a shortage of labor, as Savita's indicating, is going to be an issue? I mean, you've talked a lot about immigration. I can remember in the past being a real problem. Or lack of immigration.
It is a problem, but actually, if you look at the numbers, we've seen a significant increase in visa applications to work. We're actually seeing a bounce in immigration. But the other thing I'm seeing is low and middle income consumers are getting squeezed. And that's not going to allow them to buy lots of food, lots of low-end services. We've seen plenty. You can see some of all the retail reports this week that there's a demand is sucking out of some of these lower-end areas. I think that's going to hold inflation in check.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does BofA see negative payrolls in Q3, Q4, Q1?
No, not negative. I mean, negative. I think that the idea is, well, I mean, I think the idea is we're going to remain on hold for the rest of the year, but the upside risk to inflation is potentially higher. And, I suppose I would say the lower income consumer actually seems to be holding up better. Well, it depends on the data set, so that's where it gets tricky, but I think, credit card data, like our Bank of America credit card data.
Det eneste du gjør, sover og står opp klokka 5 og lager mat? Er det du gjør? Hva er det for noe da?
The low income plays, the medium income plays. So I think, I mean, I don't know if it's
Jeg ble også ta et halvparten Dowen, Sander, for den funker jo ikke. Den følger jo ikke med resten av det hele tatt.
Ja, jeg er 1000 spenn på en halv kontrakt på den. Men jeg tror det på Dowen blir jo nå en hedge til Nasdaq og det er så det. Så ja, det er bankaksjer, det er sånn, og så er det jo masse
this massive
Så har du Coca-Cola og alle de der trygge fuckings, hva heter utbytteaksjene, setter du der. Så egentlig gir det litt mening nå når tallene tilsier jo kanskje til meg at det blir større sannsynlighet for renteøkning, og renteøkningen blir jo av negativ innvirkning, så da har du kanskje lyst til å hedge deg litt og ta de her trygge aksjene som du finner i Dow.
And they're still trying to maintain that standard of living. They're not going to be able to do it, particularly with the banks tightening. So I think that's really why the Fed needs to stay on hold. I mean, just the confusion we're experiencing here. Look, they push up rates 500 basis points. Could you stop now?
Men det ser ut som volumet ganske ræva på Dow nå, forhold til i går.
Great conversation. Thank you both. Thank you. Good to see you in person, David Kelly, Savita Supermania.
Ja, omsetningen i dag lavere på både Dow og Nasdaq enn det var i går. På samme tidspunkt.
The energy sector rebounding today as WTI crude looks to close out its worst week in about a month.
And it's an interview you're not going to want to miss. Lululemon's Calvin McDonald will join us. We'll break down the results from that company. That's after the break. Stay with us. A lot more big show straight ahead.
Got this. Gobble, gobble.
Gabba gabba.
Legs on a turkey.
Jeg vurderer å være en idiot og holde den her over helga hvis ikke. Den går inn i dag.
Det er jo null bevegelse da, Sander.
Ja, men sånn, altså, jeg tror at hvis det kommer ned til neste uke, liksom.
Det kan komme ned etterpå. Det er jo null bevegelse siden åpning, det har skjedd en dritt. Det har ikke skjedd noen ting. Det har jukka, har ikke skjedd en dritt.
Dette juk på day high.
Ja, det har vært helt det. Det er gigantisk støtte der.
Thank you, Leaf Filter.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
My dream is to talk to people, real people, about stocks. We created a club to do it.
The CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer.
The return on investment from the investment club has been very positive for me. One is the education, but then it's also the ability to understand what's happening in the markets.
With the investing club, I've learned that the market will always come back.
It's helped me become a better investor, and then it's helped me become a better financial planner.
Join the CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer. Go to cnbc.com/investing club now.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Tesla går i day high nå.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-01.
Ja, men det gikk mening. Jeg tror det skal ned.
CoventryDirect.com.
Shopping for Father's Day is hard.
Actually, it's easy.
You never know what to get him.
Just give me steak.
It has to be perfect.
Yep. Dad's wants
Ja,
steak.
I går tror jeg det skal opp. I dag tror jeg det skal ned.
Steaks is offering Dad's favorite gift package that includes 4 of our exquisite bacon-wrapped filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, boneless pork chops, jumbo Frank's dessert, and more. All for just $99.99. Save 61%. Order today at omahasteaks.com/TV and you'll get 8 burgers free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Lululemon soaring on this strong earnings beat. Company sales grew 24% from the previous year. Good growth globally. Let's get to our own Sarah Eisen, who's on the road for a variety of reasons. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, Carl. I'm actually here in my hometown. I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio, at a local studio, and it's great to be home. And I'm actually here because I am speaking at my high school graduation tonight, which is a great honor, and I'm very
Biden sin studentgjeldplan ble scrappa I senatet.
It's amazing to be home and to be here and to be able to have the chance to talk to these high school graduates. So I'm here, but of course, guys, you know, Lululemon up 13% with 24% growth.
Det kan være ganske huge, det.
I don't know what you're going to tell these high school graduates about, you know, what's the message?
So I'm going to talk a lot about what I've learned in this journey. I think my biggest message actually is that you should be passionate about what you do. And there's no straight line, and it's a difficult path, and it can be
Kom nå
really
til helvete ned da. Hva er det den driver med?
I've taken away from what I do, and I know you guys agree with me on this, is that you have to love it to be successful at it. And it's something I learned in high school. I wanted to be a journalist all the way back to my high school years. I did a challenge project where I did a teen talk show about teen violence. And so I think that's something that's helped me, and I'll tell them all sorts of fun stories about me back in high school and me and my job. And maybe we'll get you some clips, because I know you'll want to watch it, David.
I do. I want to see every word.
Yes.
Enjoy your high school graduation.
I will.
Sarah. Okay.
All right. In the meantime, of course, we're going to talk about Lululemon, company I covered that's soaring this morning. With, as I
Wall
said,
Street kommer ned på dollar highs.
Guidance as well. Certainly Wall Street's impressed. Want to welcome Calvin McDonald, the CEO of Lululemon. He joins us now in a CNBC exclusive. Good morning, Calvin.
Morning, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. I think the question on everyone's mind regarding Lululemon today is how you are growing double digits and feeling confident enough to raise guidance in a tough macro environment.
I think the performance in Q1, building off of our performance really for the last few years, speaks to the strength of the unique business model we have, rooted in our D2C model, incredible product, and how we innovate on feel, versatility with multiple wear occasions, and obviously the performance aspect. And then based in a community membership program where we activate our collective and build those relationships across either channel, be it digital or in store. And it's just continuing to be reinforced that it is a strong moat. And this team is delivering upon that strategy and delivering incredible results.
And on the call, it sounds like you're not seeing any weakness from the consumer. I know you're primarily exposed to the U.S. Are you seeing any evidence of stress or strain?
We continue to monitor because obviously we're aware of the macro headwinds as well as what other retailers have posted. Our numbers, as I shared, we saw traffic in both stores and online grow 30%. Transactions by existing guests were up 22%, and transactions by new guests up 28%, which is a very healthy number indicating continuing to acquire new guests. So we've yet to see any real material shift in spending patterns, but are definitely watching that. And around the globe, in every market we're in, double-digit growth, not just here in North America, but in every international market. Obviously, standout performance in Greater China, but also APAC and EMEA. So very pleased with our performance across the world and continue to monitor that.
I'm always trying to figure out the macro message from some of these reports, Calvin. Does it say anything about the resilience of the luxury consumer? Because you certainly target a higher income consumer. Does it say anything about the athleisure trend, or do you really just see this as Lulu specific?
I think I start with obviously the uniqueness of our position of product. I don't think versatility is going away. If anything, comfortable, feels great, and very versatile wear occasions, if anything, is more in style today as a result of the pandemic and post, and that plays squarely to the strength of our brand, be it across sweat occasions and or to and from. So I think when they come in and they buy Lululemon, not only is it a quality product with longevity, but also has multiple use cases for the guests. So if they are looking at where to invest and where not to invest, Lululemon, the product, the quality, the relationship, and just the overall engagement with the brand, I do believe is proving to be
Lululemon, er det på då, eller?
lean in and spend on.
If there's one thing to click on, and
Lululemon er jo eid av han der idioten som har han Elon Musk ble nettopp rikere enn han. Det var jo trynet som faen, det der fashion-greier.
What's happening there?
Nå er jeg pluss på shorten min på Nasdaq igjen. Jeg tror jeg kommer til å tjene en bøtte med penger da, hvis jeg bare holder posisjonene.
To continue to grow, I believe we're one of only a few, if not the only retailer that's continued to grow on that significant base while equally growing our store revenue, which we guided to almost a balance
Lulu er på
between
Nasdaq.
stores and e-com this year as we see guests really embracing our omni strategy and shopping across either channel. So we were pleased with it. Traffic up 30%, driving new guest acquisition, and a lot of guests coming back and continuing to shop the store. So overall, we like a very balanced approach to our growth. We see balance across regions. We see balance across categories, activities, and gender, and pleased with the balance across channel as well.
So the regions, China up 79%. We have to talk about that number. I feel like this is the quarter where investors sort of woke up to the growth story that you have going on there. What's the playbook, and what are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, I was just there a few weeks ago, first time since the market reopened. I think one of
Lol, gay, jeg er short som et helvete, jeg, altså. I går var jeg long som et uvær. I dag er jeg short som et uvær.
Establishing community, building relationships with local ambassadors, studios, with the guests, investing in the brand, in stores, and building out an omni strategy. And we've been doing that in mainland China for a number of years. We now have over 100 stores. We invested all through last year, through the pandemic and through the closures, knowing that it would reopen and we would continue to see success. And I think one of the benefits of Q1 is we've seen the reopening. We have a fantastic store base, an incredible culture across our collective community there. And the product is resonating. It's resonating for
Se Nasdaq-shorten da. Det går faen meg bra nå, ass.
Quality. So we're really excited. As you know, we want to quadruple our international business, and China's going to play a big part of that.
You know, the one thing I hear about Lululemon when I talk to investors,
Du kan så ta den, ass.
obviously you innovate and you continue to show your customer newness, the new silhouette.
Du kan jo falle mye mer, da.
But the question is how many
Kanskje jeg skal holde posisjonen min, siden jeg er så fitte negativ. Hva tenker du, Sander?
Jeg tenker at hver gang du har sagt det der, så får du han midt i trynet. Når du skal opp 100 ganger om dagen, tjene penger, hver gang du finner ut at du skal holde han, for du skal ha hele drag, så skjer det noe piss.
Jeg tar gevinst. Jeg har feit gevinst der, både der og der.
We have a long runway. Our brand awareness is still.
Man skal ikke være perfekt, man skal være grønn.
So just acquiring with our existing product, new guests is a significant runway of growth.
Jeg får ikke lukka den. Jeg må på mobilen min igjen.
As we continue to innovate, bring in new categories, as you said, update existing products, and introduce new, we've seen that engagement with the 20% growth in existing guests coming back in. So we're excited about our runway of product innovation. I've shared our OTM for our female guests that we're just starting to introduce, which is a significant opportunity for the brand when you compare the selection in our women's assortment versus our male guests. So a lot of new product is really driving that versus just repeating and replacing a black legging. It's more about replacing or adding to as a result of the innovation the team's delivering.
Kevin, I need to ask you about the story in Georgia, which has made a lot of news lately, where Peachtree Corners, Georgia, where in one of your stores, 2 of your employees were fired relating to a theft that was happening in the store. There was talk that they were fired because they called the cops. You say that's not true. Can you just clarify what's happened here? Because it's gone viral, especially amid this wave of retail theft that we're seeing around the country.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, obviously, retail theft and shrink has been a growing topic. It's an area that we've invested in. We invest across 3 pillars, training, and investing in labor, technology, as well as working with local and federal law enforcement. In this particular case, we have a zero-tolerance policy that we train our educators on around engaging during a theft. Why? Because we put the safety of our team, of our guests front and center. It's only merchandise. At the end, they're trained to step back, let the theft occur, know that there's technology and there's cameras, and we're working with law enforcement. Unfortunately, in this situation, the educators knowingly broke the policy, engaged
Setter en ny short på Nasdaq.
The thieves across multiple points, including following them out of the
Den har
store.
nettopp tok gevinst
So
på.
post-investigation and the zero tolerance
Där.
policy, which is well known, that was what resulted in the termination.
Not calling the cops.
No, just to be clear, our educators are able to call the police. We train them to step back. It's about their safety. And we take that policy seriously because we've had instances and seen in other retailers.
Men Dow Jones er stigende, altså. Det er litt fristende å gå long den, altså.
And the policy is to protect them, but we have to stand behind the policy to enforce it. And that was unfortunately the situation in this store.
Well, I'm glad you could clarify that because I know there's a ton of news about this. It was very buzzy this week. Calvin McDonald, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Darren. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much. I'm excited. Calvin McDonald from Vancouver and from Cincinnati. Back over to you guys, Carl, in New York.
Sarah, we'll be thinking of you as well. That's our Sarah Eisen back home today. Squawk on the Streets back after this. Don't go away.
Good night! Hey, corporate types, would you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things. Well, you know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job?
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Susan, with Paycom, employees do their own payroll. What's Paycom? A magic payroll genie? It's a payroll app.
Payroll is way too complicated for the average person.
Paycom guides them through it. Missing or duplicate punches, pending expenses, unapproved PTO, on and on.
Why would employees want to do all that?
This could be a stretch, but I think it's because they want to get paid correctly. I like getting paid correctly.
For faen, Dowen trader jo så skjevt at han kunne jo faktisk ha gått fremst I Pride-toget.
Jeg får ikke sett på grafen engang, jeg. Alt henger seg her.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Squawk Box, weekday 6 a.m. Eastern on CNBC.
Da ikke det samme siden åpning, siden 15:30.
Own it, don't trade it. That's been my mantra.
Nei, vi gikk jo long på åpning, på åpen, på 3-3-1, 3-3-1-8.
Jo da, men siden kvart på da.
Ja, så hadde det vært samme siden åpning, så hadde vi ikke gått inn ut, men sett jo ballefeil for å begynne.
Kommer snart mot Trine Markte. Jeg er short alt her nå. Nasdaq, Dow Jones, DAX, alt. Jeg får rett.
Volatility. So there's a lot of uncertainty around this weekend's OPEC Plus meeting. The countries, including Russia, pump roughly 40% of the world's crude. Decisions they make have a major impact on oil prices. But investors are worried they won't come to the rescue and cut production, further depressing prices. Valero Energy, Coterra, Pioneer Natural Resources, those are some of the biggest laggards right now that you can see on your screen just on the week, but today you can see that there's a little bit of an uptick. Consumer staples also struggling, down about 5% this week. Investors left the sector in search of more risk. Valuations are still high, which makes it more difficult for investors to put new money back to work in the sector. But I gotta focus on Dollar General because that's part of the group and it takes the spotlight, down roughly 20%, 20% this week. The company warned customers are cutting back on spending, forcing them to slash their full year outlook. Guys, back over to you.
Christina, thanks. Christina Partsinevelos. Still ahead, Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan Hatzius with his reaction to that blowout jobs report. Squawk on the Street returns right after this.
Real-Time Exchange Sector Sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
You could buy a single stock and go all in on one company, or own the sector and invest in keeping good company. Is it so radical to be so rational? Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully. Sector Spiders.
Faen, jeg var jo skikkelig penger på Nasdaq-shorten nå.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading
Du snur fortere, ass.
It's an entire trading experience.
Yep.
With innovation that lets you customize interfaces, charts, and orders to your style of trading. Personalized education to expand your perspective, and a dedicated trade desk of expert-level support that will push you to be even better, and just might change how you trade forever. Because once you experience Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade, there's no going back.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry's helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there. Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on,
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Bertha Coombs. Here's your news update at this hour. Actor Bill Cosby facing a new sexual assault lawsuit after California extended its statute of limitations on sexual assault cases. A former Playboy model came forward alleging Cosby drugged and assaulted her in 1969. A spokesperson for the disgraced comedian denied the claims. In 2018, Cosby was sentenced to 10 years in prison after being convicted of aggravated indecent assault, but a judge overturned it after 3 years. The number of migrants illegally crossing the southwest U.S. border is at its lowest point since the start of the Biden administration. The number has plummeted from more than 10,000 daily just 3 weeks ago, despite predictions of a surge after the end of the Title 42 COVID restrictions in May. Some officials say it's because of a new asylum app and new rules about who is eligible to cross, or just practical things like the weather. And there's a new Spelling Bee champion. 14-year-old Deb Shaw took home the $50,000 prize by correctly spelling Samophile. The word means an organism that prefers or thrives in sandy soils or areas. And because I know you're wondering, Carl, it is spelled P-S-A-M-M-O-P-H-I-L-E, although I've never heard of the word before.
I know you're just looking at the Chiron, Bertha. That's okay.
I've never heard of it.
Åh, fan, jeg hater bare sett og se på.
Check on the markets about an hour to trading on this Jobs Friday. You can see some broad-based strength. Dow's up 425, S&P 42.
Vurderer å stekke opp trærne og ta helg og bare sette i posisjon og følge med på telefonen.
Ahead of consensus for 14 straight months. Joining us in
Alarm på døra ikke da går ut.
chief economist, head of
Hvorfor
global
da?
research.
Jeg vet ikke, jeg har lyst til å gå opp igjen.
here we are again,
Just
sort
you.
of
Ja,
trying to decide.
hva skjedde for noe?
Jeg vet ikke hva alarmen gikk.
Hvem var det nede og så?
Is there confusion this month or not? Is it pretty? Is
Så ingen gidder å se om det er noen her hvis alarmen går?
Han vekket oss. Hvem?
Ja. Det var noen som var nede og så da?
Utover? Og ute og så.
Shows
Faen,
that
for en
the
gjeng.
labor market continues
Så
to
skal
be
jeg ikke se på noe
progress.
galt.
It suggests that we're
Det var noen
still
stått der,
getting the benefit of increases
Bakom
in the labor
50
force,
000 ganger.
and it shows that the economy is currently at least nowhere close to recession.
Does that mean you're able to look past the jump in the unemployment rate?
I think you can, because the jump in the unemployment rate was really driven by a decline in self-employment, and I do think that this can be quite noisy. If you look at the household survey adjusted to the definitions of the establishment survey, you actually got a healthy increase in household employment. So overall, I would say it's a strong report and confirms that the labor market remains very solid.
Once upon a time, maybe 6 months ago, I don't know, it was believed by the markets that the unemployment rate would have to worsen, that people would have to lose their jobs in order for the Fed to take a pause and declare victory on inflation. But we have seen inflation roll over in many key areas: energy, metals, food, all of that's really rolled over. Do you think that we could have a scenario
Er det der,
where the
Sander?
Fed actually pauses for good?
Ja, det er jeg, men jeg vurderer å dra og trene, vet du, for det her er som å se på maling som tørk.
Du får et trøkk opp her da. Ser ut som sedimentet har snudd litt nå.
One of two ways. One, through a big increase in or sizable increase in the unemployment rate. The other one, the much more way of rebalancing the labor market, is to bring down.
Er du sikker på at det ikke er noen nyheter? Kan du se med den der kanalen som du har hvor nyheter på, eller? For det står ikke noe, jeg ser ikke noe her nå. Jeg ser bare på CNBC.
Ja, nei, det er ingenting. Forrige så har vært 18 minutter over 4, så var det US dollar highs, og så har han ikke hatt han JP Morgan-presidenten har pratet, så har det ikke vært noe. Men nå er jo ikke det her det samme som Bloomberg-terminalen da. Det er bare...
In fact, we have a stable funds rate in our forecast through the remainder of the year. Obviously, there are risks around that. I think the risk at the July meeting is towards a hike. It's possible, but our best guess would be...
Den her pusher jo Nasdaqen litt opp igjen da.
Jeg ser det.
Tame in the next few months?
Yes, I do think that that's going to help on a year-on-year basis, and then on a month-to-month basis, there are some cross currents. I think we'll probably see another sizable increase in used car prices in the CPI. At the same time, there are other areas, such as rents, that should be more encouraging. So I do think that over time we'll see gradual deceleration in inflation, but we're still, quite far above the Fed's target. So I think the funds rate's going to stay in restrictive territory, and the market has taken out some of the cuts that are priced in, but there's probably still some ways to go.
You've been below consensus on recession odds for quite a while, even though you did tweak it up a bit to 35% over the next 12 months. You're going to stay there, do you think, or can you afford to bring that back down even?
Well, we tweaked it up from 25% to 35% right after the SVB failure. But the news since then, I think, has been encouraging. So I think the risk here is that I think it comes down, and that's certainly a possibility, because we've gotten a stabilization of sorts in terms of the regional banks. The debt ceiling issue we've put behind us, and the Fed looks like they're going to be on hold, at least at the next meeting. All of that is pretty good news for those of us who think that we can avoid a recession.
Pretty amazing where we are, at least relative to where we thought we would be a few months ago or a few quarters ago. Jan, good weekend. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yes, of course.
Mortgage rates have been on a roller coaster, hitting over 7% just in the last week. Diana Olick joins us now with more on what the volatile moves mean for home buyers. Diana.
Well, Melissa, mortgage rates have been on a tear in just the last few weeks thanks to the debt ceiling and hotter than expected economic reads. And we just, of course, got another one in today's jobs report. Just since the middle of May, the average on the 30-year Feds climbed from around 6.5% to over 7% last week. Then it dropped more than a quarter of a percentage point.
Ricky synes det ser han prøver seg på en kortsiktig long her, men han blir å ta det ut hvis det ikke hvis det bryter under EMA-en, eller moving averagen.
Han må bare vente til nå.
Nei, han var long på oppen, og så har han solgt han når det break below-en kom, og så har han entret long igjen fra rundt klokka 4.
Var longerne Dow eller Nasdaq, eller?
Han trer kun TQQ, SQQ, så
TQQ sier meg ikke en dritt, det Nasdaq?
Ja, Nasdaq, det trippel leverage ETF av Nasdaqen.
Trippel er mye bedre enn den 200 grann mindre.
Ja.
Diana, thank you. Still ahead, Amazon.
Så det ganske nice da, så han trader jo med $600,000, så han kan jo eksponere seg for $1,8 millioner hvis han går og båser det også liksom i de indeksene.
Ja, for nå får et push opp her på både Nasdaq, både DAXen. Dowen omtrent på samme som i stad, eller den ligger jo på samme som i stad.
Ja, han ligger bak på det her.
Må liksom bryte her da. Og PC-en min så inn i helvete tegn.
Det har kanskje lyst til å starte første uka skikkelig i grønt, og så kommer det ned igjen til neste uka.
Jeg får ikke bevege på charten her.
IBM, let's create.
Long eller short? Akkurat nå hadde jeg ikke gjort noen ting. Jeg ligger fortsatt short. Jeg har tradet mange ganger da.
If you have this, and you get this, you could end up with this. Unexpected out-of-pocket costs. So if you're on Medicare, or soon to be, consider this, an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Medicare alone
Men det kom en nyhet som dro opp alt her, og du har ikke fått med deg. Det har ikke jeg fått med meg I hvert fall.
Nei, ingen nyhet noen plass, så må det være noe på Bloomberg-terminalen, noe.
And making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable. Call United Healthcare now and ask for your free decision guide. Medicare supplement plans also let you see any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the US.
Ikke noe nytt på Bloomberg eller noe av de andre heller. Det sikkert bare markedssentiment da.
Jeg vet ikke, limo jævla spesielt. Det derfor jeg tror vi skulle ned nå for en ny jobbtale. For de var så inn I helvetes bra.
Ja, men det må jo være at arbeidsledigheten kom inn høyere enn forventet, altså folk, så grunn for at det går opp, for da tror folk at det mindre sjanse for renteøkning, for da ser du jo en sakning I økonomien. Men samtidig så gir det jo null mening at du skal ha en økning I arbeidsledighet samtidig så det flere jobber.
Ja, det det jeg sier, så du kan ikke se på det.
Scan this code or become a member today at cnbc.com/pro.
Bloomberg reporting this morning that
Ricky solgte halvparten av posisjonen sin nå I TQQ.
In order to offer low-cost mobile service to its US Prime subscribers. The report sending shares of Verizon to a new 52-week low. You can see T-Mobile shares very weak this morning. Dish, AT&T also down, and then Dish shares actually getting a lift on the potential for
Jeg vurderer å ta halvparten med selv, altså. Og så
Ta halve short. Ta halve shorten.
Nei, jeg liker ikke dette, for nå går det bare, det kryper oppover nå, liksom. Vi fikk det fallet i stad, så har det liksom bare krypet sakte, men sikkert oppover. Da vet jeg ikke om jeg gidder å være så. Og det er ikke noen nyheter heller, ingenting. Det er bare sånn klatrer og sånn sakte, men sikkert oppover.
Ja. Ja, det er liksom i minus nå, jeg at det ikke... Og den ene shorten.
Altså, Nasdaq har hentet nesten hele fallet fra seg.
Ja, og Dowen fortsetter å pushe i ny day high, opp i 1,36. I fall med Dowen, så det er ikke ofte du ser at det er Dowen som leder i USA.
Jeg er helt overbevist om at det er noe som ikke vil høre nå, fordi bevegelsen her er ganske spesielle. Alt snudde samtidig.
WH Bushake, ni faen det er for noen. Today's job report is a great report. Det er folk som sitter og prater om rapporten overalt. Prater opp som at det var bra. Du kan jo kanskje få en fin en på US Tech her da. Da pusher det ganske høyt.
I mean, I'm not actually surprised by the reaction because this is an industry that has 55% EBITDA service margins. T-Mobile, who claims to be the Un-carrier, just increased price effectively with their new rate plans. Verizon increased price. There's ample margins in this industry for someone to come in with lower price. And, you know, even Mike Sievers on your own program, I think last week saying, oh, we're not wrecking the industry, we're not wrecking the market, they're making it very healthy. What I wonder, though, is maybe Amazon should take a different tack. Maybe they should go to T-Mobile and Verizon and say, why don't we wholesale you for fixed wireless? You know, this is a new business that T-Mobile and Verizon are using to go after Charter and Comcast and get revenue there. If they're looking for incremental revenue growth, which is hard to find in this industry, maybe that's a better opportunity for both Amazon and the wireless carriers right now.
Yeah, well, it's been an important area, of course. One we've also talked about in the past is whether it could really represent a true competitive threat to broadband, bringing 5G essentially into the home to replace it. Are you surprised, though, at the sell-off in T-Mobile in particular? I mean, that stock is down over 9% right now. Is it the most vulnerable in some way, even if it were leasing its own capacity to Amazon?
I don't know if it's necessarily the most vulnerable. I mean, they've kind of created this mess in the first place by effectively building such a good network, right? The consumer, I think, views these wireless carriers as commoditized networks. But T-Mobile is the one that relies on primarily sub-growth in terms of their overall revenue growth. So if you have someone like Amazon coming with lower prices, and you have the most highly valued company within the space, then clearly that's the one that's going to sell off the most. I mean, I think some people are also concerned that, you know, T-Mobile has effectively enabled this through the MVNO deal with Dish. It's unclear what the terms of those agreements are with Dish, but I think there's certainly ways that Charlie Ergen, who's known to be able to figure out contracts, can use his contracts that he has today with T-Mobile, both T-Mobile and AT&T, to create a service, whether it's sold using Amazon as a distribution channel, or maybe something more aggressive with Amazon to get consumers to basically what he would claim is to buy the best of three networks, Dish, T-Mobile, and Verizon on one rate plan.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to figure something out, Walt.
That's for sure.
We know that. Finally, though, I mean, this has not been a particularly happy place to be for any investors, whether it's AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. What are the prospects for the rest of the year? Is there going to be any sort of inflection point here?
I mean, the problem in terms of valuation, everyone's saying, like, look at AT&T and Verizon, they're down so much. But, I mean, the 2 years, 4.4%, I think, today. And you look historically at what the dividend yields of companies like this trade at, and they've traded a wider spread. So I'm not sure that just because the dividend yield looks attractive, and I'm not, you know, I know a lot of people have talked about them not being able to, these guys will pay the dividend. Yeah. The question is, if you can get the 2 year at 4.4, you know, is the dividend yield at a 300 basis point spread or whatever it is attractive enough for people to start piling into a company that's in an industry that's almost X growth and now potentially faces at least, you know, the speculation of someone like Amazon coming in to upset the apple cart. And by the way, just to reemphasize, 55% service margin. This is a robust margin. Just like Sievert said last week, this is a healthy business. But the problem with healthy businesses is it attracts competition from other people wanting to get into a healthy recurring revenue business.
Understood. Well, always good to get your insight. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Coming up next hour, former Fed Governor Frederick Mishkin makes a case for a raise later in the month. Tune in at 11 a.m. Find out why, as we're just off of session highs at 42.70.
Jävla skummelt FIFA-player.
Dale and Mike have been friends forever. Dale sports this kind of shirt. And Mike recently switched to Fresh Clean Threads.
Lykke til, Eirik.
Here with ultimate confidence. Fresh Clean Threads.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora.
Eucora makes a UTI emergency kit to manage your symptoms until you can see a doctor.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
I remember being on AAU trips, high school games. My mom would always say, you need to fuel the body and you need salt. I would always be the kid not cramping, ready to go. Fast forward 20 years and go from eating salt out of my palm to drinking Element.
I'm Mr. Wonderful, and I'm Chef Wonderful. What does ERC stand for, Chef Wonderful? The Employee Retention Credit. What else does it stand for? Cash flow. This guy's so smart and handsome. Go to wondertrust.com to see if you're eligible.
Let New Age products transform your garage into an area of your home you can be proud of. Modular steel cabinets let you pick and choose the storage solutions to keep your garage organized. With overhead racks and shelving, slat wall, workstations, and flooring that let you create a showroom garage to call your own. Designed for DIY installation, all you need is one weekend to take your garage from unusable to unbelievable. Visit us at newAgeProducts.com.
Weeknights from Wall Street to K Street and Main Street. Get the stories behind the numbers.
Last Call is really about spotting tomorrow's opportunities tonight.
Brian Sullivan hosts Last Call. Weeknights 7 Eastern, CNBC.
Them Diamondbacks are mighty poisonous. We should get you to a doctor.
Real cattle herd don't need no doctor. Let's drive this herd.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Organization designed for a lifetime of modern functionality. The Dresser by Thuma.
Sure, you'll teach her to drive a car. Then use Greenlight and teach her to save up for her own car. Mowing lawns and getting paid. Navigate the world of earning, saving, and investing together. Invest in your best investment. Greenlight.
If you have employees, you need to check out the ERC program, Chef Wonderful. Why, Mr. Wonderful? Because it's cash flow that you don't have to pay back. Good to know.
Hvor langt tror du tenker jeg til å se det går? Over 25 kroner.
Go to wondertrust.com to see if you're eligible.
While use cases for AI continue to grow, there is one industry leaning hard
Capital
into technology.
5% da.
Support. Julia Borson joins us with that story. Julia.
Well, David, we've all had that moment of frustration where we press zero, desperate to talk to a real person, and companies are paying to address that customer frustration, spending an estimated $461 billion globally on call centers last year, according to ReportLinker, and companies are on track to spend more than $58 billion on customer service software by 2030. Now, increasingly, that software is driven by AI and could help cut some of those call center costs. VCs see a massive opportunity here.
Hvis markedet holder seg, tipper jeg han kommer til å komme over 15 spenn. Men hvis markedet faller, så faller den som alt annet.
At the forefront of these is Forethought. Its customer service software, which recently integrated ChatGPT, is used by companies including Marriott, Instacart, and Upwork. Forethought says it resolves more than half of customer complaints before they get to a human.
Er det noen som har peiling på PC, eller hvorfor den henger seg hele tida?
Ja, det er vel CPU-en da.
Ja, men vi snakket om det i går, og ingen har jo snøring. Er det det samme som grafikkort, eller?
Nei, CPU-en prosessoren I datamaskinen din. Altså, du har streamingen bruker grafikkortet ditt, og CPU-en på en måte processing uniten din. Så når du har oppe masse charge og masse data som går gjennom hele tiden, så trenger han processing power, og CPU-en din I den PC-en der drit.
Så for det har på alt det bakgrunnsgreiene her?
Ja, du har oppe 4, hva du har mange charts oppe noe samtidig, og på TD-en, du har oppe 4 charts på TD, pluss IG I bakgrunn. Alt det her bruk CPU-kraft. Så jo flere charts du har oppe, som aktiv samtidig, jo verre blir det.
Ja, men hvorfor skjer det? Hvorfor skjer ikke, altså hvis jeg skrur av PC-en og går på, så den fin. Og så går det kanskje en halvtime, og så legger den igjen.
Fordi at han bygger opp, altså sånn, du kan si han tar mer og mer data etter hvert. Du får jeg husker ikke hva det heter, men sånn compiling files.
Så kan man ikke skylde, det samme som cache eller catchy eller noe? Cache?
Ja, cache, og så kan du si, jeg trodde jo hele tiden det var RAM, at du bare brukte opp local-rammen din, men Morten mener du ikke gjør det, så vet du faen.
Ja, for jeg vet ikke noe for å si det på.
Ja, jeg ville ha en bedre CPU. Jeg har ikke noe, det eneste gangen jeg har problemer, det når TD klikker, altså selve TD.
Nei, for sånn som nå, så kan ikke jeg, ja, nå den litt bedre da, men jeg får liksom ikke, ser du, jeg får ikke, ja, ser du, nå går den av seg selv, liksom. Men faen, jeg tror jeg aldri har vært så mye I minus på en halv kontrakt på en indeks før. Ja, det ganske sjukt, altså, men se så sterk han da.
Ja. Jeg er faen med minus 1200 kroner på en halv kontrakt.
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
Ricky helt ute av Nasdaq.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically
Han ser lack of progress og større muligheter på nedsiden enn oppsiden. Så han har tatt profit og dippet.
Even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Så han har gjort en trade. Han sitter bare og følger med på den ene traden han, på en hel dag.
Ja, han har gjort 2 trades nå da. Han tradet jo oppsiden på frem til 15.40, selv seg ut når det snudd, og så ventet han til vi hittet det nivået rundt klokka 4. Da har han gått long, og da har han holdt longen sin helt opp til nå, ja. Så er han kun med på den. Og det har han sikkert gjort 100 000 kroner på I dag.
Da det 3-gangeren.
Ja, 3 ganger leverage.
Nok litt smartere det, også, den 200-greiene her, for her smeller det så jævla all veier.
Ja. Erik, du må være medlem I hans private Discord-community. Du betaler en engangssum på 5 000 kroner eller noe sånt, og så får du lifetime access til communityen hans.
Why today's jobs report could mean a hike is ahead and not a pause.
The CEO of Novartis is with us as well as the ASCO conference kicks off. Positive data on its
Nei, jeg tror jeg blir å sprenge kontoen min I dag, på den jævla dagen.
Den så tanet da, hvis ikke du kan holde den. Altså, den går jo bare, den følger jo ingenting her, den har bare gått opp hele dag.
Ja, akkurat derfor jeg holder den. Han kan gå opp $70 til. 70, eller jeg kan tape, han kan gå rett under dobbelt så mye opp før jeg blir sprengt. Så, men jeg setter jo på en så liten konto, så jeg har bare suttet og lekt meg med småbeløp mens jeg ventet på den her kontoen vi skulle få. Så det gjør ingen ting.
Det som plager meg at ikke, jeg ser ikke hvorfor vi går opp nå. Jeg ser ikke.
Jeg tenkte jo hele markedet liksom. Nei, du har sikkert masse luringer på media nå, så det bare kommer nyheter på at det her bra tall og bra tall, så...
Nei, det ikke... Nå har du flere som sier at det blir rate hike, antagelig.
get
Ja, da
those
får du komme der.
underperformers in the
Ja,
market.
men vi går opp.
Ja, Erik, han trer en halvtime til en time live omtrent alle dagene I uka.
Men nå går den Dow Jonesen mer her. Dow Jones. Og jeg får
Ja, det går seg til helvete.
opp bildet mitt igjen.
Nå kom det bare opp at S&P og Dow Jones, stay highs, VIX lows. VIX ned 5,8%, nei 5,18% I dag. Så.
Meanwhile, topping the tape, as Melissa said, tech continues to lift up the market. B of A does see record weekly inflows, $8.5 billion entering the sector for the week ending May 31. Says the market has become bored of waiting for rates to cause a recession and investors refusing to fade 4,200, clearly with the biggest companies with the biggest margins getting favored. Let's bring in Mike Santoli, CNBC senior markets commentator. You must think today is pretty interesting.
I do think it's interesting. I also think these kind of days I call the subtraction of all fears, because there really has been a resistance to believe what the market cap weighted S&P 500 has been saying, for good reason. It's been uneven. It's been top heavy. The thing about it is, all along the way, people were very early to call this is overdone. It's only been 3 months, really, that we've had this handful of stocks dominating things. Only since SVB. And these things have gone on for a year and a half before that. So today you do see some re-rotation toward the laggards. The Russell 2000's up more than 2%. Retail's bouncing. Energy's bouncing. So we'll see how much room there is for something like that. But you have a really interesting moment where, what does it mean right now not to fight the Fed and not to fight the tape? The tape is kind of cooperating here. You mentioned the volatility index. It's merely reflecting how the index has behaved and the divergences within the index. Bull markets, it's unremarkable to have it below 15. In bear markets, it's rare, and it means that it's kind of bottoming. So I don't think you have to define what kind of market we're in right now, except that we're in kind of this mixed zone, waiting for a hard or soft landing, waiting for the market to broaden out or buckle for one last flush lower.
It is interesting that if you believe that we are headed for some sort of a soft landing or Goldilocks scenario, you would think that there'd be much more positioning in the cyclicals, that they would see much more upside. I mean, you can argue that tech will still see upside, but the bigger beta, the bigger gains will be made in these underperforming cyclicals.
You absolutely would expect that, Melissa. I agree. The thing is, people are going to be hesitant to really go all in on that idea, because no matter what you're talking about, you're still at 3-point-something unemployment.
Ja, Romeo.
It's still kind of later cycle, even if the cycle has more life in it.
Ja.
And so
Fin da. En blå sommerfugl.
Ja, mursjans.
Til hvem da?
Det går fint. Jeg må lage noe.
Kul da.
Buksa jævla stramme da.
Nei, det er ikke strål.
Det er tynneliks.
Nei, det er kul da.
Og så den her, backen, sånn er det,
But I think being dogmatic
Ja, den er fett.
the market has to act when the yield curve inverts, and therefore recession has to come on time. It's not coming on time. And maybe it will come, but it's not really satisfying the people who got too negative on the economy.
Nei, Dowen er faen åpnet snart 1,7% I dag.
That number goes lower, not higher.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fy faen, den har sprunget fra Nasdaqen og S&P.
And accidents can happen.
Ja, jeg tror den gikk nok I går, jeg.
Accelerate the process of getting
Jo, ikke det. Tydeligvis.
Look, we're running out of year. Okay, the first half of the year is kind of almost over, and you know.
Fikk jo det rally I går da.
From a 200,000+ job.
Det synes jeg skal fortsette.
Monthly to.
Nei, men jeg må komme på trening nå, skal jeg rekke alt jeg skal gjøre, så jeg må bare følge med på telefonen, jeg. Så har heller bare, ja, jeg faen egentlig. Det går nå så det går. Forhåpentligvis så blir jeg ikke stoppet før nedturen kommer, men.
Om det kommer noen nedtur.
Ja, det var det.
Now about 71%. But after today's data, our next guest does recommend at the next meeting. Joining us this morning, former Federal Reserve Board Governor Rick Mishkin, now a professor at Columbia. Rick, happy Friday. Great to have you with us. It does sound.
Ja, du får lykke til med treningen videre, så ringer jeg deg I kveld I sånne her 9-10-tida og hører om det kontoene, hvis du har fått noe.
Ja, jeg kan heller gi lyd til deg hvis jeg får noe. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg gjør for noe sånt. Mulig jeg legger meg litt tidlig I dag, jeg litt sånn sliten. Jeg har vært oppe siden klokka 4 I dag.
Ja, såpass, ja.
Bare ring. Hvis jeg har lyden av, så har da var jeg lagt meg.
Ja, nei, men jeg vet det. Da prøver jeg bare å ringe. Hvis ikke så får du noe bare så godt, og så høres vi litt på helga.
Konge, ha det.
Ha det, lykke til.
So from my perspective, the Fed really does need to keep raising rates. And, you know, it was not crazy to talk about pausing because we might want to see what's going on. On the other hand, the fact that numbers have been so strong, and the latest jobs report indicates that they're going to have to keep raising rates. Very unlikely not unless something really untoward happens or there's a big problem in the banking sector, but I don't see that. Maybe the Fed sees something that we don't see because they have more information. So right now, I think that the Fed's got to show that they're serious about getting inflation down, long way away from where they want to be. So to me, that means that they need to hike. But, you know, I can see that a pause is a possibility, a strong possibility. But I would go a little bit more hawkish.
Yesterday, it was Bullard talking about whether or not we're in modestly restrictive territory. Do you not think we're there quite yet?
Så hør litt på han Hegnar da, eller?
Modestly restrictive territory. There's no question in my
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor helvete det skal opp nå. Skal vi sjekke her. Hvor ble den der... Hvor er den der Trygve skulle ha sånn prat I dag? Har du sett den, eller? Hva faen da? Ja, men hvor er den der om laks og sånn?
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right message at the right time. We're the multi-screen brand and advertising platform. We are SmartClip.
Velkommen til Økonominyhetene. Det blitt fredag 2. juni. Årets 3 første måneder ble tøffe for norske husholdninger og bedrifter. Både mislighold og konkurser steg forbi 2019 og 2020-nivå. April og mai ble litt bedre, men trenden urovekkende, og vi har med oss Norges-sjef I Creditsafe, Per Fjærestad. Men aller først litt om det som skjer I markedene.
Hva har skjedd nå?
Børs og hovedindeksen stiger 1,7%, Trygve.
Ja, og det ganske mye. Og forklaringen ganske enkel. Det at oljeprisen da har gått litt opp.
Og så skal jeg trade med grann her.
Og vi ser Equinor opp 3% I dag. Det veldig sterkt for et så stort selskap. Det jo Norges største selskap. Og Aker BP opp 5%. Det veldig sterkt. Så utslagene av en høyere oljepris veldig store. Og I tillegg til at da de rene oljeselskapene da går kraftig, fordi at oljeprisen da går litt grann, ikke så veldig mye, det at også har sett et lite løft I offshore-sektoren, altså supply-selskaper og seismikkselskaper og så videre. Hele oljebransjen, oljerelaterede selskaper, de går opp I dag. Og det drar da hovedindeksen opp nesten 2%.
Og så har vel litt sammenheng med at man I USA I går bestemt seg for at nå skal vi heve gjeldstaket.
Ja,
de har også fått fart I råvarepriser.
Jeg ser vi har browsere.
Det som drar generelt opp I hele verden, da, det USA og Østen og kanskje også Norge, det det at man har fått på plass det berømte gjeldstaket, hvor da USA da har hatt en debatt frem og tilbake mellom republikanerne, demokratene og Biden. Liksom, skal man da heve gjeldstaket, skal man ikke heve det? Hvis man ikke hever gjeldstaket, så da USA angivelig konkurs. Og at man da liksom har misligholdt på den gjelden sin, og det selvfølgelig så tull. USA kan aldri gå konkurs. De kan bare trykke mer dollar eller skaffe seg den type penger hele tiden. Men det sånn folkelig snakk, så var det snakk om konkurs. Og en merkelig debatt I det hele tatt. Og vi visste jo, hvis man kan vite, så visste man jo at de ville øke det gjeldstaket, fordi man kunne ikke komme I en situasjon hvor man bare kranglet om de klarte å betale regningene våre.
Det finnes ikke noe alternativ egentlig.
Nei, og offentlig ansatt skal de få lønn eller ikke få lønn. Det en tullete debatt. De ville fått lønnen sin. Man kunne selvfølgelig tenke seg en uke eller to at pengene kom for sent. Men de ville få pengene sine, og gjeldstaket ville komme. I hvert fall mente jeg det. Og når det da endelig kom, så ble alle lettet. Vi får ikke noen krise I USA, og den lettelsen, den førte da til generell interesse for at markedet var bedre igjen. Liksom selskapene ville da ikke bli liksom lagt brakk, de ville tjene penger som de hadde planlagt å gjøre. Og summen av alle de positive tingene, eller push-elementene da, I USA og I Asia og I Europa for øvrig, gjør at vi har fått en løfting av hele markedet. Om det var noe annet.
Det det som løfter Norse Atlantic også, flyselskapet?
Det vet jeg ikke noe om.
15% opp nå?
Ja, det et bittelite selskap, ikke sant? Og de tappte 800 millioner I første kvartal. Det veldig mye penger for jeg mener ikke til filleselskap, men I størrelse et bittelite selskap. Og om de får det til, det vet vi jo ikke, men når de taper 800 millioner kroner på et kvartal, og da falt jo aksjekursen også ganske kraftig, og så får man et løft tilbake, en rekyl tilbake. Det kanskje ikke så unaturlig, men hvis man spekulerer I at nå blir det et veldig stort og lønnsomt selskap som skal konkurrere med Norwegian og SAS og andre europeiske selskaper, det tviler jeg på. Så det litt unaturlig økning I aksjekursen I dag.
Men nå better man kanskje på kortsiktig I hvert fall at flyene kommer til å gå fulle med amerikanere I sommer?
Noen tror kanskje det har jeg ikke kunnskap om. Det kan jeg ikke si noe om. Det jeg vet at det kan tenkes at prisene, at de nå fyller flyene, kan tenkes at prisene veldig lave da. Så at det blir en priskonkurranse I Europa, og fra Europa til USA igjen, og til andre amerikanske byer. Og det klart at de pleier å drepe selskapene ganske raskt, hvis man da får den priskonkurransen. Og det ser ut som det vi hører, at Norse prøver seg på å få trafikk på lavere priser. Og det en ganske skummel taktikk, for hvis du da ikke får prisene høye nok, så hjelper det ikke om du får belegget opp fra 70-75%, fra 80-85%. Hvis prisene for lave, så blir det tap uansett, og tapet I første kvartal på 800 millioner uforståelig høyt.
Et annet flyselskap, Norwegian, den litt ned I dag, men ikke så veldig mye, 1,2-1,3%.
Ja, og altså, Norwegian ligger rundt 12 kroner eller sånt, og det har vært også megleranalytikere som har sagt at den kursen skal opp I 16-17 kroner, eller 18-19-20 kroner. Det veldig langt opp fra 12 kroner til 20.
13 I dag da?
Ja, 13 I dag, men det som kanskje får Norwegian opp, det at det stadig, ikke rykte, men små meldinger I aviser og andre steder, om at det så stor interesse for Norwegian, at de kommer til å gjøre det bra, de flinke, de klarer å holde prisene, og de skal øke flåten sin fra, jeg vet ikke hvor mange fly, de snakker om 50 fly eller sånn, fremover. Kanskje mer enn det også.
Jeg tror det begynner å nærme seg 70 eller noe sånt.
Ja, ok. Så det virker fornuftig det de gjør, så har de kvittet med mye av gjelden, og har en ganske god ledelse, så det et bra selskap, og de står mye bedre til enn SAS, som da på en måte slipper ut meldinger om at det går veldig dårlig. Tappte 1,4 milliarder I andre kvartal, det avvikende regnskapsår. Tappte 3 milliarder I første kvartal. Og så skal de gjennom da denne refinansieringen, som nesten helt umulig å få til. For de skal da få liksom da folk som har gjeld, altså gjeld I selskapet til 20 milliarder, gjort om til aksjer. Og så skal de gå til markedet og få da nye aksjonærer til å betale da 9,5 milliarder for nye aksjer. Det blir endelig mye aksjer. Konverteringen av gjeld og da tegning av nye aksjer. Og da det noen som setter ut rykter om at liksom det stor interesse for SAS, og kanskje det europeiske selskaper, som Lufthansa og andre, som da vil kjøpe SAS, og det har ingen tro på. Så det noen som pusher den aksjen. Men mitt budskap og det har vært I lang tid, og jeg har snakket om det ganske mange ganger, det det at de nåværende aksjonærene I SAS, de aksjene som ute I markedet, de verdt null. Så de kan bare avskrive med en gang, så at de som da nå spekulerer I kursbevegelse I SAS-aksjen, de lever et litt farlig liv da. For at hvis mine regnestykker går inn, så de aksjene verdt null når konverteringen ferdig. For da vil det bli milliarder av nye aksjer, som da vasker man ut de gamle aksjene. Og i beste fall så får de kanskje da 1% av selskapet, eller 2% av selskapet. Så de som spekulerer i SAS, det veldig ille. De som spekulerer i Norwegian, de gjør det litt bedre, kanskje kan de få det til. Og de som spekulerer i Norse, det tredje flyselskapet, de tar også store sjanser.
Apropos store sjanser, Movi ikke villig til å ta så veldig store sjanser på investeringer fremover nå. Det kommer en nyhet like før vi gikk i studio.
Ja, altså den siste meldingen der jo det at de har sagt det hele tiden for øvrig da, har sagt at hvis man får denne grunnrentebeskatningen av lakseindustrien, så vil de da på en måte ta ned investeringene sine i Norge, for de mener at det for stor risiko. Og de sier nå det at de skal ta ned investeringen med 5 milliarder kroner. Det forskjellige typer opp, altså en del av prosessen da, med liksom settefisk og hva det måtte være, hvor de hadde tenkt seg en rekke nye anlegg langs kysten, og de sier at vi har 7 anlegg i andre land. 7 land med anlegg. Hvis da Norge på en måte endrer beskatningen så raskt og så mye, så vil vi da helt ha pengene til utland. Så de sier at de 5 milliarder vi hadde planlagt å investere, de flytter vi til andre land. Det et ganske tøft budskap til regjeringen og de som var for grunnrentebeskatning. Men jeg tror de mener det. De så sinna, for det de sier, som helt riktig, når Movi sier at vi betaler nå liksom mye mer skatt enn vi gjorde før, hjelper ikke det at regjeringen først planla en grunnrenteskatt på 40%, som de tok det til 25%. Så det gikk veldig høyt ut, og så i prosessen på Stortinget, så denne ekstraskatten kommet ned til 25%, pluss de 22% fra før da. Ja, det summen. Og så sier de at det blir så mye at det finner oss ikke i, vi gidder ikke lenger. Vi et fritt selskap, vi gjør hva vi vil, og vi tar nå ned investeringen i Norge, og det kommer selvfølgelig da de ansatte i de selskapene til å bli jævlig sure for. Så det vil kanskje påvirke da kommunevalget til høsten, at liksom en del av disse kystkommunene, så vil da de være preget av at Movi har sagt at vi tar pengene ut.
Ja, og det mange medarbeidere som rammes av det.
Og også andre, jeg tror også flere andre, jeg har ikke sett så nøye på det i dag, også andre oppdragsselskaper som i dag ned, på grunn av den samme tingen, at det en dårlig holdning til dette her nå i øyeblikket.
Men tror du det biter på finansminister Trygve Slagsvold Vedum og statsminister Jonas Gahr Støre?
Nei, ikke det hele tatt. På Stortinget har de nå bestemt seg for at den grunnrentebeskatning man har stemt for, i prinsippet, og det tallet man har kommet frem til, de 25%, det holder de seg til. Og så det også slik at SV har jo sagt, som da ikke med på det forliket, de har jo sagt at de skal endre den beskatningen i forbindelse med budsjettet for 24. Det vil si at de krever høyere skatt enn de 25 ekstra prosentene. Og de får helt sikkert mer røst på det, så det vil da være ganske stort press på Venstre og dette ensakspartiet som da stemte for regjeringsforslaget nå. Så det blir en fight om beskatningen av oppdrettsnæringen også i høst, og det ikke bra. Det negativt for næringen.
Kommer til å plage regjeringen med hver anledning?
Ja, først ved kommunevalget, og så stortingsvalget om 2,5 år.
Da tror jeg vi har kommet gjennom de viktigste tingene. Solstad Offshore opp 5%, Golden Ocean opp 3,5%, Subsea 7, som da innenfor olje-offshore-sektoren, opp 4,5%. Hydro 5,5%, Yara også blir med på det litt mer positive sentimentet. PGS opp til nye 3,6%. Etter da kontraktsrusjen uka drar også med seg TGS. SalMar ned 1%, og Movi faller 0,65%, men aksjen går også ekstra utbytte på 2 kroner i dag.
Vi bør kanskje nevne det at kronekursen har styrket seg litt mot dollar og litt mot euroen. Så nå det under 11 kroner på dollaren og under 12 kroner på euroen. Så det en kjempedebatt da, i sånne fagmiljøer og blant samfunnsøkonomer. Og investorspitalen, da liksom hvorfor har da kronekursen falt så mye? Og man kan si masse om det, rentedifferanser og alminnelig oppgitthet over regjeringen, at de rike flytter og så videre. Det er ingen som har det klare svaret. Men det som jeg tror rimelig sikkert at Norge kommer til å heve renten. Prisveksten fremdeles alt for stor, så de kommer til å heve renten fremover. Og det kan da bety at kanskje kronen styrker seg litt grann. Hvis de andre land senker, og Norge som øker renten, så kan det bety at rentedifferansen i favør av en styrket krone. Men ingen har svaret, og ingen vet det. Men akkurat i dag så ser det som da liksom folk tenker at ok, fallet mot dollar har vært for sterkt, det blir bedre nå. Fallet mot euroen har vært sterkt, det blir litt bedre nå. Og det litt bedre i dag.
Og vi som igjen i Norge, vi blir fattigere i forhold til landet rundt oss.
Ja, hvis du skal handle
mindre kjøpekraft i hvert fall.
Hvis du skal handle i utlandet, så får du mindre kjøpekraft. Men vår oljefondet, den store sparegrisen vår, den har jo da passert 15 000 milliarder kroner.
Ja, begynner å nærme seg. Den har vært oppe og snus på 15 400 milliarder.
Ja, det er
Ikke sånn rundt 15 200-15 300 i dag.
Det er veldig mye penger, og da, av den potten så kan vi da bruke hvert år rundt 300-400 milliarder kroner. Og det er jo ingenting mot pottens størrelse, mot vår lille kasse.
Før vi går videre, vil vi bare minne om at hvis du ikke rekker å se denne sendingen, så kan du også høre den ved å søke opp Økonominyhetene, der du hører podcast, på Spotify, Apple og selvfølgelig på finansavisen.no/podcast. Etter en kort pause er vi tilbake igjen med Per Fjærestad i KreditSafe, og vi skal se litt på hvordan det ser ut i norsk næringsliv og også på hjemmesektoren. Det skal dreie seg om konkursstatistikk og kredittsjekking.
Og nå er det sånn med elbil at da på en måte får du bensinstasjonen hjemme.
Nå merker jeg at du begynner å bli bærekraft.
Det at folk kjører rundt biler til 1 million, det var forbeholdt veldig få før. Og nå kjører jo alle rundt i en bil til nærmere 1 million.
Som jeg sier, jeg har den drømmen, men jeg har aldri hatt en G63 på den turen.
Siste pris. Du har gitt den prisen, men hva er den siste prisen? Siste prisen? Ja. Vi vet første pris, middels pris, ikke interessant. Siste pris, det er det vi vet.
Ja, da var vi med oss Per Fjærestad i KreditSafe. Velkommen.
Takk.
Starten på året var litt sånn urovekkende, og det var tøft både for bedrifter og privatpersoner. Det så litt bedre ut i april og mai, men trenden er litt urovekkende, er det ikke det?
Jo, og den er ganske klar og tydelig på at vi får en økning når det gjelder konkurser. For så vidt har kanskje det, eller ikke kanskje, det har vært forventet, men det må jo nevnes at i tiden før, altså det vi kaller under pandemien, så var det jo unormalt lite konkurser. Så det vi sa i den tiden, det var at vi måtte forvente, noen snakket om et konkursras, det tror jeg ikke noe på, men jeg tenkte vi må i hvert fall forvente en konkurskorrigering, sånn at vi er oppe på det nivået vi lå før pandemien. Så skjer det jo alltid ting som man ikke kan forutsi, altså man kommer ut av det man kaller pandemien, og så kommer man inn i en ny krise. Det var med inflasjon, det var renteøkninger, det er energikrise, det var Ukraina og flere ting som gjorde at bildet ble plutselig ganske annerledes. Så det har nok akselerert mer enn det man kanskje kunne ha forutsett. Så det er riktig som vi sier. Q1 2023, da hadde vi en økning på 46% sammenlignet med samme periode i fjor. Og det er ganske mye. Da var vi oppe på det nivået som vi lå på før pandemien.
Men det var kanskje mye prosent, men det er kanskje ikke så mye antall bedrifter?
Nei, altså det er et godt poeng. Altså det er generelt, det må jeg få lov til å si, så har vi jo, det vet vi jo, altså vi har jo en god og en ryddig økonomi i Norge, altså næringslivet er ryddig, det er lite konkurser i Norge. I snitt så har vi ligget på pluss minus 1% av aksjeselskaper som går konkurs i løpet av et år. Før pandemien så lå det lå opp mot 4000 i år aksjeselskaper som går konkurs, og det er ikke mye.
Men kanskje det er for få? Det er for få som tør satse og sette penger i business, og så det er for statisk alt sammen.
Ja, det kan være. Altså det er jo kanskje litt farlig, ikke riktig å si, altså, men altså, konkurser er jo nødvendig. Altså, det er jo på en måte å rydde opp i foretak som ikke har, ofte, som ikke bør være på markedet. Sånn at det er nok kanskje et poeng du har, at det er for få. Det er på en måte... Jeg vil ikke si at det er for få, men det jeg kan si, det er jo at hvis vi tenker etter, så kommer faktisk økningen i konkursen ofte når det er gode tider. For da har vi på en måte tar litt mer risiko, det er mer investeringer, mer etableringer, altså man tar en høyere risiko. Sånn at det i gode tider medfører økt konkurs, mens i trangere tider så har den en tendens til å bli færre konkurser.
Men du var innom den pandemitiden, altså fra 2021, og da sa jo alle, også vi i våre aviser, vi skrev om det, alle andre aviser skrev om det, at nå kommer masse konkurser, folk orker enten de driver bare restauranter eller industribedrifter eller reiseselskaper. Det skulle være krise overalt, men det ble jo ikke det. Det kan jo tyde på at staten drysset penger over alle sammen, sånn helikoptervirksomhet som vi kaller det, ikke sant? At de bare kjører over oss og drysser penger på oss. Sannsynligvis fikk da næringslivet på brev fra så mye penger, at vi ikke fikk de konkursene alle hadde regnet med. Staten reddet oss.
Og som Trygve er inne på, altså, vi setter litt tall på det, 225 konkurser i april og 280 i mai. Hvis vi ser på mot totalen, så er jo ikke det et veldig stort tall.
Nei, det er ikke et stort tall. Men på mars...
Det er 300 000 bedrifter som populasjoner, eller er det enda flere?
Det er aksjeselskaper, så det ligger rundt 1% som går konkurs nå. Og men det er en økning, det er i hvert fall en ting som er klart. Både i april og mai. Så den trenden med den høye konkursøkningen som vi fikk sammenlignet i Q1, den fortsetter, men ikke like høyt.
Men hva er det bygg og anlegg, eller er det bedrifter som går over?
Ja, det litt interessant, fordi at vi så jo rett etter, altså i oppstarten spesielt av Q1, så var det serveringsbransjen som fikk en voldsom økning, og detaljhandel. Og det de to bransjene som hadde færrest konkurser, som hadde størst nedgang under pandemien, det var, som på en måte hadde et veldig lavt tall. Og da kom den korrigeringen. Så det økte det kraftig. Bygg og anlegg, det har alltid vært på en måte, det der vi har, det størst risiko i bygg og anlegg. Det der vi har de fleste konkursene. 25% av alle konkurser kommer i den bransjen. Og den relativt jevn i forhold til konjunkturer. Så den går litt ned, den går ned, så går den litt opp, den går opp. Men det vi ser nå, det at den bransjen, den øker. Den økte også i Q1, men nå i april og mai så øker den mer enn i andre bransjene. Og vi skiller litt på det som vi kaller for spesialisering innen bygg og anlegg, og det som heter oppføring av bygninger. De har vært relativt like. Det vi ser nå, det at økning kommer det som heter oppføring av bygninger. Og det stemmer nok kanskje greit med det vi leser og ser om i den bransjen der også, at nå det litt stillstand, ikke litt, det stillstand i etablering av boliger for eksempel, som nå begynner å prege det markedet.
For å løfte inn på et annet spor også, i og med at vi tror at det ikke så veldig mange konkurser, men det en bransje som har 38 000 utøvere, som aldri har konkurser. Hvilken det? Dagens quiz?
Ja.
38 000 utøvere, ingen konkurser.
Ja, i den quizen drar ikke jeg med noen poeng, skjønner dere da. Så det...
Landbruket.
Ja.
Landbruket, der de jo selvstendig næringsdrivende. Og det 38 000 utøvere, da i det aldri noen konkurser her.
Nei.
Ja, det
en eller to da, 3 stykker i året eller sånn da.
Det var
ingen, men 3 eller 4 i året eller sånn da.
Et veldig godt poeng, og da må jeg også nevne at i de statistikkene vi ser på, eller de tallene vi ser på, så har vi hele tiden forholdt oss til AS da, og vi tar ikke med oss enkeltpersonsforetak. Så der har jeg ikke noe tall, men jeg har på en måte en god følelse på at vi ser at det øker, og det nok ikke bøndene og landbruket som øker der, men det nok enkeltpersonsforetak relatert til bygg og anlegg, ofte de som blir leid inn, og der ser vi at det nok også en bransje som sliter, og så det med den type foretaksform som enkeltpersonsforetak.
Du var inne på at serveringsbransjen hadde det tungt i vinter, og det var kanskje ikke så rart. Men nå ser vel det mye lysere ut?
Ja, fordi at det har snudd. Det var en voldsom økning av konkurser i oppstarten av Q1, men nå ser vi at det igjen en nedgang i konkurser. Sånn at der går det langt bedre nå i serveringsbransjen. Om det var en type opprydding som skjedde akkurat når vi kom inn på nyåret, det vet jeg ikke, men jeg tror... Ja, det går bedre, men det en utsatt bransje. Det har alltid vært en utsatt bransje for konkurser, og det nok en bransje som også sliter. Jeg tror de bransjene som... Norsk næringsliv vil alltid være avhengig av konsumenter, altså oss som forbrukere. Det et godt måleparameter på hvordan det går, det hvordan vi agerer som konsumenter. Og da det spesielt noen bransjer som veldig eksponert for oss som forbrukere. Og det blant annet serveringsbransjen. Og det jo nesten et paradoks, for nå har vi pratet veldig mye om alle sier at nå må vi stramme inn livreima, vi har fått høyere renter, vi har fått høyere energikostnader, den inflasjon, matvarene økt, og vi må være med for...
Ja, kameraten fra utlandet, han snakker så inn i helvetes rart.
Reiser har vi bestilt som aldri før, og vi har bestilt de dyreste reisene. Så det jo det som spørsmålet, hvor mye mer av dette tåler vi før vi på en måte enten skjønner at vi må stramme inn livreima, eller kommer dit at vi på en måte nærmest møter veggen. Og vi ser jo en tendens, etter hva de tallene leser fra gjeldsregisteret også, at forbruksgjelden på vei oppover igjen. Så der det litt som, hva skjer når vi plutselig skjønner at hei, vi har ikke de pengene som vi trodde vi hadde. Da kan det gå utover serveringsbransjen eksempelvis. Og jeg vet vi tidligere også har snakket litt om bilbransjen, som også nå ser en økning i konkurser. Det en relativt liten bransje, men det sier det også.
Hotell- og reiseliv også ser vel ganske bra ut nå, hvis du ser et par år tilbake med pandemi og så videre. Nå det vel med lav kronekurs og...
Det absolutt. Så, og spesielt nå får vi jo både...
Får vi svensker og dansker og tysker og franskmenn og spanjoler
vi får hele Europa.
og...
Ja, meksikanere også, ikke bare hele Europa, men vi får... Nei, men absolutt, det har jo de meldt reiselivsbransjen, og vi selv vil jo nå i langt større grad feriere vårt eget land enn å reise til utlandet. Det nok en del av de som var litt kjapp med å bestille en utenlandsreise som kanskje ville tenkt seg om en annen gang hvis jeg har sett hvordan valutakursene har endret seg også. Så.
Kanskje du vil ligge telt i Norge?
Ligge telt i Norge?
Ja, men jeg tror det tror jeg.
Telt og bobiler?
Ja, men absolutt. Det tror jeg er riktig, ja. Ja. Jeg bare tenkte litt tilbake til det du sa med at norsk næringsliv på en måte blir drysset penger over det. Det nok riktig at det hjelper selvfølgelig.
I 2020, ja.
Ja, under pandemien. Men det en annen ting som jeg tror kan ha påvirket, eller som påvirker konkursutviklingen i en sånn periode. Da var det jo tross alt stillstand. Altså for at man skal gå konkurs, så må det være en viss aktivitet i tillegg. Du må pådra deg forpliktelser som ikke du greier å håndtere. Altså kanskje et litt søkt eksempel, men hvis du driver i en restaurant- eller restaurantserveringsbransjen, og så må du stenge ned, så kjøper du ikke mer fat med øl. Du sier opp, eller du permitterer kokken og dørvakten, og du legger ned alt det du kan legge ned, og så får du da penger for å opprettholde og kunne håndtere de faste kostnadene som fremdeles ligger der. I motsatt tilfelle det gode tider, og du driver et utested som ikke går bra, så vil du ikke si opp og permittere kokken og slutte å kjøpe inn varer. Du vil fortsette med det i langt større grad for å opprettholde butikken og på en måte få inn gjester. Og til slutt sitter du da med en økonomisk forpliktelse ikke du greier å betale. Du greier ikke å betale lønn, og du greier ikke å betale bryggeri. Som et eksempel da. Sånn at det liksom bare sånn for å illustrere at det som skjedde oss under pandemien, det var jo at vi på en måte tok et steg tilbake. Aktiviteten ble langt lavere, og det har nok også påvirket på hva det har dratt på oss av utestående. Fordi vi i tillegg har en buffer. Både konsulenter og privatpersoner har hatt en buffer, vi har bygd opp en buffer. Og jeg sa det innledningsvis også, norsk næringsliv jo ryddig og jo i utgangspunktet driver det bra. Så veldig mange tålte å være nedstengt.
Har du noen spådommer for året som kommer? 2023 inn i 2024?
Ja, nå skal ikke jeg sitte her som dommedagsprofet, men jeg ganske sikker på at når det gjelder konkurser, og det det vi ser på, det vi som på en måte skal gi råd innenfor kreditt opptatt av å følge med på, den vil åpenbart fortsette å stige. Den tendensen vi ser nå såpass tydelig, og jeg ser ikke noe tegn sånn, i hvert fall ikke på kort sikt eller lang sikt at ting skal endre seg. Nettopp fordi at vi som konsumenter må stramme inn livremma, og næringslivet avhenger av...
Snakker han jævla rar dialekt, kan du svare meg på det? For jeg blir sliten å høre på.
De forventer...
Han snakker jo litt sånn som de har noen prater, må komme fra et eller annet land.
Det skal mer enn det gjør, og den tror jeg, da har vi to grafer som ikke går ihop. Vårt lavere forbruk.
Han svensk, eller hva faen han for noe?
For at vi skal ha et høyere forbruk.
Men da går antall konkurser fra 50 til 60, da, eller sånn da? Jeg vet ikke hvor mange konkurser det.
I bilbransjen så var det 55 000. Kanskje det tenker på.
Nei, på...
Vi var vel 225, og i Almar så var det 280.
I aksjeselskapet så var det var rett under 4000 totalt på et år.
Olav, jeg treda DAX i dag, Dow Jones i dag, Nasdaq i dag. Kjøpte Dow Jones i stad, tok gevinst, shorta, fått den i trynet, shorta DAXen, tjent penger, shorta Nasdaq, tjent penger, shorta Nasdaq på nytt nå. Sitter med 1 pluss 1 minus, totalt så har jeg dratt inn 4 lapper. Får vi se hvor mye jeg tjener i løpet av dagene.
400.
Ja, 400 selskaper. 400 000.
Jeg tror ikke alt helvete, men det går bare oppover. Folk har tjukke huet. Jeg må gå og pisse.
Det så små tall at vi sier jeg sier pluss minus 1% av norske aksjeselskaper går konkurs i løpet av et år.
Ja, så skal jo da boadvokaten også leve.
Ja. Vi må tenke på alle.
Det mange advokater som ikke har noe annet å gjøre med å drive bo. Det jo en næring det også. Men det går alt for bra i Norge, ikke sant? Så tallet kommer i dag, det var jo da antall ledige nå 1,7% i Norge. 1,7% jo ingenting. Altså, alle har jobb i Norge, det derfor ikke alle kjøper noe, og folk betaler 200 kroner for en øl. Hvor mye har du kjøpt betaler man for en øl i en restaurant? En øl?
Er
det 200 kroner? 150?
Jeg har ikke kjøpt øl på det, kan du huske.
Nei da, jeg tror ikke jeg betaler 200 for en øl på en
Nei, mitt poeng er bare at liksom, fremdeles går det bra i Norge, og alle har jobb.
Ja.
Og konkurstallet lite i forhold til totalen. Så det er ikke mye å klage på.
En flaske vin koster 1000 kroner uansett.
Nei da, det koster 500-700.
Nei, men det er et godt poeng. Altså, jeg har vært rundt og pratet litt, og folk ønsker å høre om dette. Og det er på en måte, og det er mørke skyer i horisonten, og det er økning og konkurser. Men jeg er helt enig, og jeg prøver alltid å avslutte med å si at tross alt så går jo, altså vi har det bra i Norge, og det må jeg ikke glemme. Men jeg tror også at de som sliter, de sliter mer nå. Og det ser jeg også at vi har tydelig skille i næringslivet. Altså de som ikke har de som har litt mer uryddig økonomi, og det ser jeg også på når det gjelder kredittopplysning. Vi ser de som på en måte har hos oss, de er enda mer utsatt nå. Altså de tåler ikke nedgangstider.
Men det er bra det, så slipper de dårligste, og så kommer nye til. Skal noen tørre å satse, så må det bli kvitt noen som ikke går bra.
Ja, men det er i hvert fall en tydelig tendens, og det er på en måte noe som man også skal være klar over når man gir kreditt, og på en måte ha det i bakgrunnen, at man foretar en kontroll av foretaket man skal gi kreditt til, og så ser man det at nå er det enda mer utsatt hvis du kommer bort til selskapet som er finansielt ikke så sterke som de burde ha vært da. Men igjen, ja, hvis du ser på tallene og tar den vinklingen din, så må jeg gi det rett i det. Det går jo bra, og det er ikke mye.
Nesten ikke konkurs i Norge.
Nei, det er ikke det sånn sett. Det kommer litt an på om man sammenligner. Nå har jo ikke tallene i hodet på hva vi kan sammenligne i andre land, men ja.
Det er stadig enklere og billigere og raskere å gjøre en kredittsjekk. Hvor mange kredittsjekker gjøres hos dere i løpet av et år?
Ja, det tør jeg faktisk ikke å svare på, fordi det er litt sånn ulikt på hvordan det telles i volum, men vi har, det er liksom, vi skiller på to typer kunder. Vi har på en måte de litt ordinære, enklere kundene som bruker en type webløsning som ligger mellom, de gjør mellom 100 til 1000 kredittopplysninger per år, og så har vi de store aktørene som kan ha et stort, altså det er integrerte tjenester, hvor det går kall hele tiden, hvor de på en måte kontrollerer både sin portefølje og utestående.
Oi, Sandberg hentet inn 3 lapper.
Det er veldig store volum på den type aktører. Det er ikke så mange av de i Norge. Men det viktigste som jeg mener det vi sier også når vi på en måte skal gi råd og på en måte tilby tjenester til våre kunder, det er jo å ha først og fremst en god del vi kan en overvåkningstjeneste. Legg porteføljen til overvåkning så du får meldinger når endringer skjer, så at ikke det her kommer som en overraskelse i ettertid. Og spesielt under litt, hvis det er litt mer usikkert.
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right message at the right time. We're the multi-screen brand and advertising platform. We are SmartClip.
Ja, da har vi med oss administrerende direktør i Elliptic Labs, Laila Danielsen. Velkommen.
Jo, takk for det. Takk.
Det er krevende å være børsnotert når det går dårlig.
Ja. Det er selvfølgelig bedre når det går veldig bra da.
Er det mange aksjonærer som lurer på hva som skjer?
Ja, vi har jo under kvartalspresentasjonen forklart en del om det makrobildet som vi er inne i da, som vi selger jo da direkte til smarttelefonbransjen og PC-bransjen, som har hatt nedgang i både Q4 og Q1 mellom 25 til 40%.
Men det kan ikke nok være selv være lager, er det sensorer, eller er det noen brikker?
Ja, jeg kan fortelle god input her. Så det vi gjør, vi selger 100% software. Så vi bruker kunstig intelligens, vi bruker ultralyd, og vi bruker sensor fusion til å gjøre laptoper og smarttelefoner enklere å bruke, smartere og grønnere. Så det er en type sensing-teknologi da. Og da jobber vi direkte med store selskaper. Hvis du ser på makrobildet, ja, det har vært litt rupsete for makrobildet, helt klart. Men det positive her, det er at vi vinner business i dette markedet. Så det er et par år siden det var sist gang, og da var vi kun i smarttelefonmarkedet, og så har vi skulle inn i laptopmarkedet. Og på de 2,5 årene så har vi da signert avtaler med 3 av de 5 største laptop-leverandørene i markedet. De 5 største Lenovo, HP, Dell, Apple og Asus. Så 3 av de 5 største har vi signert avtaler med. Vi signerte første avtalen i 21 med Lenovo.
Som verdens største?
Verdens største. Det tar litt tid. De første avtalene før de kom ut til markedet tar litt tid. I kvartal 1 i 22 så lanserte vi med de, og så begynte de å shippe produktene i fjor da.
Ok, men det svære store kjøp og så videre, men jeg kan ikke markedet ditt. Jeg er ikke teknoeksperten her i firmaet. Men det blir ikke noe penger av det da?
Jo da, det blir det.
Nei, det blir ikke det, fordi at omsetningen er veldig lav.
Ja, men hvis jeg får lov å...
Ja, men du får lov til det, men det går spørsmål innimellom.
Jeg bare kjør på, det er gøy med spørsmål.
Ja.
Så det som da, det at vi tjener penger når produktene blir shippet ut. Ikke når vi bare signerer kontrakten. Så det er sånn som vi strukturerer. Og det en av de tingene som vi har diskutert med aksjonærene nå, da, det det at når markedet går ned, så det vanskelig for våre kunder til å forecaste hvor mye de skal selge fremover. Og da kan ikke de signere mye upfront commitment. Det vil si at du gjør det mer enn pay as you go.
Men det gjelder jo alltid næringsliv, enten du kjører sukker
Nei, det stemmer faktisk ikke. Vanligvis så signerer vi upfront commitment. Det var egentlig den modellen som vi begynte med. Men når de ikke klarer å forecaste, så må vi lage mer enn pay as you go model. Og det til flere de shipper ut. Nå har vi lansert med 17 modeller med verdens største PC-leverandør. De begynner å shippe ut, og så har vi 2 andre som vi har signert med. De begynner også å shippe ut. Pluss at vi legger til flere kunder på PC og på smarttelefon.
Ok, men nå vi i 23. Hva solgte dere for i 22 da?
Vi solgte for 54. 54 millioner.
54 millioner, ja. Og tappte hvor mye?
Da var vi negative rundt 30.
Ja, det var mye det. Det nesten hele omsetningen det.
Altså, det en ting som med software da. Til mer når du først kommer ut i markedet, du bruker veldig mye tid på research and development, og når du kommer opp på et visst nivå og kommer ut i markedet, og så begynner å vinne market share, så trenger ikke du å øke kostnadene så mye. For det vi bruker penger på, det kun ansatte. Vi trenger ikke ha inventar og så videre. Så dette en enorm skalerbar forretningsmodell som vi har. Men det som veldig vanlig i vår industri, det det at ofte så bruker selskapene, de kan bruke opp til 10-15-20 år å komme ut i markedet. Men når du først kommer ut og vinner markedet, sånn som der vi nå, vi bare begynnelsen, så blir det penger av det. Så vi har høye målsetninger nå fremover, og vi føler oss sikre på at vi skal nå de...
Ja, men mens det noe fortalte meg det at dere hadde en fradragt omsetning på 500 millioner i året eller sånn nå?
Ja, fra enten 24 eller 25.
Ja, 500 millioner i året. Det 10 ganger det dere hadde i fjor da?
Ikke i 23, men i 24 eller 25, det vi ser.
Det høres veldig mye ut da.
Ja, men sånn det med software når det skal leve. Så du må tenke på at for eksempel si at du har et selskap som Lenovo da. Det vi konkurrerer mot, det en hardware-sensor, en fysisk hardware-sensor, som koster $2,5 til $4 stykk. Så du gjør et enkelt regnstykke da. Lenovo selger ca. 70 millioner laptoper i året. Ganger 2, det 140 millioner dollar. Så vi går oss litt lavere på pris. Bare hvis vi tar 100% av for eksempel Lenovo til litt lavere pris, så har vi nådd målet vårt.
Så hvis dere selger for 500 millioner kroner da, om 2 år eller sånn, da tjener dere hvor mye?
Ja, da har vi over 50% inn EBITDA-margin.
250 millioner eller sånn, EBITDA?
Ja.
Da burde det kunne være igjen oppe på bunnlinja da.
Ja, for de har ikke en finanskostnad, de har bare personer som utvikler.
Altså, vi har litt kontorutgifter, og så har du kun personlig...
Hvor mange dere? Hvor mange
72.
72?
Ja.
Og selskapet priset på børsen i dag. Hvor mye?
Det et godt spørsmål.
Jeg tror det står 1,1 eller noe sånt nå.
Det
1,1
milliard.
Ja.
1 milliard?
1,1 milliard, ja.
1,1 milliard.
Men du sa at de hardware-leverandørene som da deres konkurrenter...
Hardware-sensorleverandører.
Ja, de har $2-4 per, og deres koster...
Det uttaler ikke det på grunn av konkurransehensyn. Så...
I hvor mange PC-er og telefoner dette blitt shippet i hittil?
Altså, vi jo i flere 100 millioner på smarttelefoner over de siste 8 årene, så har vi skalert opp. Så vi har vist at vi har en skalerbar modell. Men i smarttelefonmarkedet, der prisen per fysisk hardware-sensor som vi konkurrerer med mye, mye lavere. Den ligger på 10-30%. Så i utgangspunktet, et selskap som oss, det er egentlig, hvis du kan unngå å starte i smarttelefonmarkedet, så unngår du det. Men vi var nødt på grunn av at ekosystemet, vi embedder våre software inn på chipset, og de leverandørene, sånn som Qualcomm i...
Gidder du også passe på min, du er ute og hyler. Jeg klarer ikke sitte og trene der hvis jeg må gå ut og inn hele tiden.
Mens i laptop-markedet,
ja, for jeg kan ikke ha den inne heller, for jeg hyler jo.
Før i 2019, og da vi fikk full fart på vei inn, og kunne begynne å vinne forretning i de markedene.
Men hvis dere tar alle Lenovos PC-er, og alle Lenovo-PC-ene har deres løsning, da har dere dekket det du sier.
Absolutt.
Hvor stor er sannsynligheten for at det kan skje?
Sånn som det som er vanskelig å vite, det er jo helt timingen, og nå sa jo at de hadde 70 millioner. De har jo gått ned i volumet, men vi ser jo at det er stor interesse for alle PC-leverandører til å ha bred deployment av vår teknologi. Og i tillegg da, det som skjer også i markedet, da, det er det at hvis du ser på Lenovo, HP og Dell for eksempel, de har andre produkter. Så for eksempel de har konferansesystemer, de har også skjermer, de har tastatur. Og det er andre løsninger som vi kan levere inn, altså andre produkter vi kan ligge oppå det første produktet som vi leverer, så vi kan øke inntaktene mer. Så det er bare snakk om hvor fort ruller selskapene ut, og da må vi følge sales cycle til disse laptop-leverandørene, for eksempel. Og så hvor stort volum, altså går markedet mer ned, eller recover it, og blir dette i 24 eller 25. Så det vi har guidet på det, er at vi forventer at vi når 500 millioner enten 24 eller 25. Og det klarer vi fint å regne igjen på.
Men dette OE-markedet er jo litt sånn vanskelig å spå i fremtid. Er dere sikre på at dere har de kundene om 1 år, 2 år? Ja,
altså... Hvis du ser sånn som man jobber i forhold til for eksempel smarttelefonmarkedet, der er det sånn at du begynner med en kunde, og så lifecycle, eller hvor lenge levetiden på et produkt, er liksom 3 til 6 måneder. Mens på laptop, da selger de produktene i butikkene fra 12 til 24 måneder. De fortsetter å selge. Vi ser jo nå at spesielt etter Lenovo kom ut, at de andre aktørene kommer, og som sagt, så jeg bare presiserer at selv om vi har 2 til, så forventer vi for flere. Og vi ser at vi helt klart leder på å levere den softwareplattformen som vi gjør. Dette har vi brukt 10 år på å bygge opp, dekket med patenter og bevise at det kan skalere i smarttelefonmarkedet. Vi bruker den underliggende teknologien inn i et helt nytt vertikale, og vi ser at vi har interesse og signerte kontrakter med committed på modeller. Vi vet ikke volumen enda, for vi klarer ikke å styre hvor mye sluttbrukeren kjøper av laptopen. Men vi ser helt klart at de skal gjøre bred deployment av teknologien vår. Så ja, det har vi selvtillit på.
Men hvis selskapet da går fra 50 millioner til 500 millioner i omsetning, som du sier, hvem disse lykkelige aksjonærene som får glede av det?
Hvem er de?
Ja, hvem de?
Ja, de største. Altså, vi har jo styrelederne våre, Tor Ingebrigtsen og Edvin Austebø, de sitter i styret, de eier en del, og så har vi en del institusjonelle investorer, altså du har også fond som du har DNB og Pareto og så videre, som sitter relativt tungt inn i...
Det er noen store, tunge investorer?
Ja, MP Pensjon blant annet, har vært med oss lenge. Så det har vært noen store, og jeg har selvfølgelig en andel.
Hvor mye da?
Nå er det ned til 4,3%.
Så 4,3% av 1 milliard?
Ja, men det er jo litt av penger, det.
Det blir penger, det også.
Ja.
Dere satt igjen med 154 millioner i cash ved utgangen av kvartalet. Ja. Hvor lenge holder det?
Så det holder jo, altså vi har jo hvis vi ikke omsetter mer enn vi gjorde i fjor, så har vi en run rate på rundt 11 år. Og vi brenner veldig lite cash, så dette holder oss fint i 2 år uten inntekter. Men vi forventer jo å få, altså vi har jo allerede kontrakter, så vi venter at det kommer fortløpende med inntekter. Så vi trenger ikke hente egenkapital. Så det som var veldig viktig for oss når vi var på børs,
Kjøpte du der opp, eller FIFA?
Vi skulle komme inn på laptopmarkedet, og det har bevist. Vi hadde stor selvtillit på at vi skulle klare å spre oss i laptopmarkedet. Det har vi begynt å gjøre. Vi hadde stort sett at vi skulle legge flere kunder til, flere produkter, Det har vi også gjort, og nå det bare snakk om å få skalert dette opp, shippet produktene ut, og at det blir solgt, og så kommer inntektene. Så det var viktig, og vi visste også at det helt klart når du går inn med disse selskapene, alle selskapene vi jobber med, om det er partner, om det er Intel, AMD eller Qualcomm, eller om det er Lenovo og resten av laptopmarkedet, og smarttelefonmarkedet, så jo dette her $60 milliarder pluss type selskap.
Jo, vi sendte ut SMS-dag, var noen som ikke fikk. Noe teknisk feil, kommer i morgen. Nei, på mandag.
6-12 måneder, lager 12 til 3 til 4 år fremover hvordan de skal bruke våre produkter for å innovere. Så akkurat nå vi en helt unik posisjon, og vi kan ikke, altså, vi må være smart hvordan vi konstruerer disse kontraktene, for vi kan ikke satse bare og tulle oss bort og ha sånn for panikk, for det at du sier det at og kan det være på børs når ikke tallene går så bra, og sacrifice short-term gain, og så satse på short-term gain, og så sacrifice long-term opportunity.
Short, Erik, short på alt.
Vi har cash, vi har posisjon, og vi har kundene, og vi har teamet, og ja, det har vi jo.
Men hvis det så lett å skalere, så burde vi også begynne å tjene penger snart da.
Ja, absolutt. Så det kommer.
Det kommer, og vi må håpe det snart over.
Ja, og vi må videre. Tusen takk for at du var med oss.
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right message at the right time. We're the multi-screen brand and advertising platform. We are SmartClip.
Nå går Mercedes rett i strupen på BMW og Audi, for dette nye Mercedes EQE SUV. Alle kan jo ikke kjøre en billig Tesla. Dette blir en konkurrent til BMW iX og Audi Q8 e-tron. Du kan velge mellom 4 modeller fra EQE 350, 500, 43 og 53 AMG. AMG-modellene kommer litt senere. Nå det 350 og 500 som gjelder. Da det 292 hestekrefter på 350 og 408 hestekrefter på 500. Felles for alle disse modellene at de har firehjulsdrift.
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right
Nei, Marius, jeg har vært for jævlig forsiktig. Jeg short fra stad. Jævla skummelt å gå short her.
I samtaler med skatteadvokater blant annet, ser vi at 63% av skatteadvokatene vi har snakket med, sier at den utflyttingstrenden, den vil øke i tiden som kommer. I tillegg så sier 60% av de formuende nordmennene bosatt i Norge, som vi har snakket med, at de har vurdert å flytte ut av landet. Så det går litt på trender. På motiv finner vi at eierbeskatning hovedgrunnen til at folk velger å flytte ut. Og i tillegg så har vi sett litt på investeringsendringene, og finner at investeringene de blir dreid vekk fra Norge.
Ja. Når du sier eierbeskatning, hva legger dere i det?
Da mener vi formuesskatt og utbytteskatt.
Ja. Med andre ord, dette jo dramatiske tall. Men hva sier de mer enn at de har, altså du har 60% av de 149 som da har vurdert å flytte, så det jo en 80-90 roughly formuende, altså veldig, altså en ting at de har formue, men de har jo en del investeringer i Norge også, men hva sier de til dere om ønskene, altså hvorfor vil de flytte?
Jo, det primært 4 grunner som vi har kartlagt. Det jo det Erlend sier om eierbeskatningen. Og her trekker de fram at den bidrar til å tappe selskap for kapital, som vanskeliggjør verdiskaping gjennom ny vekst, innovasjon, sysselsetting. Men også at den bidrar til å svekke internasjonal konkurransekraft. Det gjør det vanskelig for en norsk bedrift med norsk eier å konkurrere med utenlandske eiere. Og så må den betjenes uavhengig av likviditet og resultat. Så trekkes det også fram at mange flytter ut med motivet om hensynet til bedriften og dens investeringer. Man opplever at man går fra å være et aktivum til en gjeldspost i eget selskap, og da vil den økonomiske og rasjonelle økonomiske beslutningen være at norske eier flytter ut.
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay. Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right message at the right time. We're the multi-screen brand and advertising platform. We are SmartClip.
Yes, da handelsdagen I gang, og Oslo Børs faller svagt fra start. Men nå går vi over til dagens gjest, forvalter I Stolt Kapitalforvaltning, Bernt Berg-Nilsen. Velkommen til oss.
Takk, hyggelig å være her.
Jo, velkommen skal du være. Du har jo nå bevis med merch og...
Ja, jeg tenkte jeg måtte pynte meg når jeg først skulle besøke dere. Så da fikk vi jo Berkshire manschettknappene på slipset og vesten. Så det sier jo litt om kommersialiteten I et årsmøte når de da faktisk greier å selge såpass mye merch at til og med jeg plukker det med meg.
Ikke sant? For du var jo der nå I Omaha, og det var vel din 10. gang, fortalte du oss?
Helt riktig. Ja, det 10. gangen. Jeg var der I 2009 første gangen, etter finanskrisen, når man skjønte at ting kanskje ikke var som I lærebøkene, men det var bedre å lytte på Oakley og Omaha I stedet for. Så dette ble 10. gangen, avbrutt av litt covid og så videre, så jeg har hatt gleden av å være der.
Hva var det som skjedde under dette møtet? Hva liksom dine key takeaway fra dette møtet I Omaha?
Det jo litt som folk spør meg, hvorfor reiser du 10 ganger på rad dit? Sier de ikke det samme gang om igjen, men det jo hele poenget. Det litt som juleevangeliet å gå I kirken på julaften. Altså overraskende ville jo vært hvis det kom noe annet enn det de sa tidligere. Og det nettopp det budskapet om langsiktighet, disiplin, se på aksjer som en reell eiendel I en bedrift, og ikke bare kurser som hopper rundt på skjermen. Og så det litt som å sitte der og høre på to sånne reservebestefedre. En stoisk ro, ikke sant, på 92 og 99 år, så sitter de der I 6 timer og svarer på spørsmål. Åpen mikrofon. Og det tror jeg de fleste bedriftsledelser, de sliter jo med den vanlige halvtime, 3 kvarter på en kvartalspresentasjon. Her som sagt 2 karer I 90-årene som sitter 6 timer, kun avbrutt av en time lunsjpause, og deler av sin visdom.
Du sa jo også at det var litt som en rockekonsert, og det var veldig mange som møtte opp, og det jo alle selskapene også dukker opp, så det jo en ganske stor begivenhet da.
Ja, det noe som spøkfullt kaller sånn The Woodstock of Capitalism, og det klart, døren åpner klokken 7, men de første I køen 3-4, altså om morgenen om natten, fordi man vil sikre seg gode plasser via den typiske 5-tiden, og da får du ganske gode plasser, ganske nært scenen. Men I tillegg så det et vanlig årsmøte, det tar omtrent et kvarter, fordi Buffett kontrollerer styret, og du har liksom Bill Gates I styret, og det ganske medgjørlige styremedlemmer. Så hovedsaken den spørsmål- og svardelen, og så det som du inne på, det et slags messeområde under der som selger merch fra selskapene. De eier 80 forskjellige selskap, fra NetJets til Duracell, til Fruit of the Loom, til Brooks og så videre. Så det jo faktisk et av de få årsmøtene, tror jeg, som faktisk går I overskudd. De solgte sjokolade, tror jeg, for 5 millioner kroner eller noe sånt I løpet av de timene der.
Yes.
Så jeg glad for å være tilbake igjen, og det jo en sånn blanding av, du får jo både kalt forretningsvisdom der, åpenbart, men også kall det livsvisdom, efter det med reservebestefedre, som gir noen sånn, kall det guiding principles da, på hvordan leve et liv med integritet, og det å bygge opp et godt rykte over tid, og være konsistent og disiplin, og at det går like mye på det, som man sier, det klart, du trenger ikke 200 IQ for å drive med investeringer, det viktigste temperament og selvdisiplin.
Hva var det du tok med deg fra årets møte?
Jeg tenker I disse tider når man blir litt sånn, man kan jo lese om kunstig intelligens og tro at den skal overta verden, kanskje vi blir som investorer, vi blir utkonkurrert og så videre. Jeg synes Charlie Munger sa det ganske bra når det gjaldt kunstig intelligens. Han tror det holder ganske lenge med vanlig intelligens, og det et litt sånn arrogant svar, men det kanskje det viktigste å tenke på. Disse har investert I aksjer siden 1942. Teknologien har forandret seg, men det som ikke har forandret seg over tid, det folk og menneskelig adferd. Og det som det viktig å forstå som investor, det andre investorers adferd. Det noe sånn behavioral finance på sånn finansakademisk, men også like mye konsumentenes adferd. Og det det ene av tingene som har, dette det siste poenget, gjort at Buffett har greid å vri investeringsfilosofien sin gang på gang, fra på 50-tallet til å kjøpe ting som var veldig billig på prisbok, til liksom å vri det mer mot kvalitet, siden på 80-tallet med Coca-Cola, men så da I 80-årene vri hodet en gang til da begynne å kjøpe Apple I 2016. Dette var karer gått opp I 80-årene, som da får kalle tredje eller fjerde gangen greier å vri hodet. Og jeg tror mye av nøkkelen ligger I kombinasjonen av de to tingene. Forstå investorers adferd. Da var Apple på P13. Det ikke 7 år siden, altså. P13 den gangen. Samtidig så de skjønte nok hvor viktig Apple og arkitekturen for konsumentene. Og det var som Buffett sa i møtet, de fleste amerikanere de har jo 2 biler. Og han var villig til å vedde på at de fleste amerikanere er villig til å gi bort bil nummer 2 for å beholde Apple-telefonen sin. Og det sier jo noe om hvor sterk konsument-lock-in du har da, i den type selskap de ser på.
Og de har jo ganske sterk investeringsfilosofi, Buffett, og dette er jo også da, slik jeg fikk inntrykk av, en filosofi som også du liker å bruke når du forvalter fondet. Det er jo da Stolt Explorer du forvalter, og hva er det som er din filosofi, og hvordan er det du selv plukker aksjer?
Ja, jeg tror, altså i Stolt Explorer så er vi 4 stykker, og så har vi prøvd på en måte å sette sammen et produkt som skiller seg litt fra andre norske fond med globalt mandat. Hva mangler det i den norske fondsfloraen? Så vi har et globalt fond, men vi er mer diversifisert enn andre, og både på geografi og på selskap. Og for å ta det opp mot Buffett, vi eier jo Berkshire også. Og så er det mange som spør, men er det ikke en slags motsetning mellom klassisk verdiinvestering, altså value investing, og kalle det vekst og momentum. Og nei, egentlig ikke. Kalle måten vi tenker på kanskje at verdifaktoren, den kan virke, eller virker, fordi det er en overreaksjon til dårlige nyheter. Ta Kina for eksempel i fjor høstes da. Og så kan momentumfaktoren, kalle vekstfaktoren, virke samtidig, fordi det er en underreaksjon til positive nyheter. Ta Novo Nordisk over det siste. Ikke sant? Nå var Nordens største selskap, har for meg gått 50% ikke sant, på et år. Fordi den momentumfaktoren, de gode nyhetene blir ikke indiskontert raskt nok. Og så den andre grøftekanten er på verdisiden, der ingen skulle ha Kina i fjor høstes. Da kjøpte vi litt kinesiske aksjer. Så vi prøver å kombinere ta de 2 tanker i hodet på en gang, og kalle det tenk som et triangel, der man triangulerer mellom geografisk eksponering, verdivurdering og eksponering i hele fondet. Skal man være nøytralvektet, skal man være på minussiden eller på plussiden av 100-streken. Så det er det vi forsøker i Stolt Explorer.
Hvilken sektor er det dere er mest eksponert mot?
Nå har vi den største eksponering mot finans, og det kan jo høres skummelt ut. Vi har 18% innen finans, men det vi har mye av er forsikringsselskap. Skadeforsikringsselskap mer spesifikt. Så vi har blant annet Berkshire, som den største motoren i Berkshire er skadeforsikring, bilforsikring i USA. Vi har også sånn Sampo i Finland, som er jo da If, som vi kjenner i Norge. Ping An, et kinesisk forsikringsselskap, Gjensidige. Og hva er det som er så spennende med skadeforsikring? Det er nøkkelen til å forstå det er åpenbart det vi kjenner som å skrive forsikring på en god måte, altså combined ratio, og der er konkurransebildet forskjellig fra geografi til geografi. I Norge så har vi jo, eller i Norden så har vi svært sånn sterk prisingsdisiplin, du ser combined ratio på 80-tallet, altså si driftsmargin for å si det enkelt på 2-sifret, mens i USA så er driftsmargin sånn 4-5%. Men det viktigste er disiplin i det lokale markedet. Men samtidig kombinere det med det man kaller float. Man får da negativ arbeidskraft. Man får jo pengene fra kunden før man skal utbetale. Så du lånefinansierer jo da din egen investeringsvirksomhet gratis. Og de som greier å kombinere de 2 tingene, de forsikringsselskapene som får til det, har en fantastisk mix. Jeg nevnte jo en del av de der. Så vi fokuserer på store selskap, gjerne skadeforsikring, de som er flinke til å benytte floaten. Og du ser sånn som Berkshire tar et eksempel som selv et så stort selskap har vokst bokført verdier 12% over de siste 10 årene. Og de har totalt holdt på i 58 år totalt sett. Så det er en sektor vi synes er spennende. Innen finans, som sagt, 18%. Det vi har av bank der er store banker, og der er på en måte tesen litt motsatt fra finanskrisen. Da var det store bankene som var problemet. Nå tenker vi litt motsatt. Jeg synes du har sett det. Vi er for eksempel JP Morgan. Og de plukket jo opp resten av Silicon Valley Bank, og HSBC, akkurat som HSBC plukket opp UK-delen. Og det er også altså, veldig interessant, sånn som JP Morgan har jo da sett en økning i innskudd, som har vært hele problematikken, ikke sant? Utflytt av innskudd. De har sett en økning i innskudd. Så tesen er jo på en måte at de største bankene er de som kommer ut som vinner av denne sykelen, versus det som man så i rundt finanskrisen. Så de vinner både på innskudd, de vinner på at de har mulighet til å kjøpe opp fallerte banker, eller banker som sliter av likviditetsårsaker. Men vi holder oss unna de mindre, og vi holder oss unna de som har tatt for mye risiko. Det er litt sånn som Berkshire, eller som Buffett sier, det er liksom når tidevannet går ut, altså likviditeten går ut, eller rentene går opp, at man ser hvem som har badet naken, og det blir jo eksponert sånn som i Silicon Valley Bank. Man har tatt for mye risk, man har tatt for distinkt bet både på kunde og på asset-siden. Så de styrer vi helt klart unna.
Hvis du får en kunde på besøk, og så sier han jeg kan kjøpe Berkshire Hathaway-aksjen, eller så kan jeg kjøpe fondet ditt, hva sier du til den kunden da?
Jeg tenker, kjøp gjerne Berkshire Hathaway. Tenk kanskje på Berkshire som en foredlet utgave av S&P. Det reflekterer den amerikanske økonomien. Berkshire har 4 viktige deler. Vi snakket om forsikring. Så er det den som heter Railroads, som er mye industrieksponering. Det er Berkshire Energi, som er vindkraft og solkraft. Og så har du aksjeporteføljen, som er en indirekte eksponering. Det største eiendelen de har er Apple. Så kjøper du Berkshire, så tenker jeg da får du liksom S&P, bare litt mer quality angle. Grunnen til at du skal kjøpe et fond som Stolt Explorer er at du får en reell global diversifisering. Så det er et produkt som er laget for nordmenn. Det vi tenkte, vi trenger ikke å lage et globalt fond som er likt alle de andre norske globale fondene. Og da måtte vi ha skrudd sammen et kinderegg. Så hvis du tenker både for 3 ting på en gang, du får global diversifisering i fondet vårt, men du får også en eksponering mot fremvoksende økonomier. For eksempel vi har 10% eksponering mot Kina. Kjøper du en vanlig indeks, en global indeks, så får du 3% eksponering mot Kina. Kina står for 20% av verdiskapningen i verden, altså i fjor målt i BNP, men måler 3% i MSCI-indeksen. Så kjøper du fondet vårt, så får du får ett fond som et kinderegg. Du får global eksponering, du får fremvoksende økonomier-eksponering, og så får du Norden-eksponering, der vi også finner en slags verden i miniatyr, men du finner ikke alle sektorer i Norden.
Det virker som Warren Buffett er veldig godt informert da. Så når du nevnte det med toginvesteringen, så kjøpte jo Burlington Northern, tilsynelatende på veldig dyr PE på 20, men tog er jo frakt av råvarer i USA, dette gjorde han jo før Shale Oil kom, så da visste han jo om det, hvordan skal du eksponere med Shale Oil, og jeg kjøper togselskap, det har vært en del stygge togulykker og sånn, men det er jo frakt av olje da fra Shale-områden. Altså, det er jo ikke lett å slå en mann som er så godt informert, og når du skal måle det opp mot han, hvordan har det gått liksom? Har dere avkastning som kan matche Berkshire Hathaway når dere har det som forbilde?
Ja, det er jo store ord å svare ja på det, men hittil opp er vi jo opp 16,5%. Så skyldes litt grann av det valuta, men noe av det skyldes at forrige måned så hadde vi da Ping An, som vi snakket om, en kinesisk forsikringsselskap. Vi eier også Berkshire, som du er inne på. Men jeg tror det ene utelukker ikke det andre, og jeg tror vi er veldig happy med å ha Berkshire som en del av porteføljen. Og så sier jo Buffett selv også det, på grunn av størrelsen. Husk egenkapitalen i Berkshire, den er $505 milliarder. Det største egenkapitalen i USA. Så han sier jo selv, ikke forvent at returns fremover for Berkshire det blir like bra som det har vært, som en funksjon av størrelsen. Det er jo helt, ikke sant, skal du slå, for eksempel de investerte nå i Japan, i de 5 største tradinghusene i Japan, tjente $5 milliarder per. Men det står 1%, ikke sant? Så han sier, uansett nesten hva vi finner, og så har de en krigskasse på 130 milliarder, som de egentlig vil sette i verk. Men det er problemet å finne det han kaller store nok elefanter å skyte til at det skal slå for totaliteten i Berkshire. Men som sagt, 12% vekst i bokført egenkapital de siste årene på en så stor masse som Berkshire er helt fantastisk.
Han ser jo det store bildet at banken har problemer. Han kan jo ødelegge en bank med å flytte de pengene han har. Han ser jo det selv. Og standard betingelser når du er enten et oljeselskap, eller du er en bank, eller du er GE, Goldman Sachs, er at du flyr inn til han, og så får du da et 10-års preferanselån med 8% rente, hvor han kan konvertere til aksjer. Men jeg fant ut noe annet ved å snakke med andre, liksom stemningen rundt bankkrisen var hvor ille det må bli før det snur. Det er jo helt tydelig at Janet Yellen sier at her er det flere banker som må slå sammen, og hvor ille blir dette? Snakket du med noen andre der ute som hadde noe innsideinformasjon, eller som, det er mye smarte folk som deltar på en sånn plass av dette?
Ja, det toucher inn på et godt poeng hvorfor man skal reise dit om igjen. For er det en ting amerikanerne er flinke til, så er det jo sånne minglings og gatherings. Og du møter seg litt sånn likesinnede folk som tenker på aksjer som en eiendel i en liten bedrift. Og nettopp det. Så klart, det er et viktig tema. Kanskje litt mindre diskusjon enn det jeg skulle trodd om det. Det kom både spørsmål på selve generalforsamlingen, og det er raske, både i forhold til næringseiendom, og der er jo Charlie Munger vært veldig tydelig på at der er det store problem, fordi at sånn sier, it's in good times you make bad decisions, og det er klart det har jo skjedd i en del banker. Så skal vi huske at den amerikanske bankfloraen er stor, ikke sant? Det er 4100 banker igjen. Det veldig annerledes enn både Europa og Norge. Det en geografi man typisk sett at det samler seg. Kanskje det et naturlig monopol da, å drive en bank. Men Berkshire, de bankene de har eid, da eier de Bank of America, de har tidligere eid Wells Fargo. Det de fokuserer på i sånne kallet bank- og commodity-industri, så det viktigste lavest mulig kostnad. Det vil si,
jeg gjør noe, men jeg sitter og følger med på mest.
Størst mulig innskuddsbase.
For det meste.
Det på en måte nøkkelen de ser etter i den, når det gjelder kallet commodity-selskap, som om det olje eller om det bank. Men så vi sa litt sånn spøkefullt innen næringseiendom. Bygningene vil forbli, men eierne vil bli nye, og det var ikke en overdrevet bekymring, tror jeg, hverken fra scenen eller de man snakket med rundt, og det nok en sånn implisitt politisk, eller forståelse politisk. Det ingen politikere, eller embetsmann som vil gå på TV og si at innskuddsgaranti over 250 000, den gjelder ikke. I realiteten så gjelder den. Og så tror jeg litt vi innledet med at vinnerne denne gang nok store banker, fordi at det nok en konsolidering som skal skje, som allerede har pågått de siste 20-25 årene, etter man Glass-Steagall Act, og det egentlig ble brutt før finanskrisen, så har den trenden bare fortsatt. Jeg tror at det vi ser nå vil bare akselerere det. Du så det med First Republic, Silicon Valley Bank, store banker i norsk og nordisk målestokk, med små amerikanske. Og husk at allerede så sitter 1/4 av alle innskudd sitter i Bank of America og JP Morgan, så du ser at ting blir sugd inn i de store. Og som jeg tror igjen lavere råvarekostnad, det de store bankene, og derav blir det vinnerne i denne sykelen.
Jeg tror jo det Warren Buffett, altså når han sier at folk vil til å selge sin andre bil for å beholde Apple-telefonen, så må det være per person, og ikke per familie. Fordi bilen jo viktigere enn huset i USA, fordi at når det kniper om, så bor man jo i bilen, men da har jo telefonen røket, liksom. Så bilen helt sentral, og han driver jo med bilforsikring med Geico, og driver jo og kjøper seg opp i dette andre, hva heter det, Ally, eller hva heter det rett til...
Ally Canny, han kjøpte det i fjor.
Ja, så det ett til han holder på, ja. Så han kan jo dette her, så der tror jeg han har blitt misforstått. Jeg hørte han sa det, men it didn't make any sense, altså, for bilen jo helt sentral.
Det riktig nok bil nummer 2, du vet, amerikanerne har jo gjerne det, i hvert fall 1 eller nummer 2 også. Så.
Ja, amerikanske tilstander, alle har hver sin bil, og det liksom, hvis alle har mer enn en bil, det da dette skjer.
Jeg tror nok du inne på det riktige forståelsen av det, men nøkkelen nok hvor forstå konsumentenes adferd, og det samme, du kan se det på andre konsumentprodukter, det Coca-Cola, eller det man ser etter det man kaller en vollgrav, hvis man tenker at bedriften som et slags god gammeldags borg, hvor vanskelig det å trenge inn, og klart, vi har jo alle vel rundt her Apple-telefon, og barrieren for å bytte det jo ekstremt høy, selv om prispunktet det det Så det den type selskap de ser, og hvis de i tillegg, sånn som man tenker jo gjerne på store selskap, sånn som vi fokuserer på i Stolt Explorer, kan de vokse? Og det som gjerne lett å glemme med store selskap, det at prisene og kursene som går opp og ned, men det som like viktig tilbakekjøp. For eksempel Berkshire kjøpte tilbake 11% av aksjene de siste 5 årene. Apple har vært helt fenomenalt på tilbakekjøp. Kjøpte aksjer for 0,5 trilliard over de siste 10 årene. Og ikke minst spin-offs av mindre selskap fra store selskap. Så når vi ser på i vår modell i Stolt Explorer, så starter vi med de 9100 selskapene som i MSCI World, og siler de nedover på de største på hver geografi, og så filtrerer vi da på verdivurdering, sånn at man får en balanse med store etablerte selskap, som fornuftig priset. Vi har en snitt-P på 15 i porteføljen. Husk at USA ligger jo på 18, så har vi emerging markets på 11. Så vi prøver å finne en balanse både mellom geografi, sektor og total eksponering.
Yes, altså nå begynner vi å nærme oss slutten her, men jeg bare lurte helt på slutten. Hvilke aksjer som dine top picks akkurat nå?
Vi synes finske skadeforsikringsselskapet Sampo veldig spennende. Vi liker LVMH, altså tenk på det som et Berkshire innen luksus. Vi liker Kongsberg-gruppen, høy kapitalavkastning, god ledelse, sterke markedsposisjoner. Og så må vi ha litt olje også. Berkshire kjøpte jo Occidental enda mer i går. Vi synes Aker BP ser billig ut, og du får god produksjonsvekst samtidig med 10% dividend yield.
Tusen takk. Hadde du et avsluttende spørsmål?
Jeg har ikke det. Vi har...
Du lurte på hvor vi skulle bo, du. Det var det.
Ja, det må vi jo ta til slutt, ja. Det må vi jo si, liksom. Når du har reist 10 ganger til Omaha, om du har noen tips hvor folk burde bo når man reiser dit?
Det er et godt spørsmål. For det første, tipset er å bestille flybilletter tidlig, fordi det er litt kronglete å komme seg dit. Du må enten fly via Chicago eller New York, og så fly inn til Omaha. Det er en liten by, 400 000 i amerikansk målestokk, så det er for få hotell. Så det ironiske hotellprisen der er jo dyrere enn i New York eller Vegas når dette skjer. Så et lite tips, bo litt utenfor. Du har Lincoln i Nebraska, 10 timer å kjøre. Bo i nærheten av flyplassen, det er ikke så langt å gjøre. Inn i sentrum, veldig tidlig utsolgt og veldig dyrt. Så litt ut, value-traden er finne et litt rimeligere hotell, litt i utkanten hvis du skal dit neste år.
Gode tips. Da tror jeg vi runder av der, og så tusen takk for at du kom.
Your audience is changing. They're becoming fragmented and are always on the move. You need to stay ahead of your audience. And at SmartClip, we can help. We target the right user at the right place on the right device with the right message at the right time. We're the multi-screen brand and advertising platform. We are SmartClip.
Dette den splitter nye millionbilen Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. Den lurer deg litt, denne bilen, for den ser kanskje ikke så stor ut. Men det den faktisk hele 5,13 meter lang. Det bak her du finner en av de viktigste egenskapene med denne bilen. 7 seter. Av en eller annen merkelig grunn så har pressebilen bare 5 seter. Men at du får en diger Mercedes med 7 seter, det kommer til å slå av. Den tredje seteraden ekstrautstyr, men du får faktisk en hel del standardutstyr i denne bilen. Skjermen, som Mercedes kaller Hyperscreen, standard på 580-modellen som vi sitter i nå. Går du for 450-modellen, som innsteget, da koster denne skjermen nesten 75 000 kroner ekstra. Det som fordelen med den i EQS SUV versus EQS Sedan at den føles litt mer naturlig, kanskje ikke så i veien, i og med at du sitter litt høyere, så det nok en god del har lyst til å ha med. Dette på ingen måte en billig bil. 450, altså innstegsmodellen, koster rett over 1,3 millioner kroner, mens denne bilen, 580, med utstyr koster over 1,9 millioner kroner. Og da synes jeg det litt skuffende at dette rattet har litt sånn plast på seg. Her burde det vært noe skinn, burde det ikke det, Mercedes?
Still making that $2.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
So if they can throw everybody into that, I think the reason, I think what you're really worried about in that situation would be the fact that at some point,
Sander, det noen som ikke har fått SMS i dag, noen tekniske greier. Det fikset opp i nå.
We were even thinking about an acquisition.
Det ble sendt ut kort på i dag.
We started looking at some of the market caps for these acquisition targets, and they're just too big. And this Lena Khan lady at the FTC right now, she ain't about that life.
She ain't about that. They're not doing that. I mean, you see the problems that we have here in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Where you get we can't even get, like, Rogers can't buy Wind Mobile or all that, and they have problems buying Cogeco.
Yeah, but we have a whole different slew of problems over on this side of the border with telecom. It's been mismanaged for years and years and years. I can get into that, but I won't. Here we go, Sean. Now, when we're looking here...
Go. Okay, go ahead.
No, go.
Suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Goan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. it eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which again I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? This is a car company, this is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinada is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly, but in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
Fy faen, dette var kjedelig, altså.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber. Glad to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Bill Cosby is facing a new sexual assault lawsuit. A former Playboy model sued Cosby yesterday. She is accusing him of drugging and raping her more than 5 decades ago. This all comes after lawmakers in California extended the statute of limitations for sexual assault lawsuits. A spokesperson for Cosby says the accusation has no proof or facts.
Arizona is now blocking developers from building new homes in parts of the Phoenix area. The reason, there's simply not enough groundwater after years of overuse and drought. The governor says developers can still build in the area, but they have to find alternative water sources.
And a dramatic and rare rescue from the
Det så teit.
zone on Mount Everest.
Det så jævla
Temperatures
teit.
can drop to minus 20
Bill Cosby voldtok meg for 50 år siden. Ja, ok.
climber from Malaysia last month who was clinging to a rope and shivering from the freezing cold. The Sherpa told Reuters he wrapped the climber in a sleeping mat and carried him on his back nearly 2,000 feet down the mountain. Those Sherpas are incredible.
I know, amazing. I heard him speaking in an interview this morning on some podcast, and it was just,
they're
phenomenal.
hero.
They're hero. I mean, he's a hero, absolute hero. Okay, so we start this half hour with the latest in Iowa, that apartment building that partially collapsed. 3 men are still unaccounted for right now, and officials say it's likely they were home when the building came down.
We just learned in the last hour that the additional search for survivors is complete, and rescuers are now prepping for recovery. An Iowa State task force is on the ground in Davenport to help local officials. We have NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster live there for us. So Shaq, city officials, they just wrapped up a press conference in the last hour. Walk us through the very latest and the updates there.
Well, I'll start with what you're seeing here at the scene, because we've been seeing more activity over the past 24 hours or so than we have since the first 24 hours after this building collapsed. I want you to push and just take a look at what we're seeing there. Lots of excavation equipment. You see folks in hard hats. Those are the members from the Iowa Urban Search and Rescue Team. We've been seeing the big equipment coming in, pulling out debris. You then see men in hard hats going through and sifting through it. And you see they're doing this in the very delicate process, the very delicate way that they promised. And, you know, this is something that officials talked about earlier today in their press conference when I asked what took so long, frankly. They said they wanted to make sure the stability of the building was intact before they brought folks in. So there are posts along the side of the building now to seemingly to hold up and support that building. Meanwhile, you mentioned we've been talking to folks about the warning signs that were possibly missed, including a masonry company owner who says that he was denied the contract to actually do the work that was being done when the partial building collapse occurred. But he said he's been keeping an eye on the progress, and he really saw some red flags on Friday and Saturday when he got a close look at the building and actually warned workers who were at the site. Listen to a little bit of our conversation.
Saturday, I saw that it was actually the interior layers as well, and that's the main structure of the building. If that falls, then it's going. So Saturday is when I addressed the workers that were working, and I said, you need to leave, it's going to fall, it's going to fall.
He said he later prompted 911 calls calling for an evacuation, but obviously that wasn't heeded in a large way. But a lot new information that we've been learning over the past 24 hours.
So, Shaq, what else can you tell us about these 3 people who are still missing? I know you've been in close contact with their families.
Well, there's not much to say at this point. Their families were the first to know that this urban search and rescue team was going back into the site, that this process was beginning. They've been promised that this process would be done delicately. The mayor describing the scene as a place of rest. So those 3 individuals are, by all accounts, presumed dead at this point. This is a recovery mission, and that's why you're seeing this process happen. It's happening slowly and respectfully, but it's more activity that we've seen here on this site since the first 24 hours. When remember, the search was called off and an actual demolition of the building was announced.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster live in Iowa for us. Thank you, Shaq.
Well, listen, with the help of forensic genealogy technology.
Sorry, men alle grafene mine stopper opp. Jeg kan ikke noe for det.
Crack a string of rape cases from more than a decade ago. They arrested a suspect, a 35-year-old lawyer from New Jersey. Now he is facing charges in connection to 4 assaults between 2007 and 2008. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen reports.
The suspect in a terrifying series of rapes in Boston some 15 years ago has appeared in court. Matthew Nilo, now 35, an attorney arrested at his apartment in New Jersey, charged with attacking 4 women in 2007 and 2008 while a student in Boston. The breakthrough evidence, investigators say, Nilo's own DNA.
This arrest
accumulates the investigation that employed the use of forensic genealogy. From recovered evidence, all 4 cases are DNA connected.
Law enforcement analysts say forensic genealogy involves using DNA to identify suspects by finding matches in large databases, a process experts say police have relied on more heavily as the popularity of ancestry searches and their databases have grown. And a technology not nearly as sophisticated more than a decade ago, when Nilo allegedly committed the crimes.
So the popularity of these ancestry searches is helping the police.
Correct. They're helping them quite a bit. And not only the police and the authorities, but some of these sort of amateur internet sleuths are doing some of the legwork themselves.
The frightening series of attacks had Boston on edge. Now, investigators not saying what led them to suspect Nilo. In court, he did not fight extradition to Massachusetts, charged with 3 counts of aggravated rape, 2 counts of kidnapping.
The accusation was first waged in an October 2015 Wall Street Journal expose. Reporter John Carreyrou skewered Holmes' claims that her technology could accurately process hundreds of tests using the fingerstick technique.
It really wasn't until John Carreyrou's story in the Wall Street Journal came out that we had any understanding that there was less here than met the eye.
Whistleblowers who informed Carreyrou's reporting compounded the damage, claiming the analyzer returned enough false positive and false negative results that the company was forced to run all but one test on traditional equipment made by the very companies Holmes aimed to disrupt.
Even if you could test blood on third-party equipment, they were diluting that blood on equipment that was not made for diluting that blood. Their defense was, well, we did have the technology, and it was not on our box, but it was on third-party equipment in their testing and in their quality assurance and all the things you're supposed to do at a lab. They were, if the numbers didn't work out, they were playing with the samples they used, and it's questionable.
At the heart of the Justice Department's indictment are accusations that Holmes and Belwani lied about Theranos technology to dupe investors and business partners into forking over cash and to dupe patients into paying for Walgreens-based tests. Claims further examined in Carreyrou's nonfiction book, Bad Blood, and in Alex Gibney's documentary, The Inventor.
And the question is, did she know she was perpetuating a fraud, or was there something more mysterious going on? I think she is afflicted with what the police call noble cause corruption, meaning, simply put, it's like the end justifies the means.
Holmes and Belwani's knowledge will be key to their defense, given prosecutors' burden to prove intent, a non-negotiable element required to obtain a conviction.
Well, that's what makes this a difficult story to draw conclusions about in terms of investment fraud, because I don't think anyone disbelieved this story, including Elizabeth Holmes, at the outset.
By 2010, 7 years after Holmes started Theranos, is when U.S. attorneys say she and Belwani began a conspiracy that by 2015 would include lying to investors about the range and accuracy of tests, faking product demonstrations, misrepresenting projected revenues, and fabricating stories that Theranos' device had been deployed in military combat zones. By 2013, prosecutors say the two knowingly promoted and delivered tests likely to contain inaccuracies, and falsely represented to investors that the test did not require FDA approval, a point Home has contested, along with pleading not guilty to criminal charges.
When I started, they had scrapped the Edison device, so we were working on the next generation, black box.
It was 2015, a month before Carrie Rue revealed what Jocelyn Bailey and other Theranos employees already knew. More than 90% of Walgreens-based tests use neither the mini lab nor tiny blood samples, and instead came from traditional larger volume blood draws processed by traditional analyzers made by Siemens. Bailey's job was to develop immunoassays, a common type of blood test intended to run inside the mini lab.
Did you know about the Siemens machines being used while you were working there?
Yeah, we knew. I think it was communicated to me, yeah. Our team knew about it. I don't know if everyone knew. We knew that finger sticks had been cut real recently from the clinics. Some of those original claims were known. It hurts, but we knew it, and we were in the lab trying to make it better.
The revelations turned Fortune's cover story on its head.
It became clear that they couldn't accomplish the tests that they wanted to using the Edison machine. Then, in fairly short order, it unraveled when some of the technicians blew the whistle on it.
One whistleblower, Tyler Schultz, a Theranos employee and grandson to board member George Schultz, disclosed the shortcoming to the Wall Street Journal and filed a complaint with New York State's Department of Health, saying the company had manipulated proficiency testing, a process meant to promote test accuracy. At a minimum, if the Theranos-Walgreens 2013 press release and Home's statements to media were to be believed, with as little as a few drops of blood, its device should have been able to accurately process multiple, if not more than 200 common diagnostic tests.
Did it make you question the technology or not necessarily?
You definitely realize that 220 assays on a single drop of blood on the same machine that you developed, that's not feasible. And so you realize if their goal was to have it in all these wellness centers and have the price be cheap and all this kind of stuff, you understood why they were using these commercial analyzers. You didn't realize, I guess, the extent of how much they had pitched their own machine and how the public was understanding that everything was being done on our technology.
When reporters pressed Holmes on the inconsistencies, she admitted that only one fingerstick test was commercially available using the mini lab, a single assay for herpes virus HSV1. The rest, Holmes said, remained in R&D or awaited approval. In 2016, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid notified Theranos of laboratory deficiencies posing immediate jeopardy to patient health. The agency sanctioned the company and agreed to a settlement, banning Holmes from owning or operating a clinical lab for 2 years. The agreement forced the company to shutter its Walgreens and laboratory operations. Holmes' defense wasn't enough to quiet her most formidable critics. A flood of lawsuits followed. Arizona's Attorney General, investors, and the SEC claimed fraud. Walgreens sued for breach of contract, and the Justice Department filed criminal charges for conspiracy and wire fraud.
Did Holmes ever explain to you why she maybe embellished what her product could do?
No, although she didn't have to. It's not uncommon for entrepreneurs in particular to talk in the present tense about the future. My product can do this. Well, your product's not built yet. Your product is a bunch of concept. But nonetheless, the tendency is to say, my product can do this, or my service can unify people. But it's a way of essentially describing a future vision. And Elizabeth was very good at that.
Aside from the DOJ's criminal action and a civil suit filed by Theranos customers, Holmes settled the lawsuits out of court. The company paid Walgreens around $25 million to settle its breach of contract claim, and separately agreed to pay nearly $5 million to Arizona customers. A $500,000 fine was paid to settle the SEC's claims of fraud. Among other stipulations, Holmes relinquished her controlling stake in Theranos and diverged from Balwani, who continued to defend the SEC's claims. Cathrine said his clients recouped their investments. Still, most of the $900 million Holmes raised came from investors who took no legal action against her.
So they all sort of circled the wagons around Theranos and didn't go after him. In fact, they did reach an agreement not to go after him early on.
That overwhelming capitulation by the very investors who prosecutors say were victims of fraud begs closer examination of Silicon Valley's status quo and the contributing roles of the parties that power its big ideas.
वॉल्यूम ग्रोथ था जो कि
Oi,
काफी
herregud.
The co-conspirators who created this mess.
You can't do it alone. She was and is a singular figure, and she does bear responsibility. I mean, even as young as she was, she bears responsibility for what happened under her watch. Oh, look, there's so many other people went along with her. You know, so many other people wanted it to happen. You know, she will say in her defense, you know, it wasn't me alone. And that's true. It's true of every entrepreneur. It's never them alone.
Where do you put Sunny Balwani in all of this?
I think he's really critical. He's in some ways, the bad cop to her good cop. And we often, in the case of tech companies, there's many instances of the man behind the curtain or the more silent partner. And you saw that at Apple with Steve and Steve. You see this at Microsoft with Paul Allen, writing BASIC, and Bill Gates.
I'm not sure the investors were wrong because I'm not sure they ever fulfilled their own obligations and responsibilities.
Venture capital, kind of the rule of thumb of VC is that out of 10 investments, you'll have 3 that fail, you'll have 3 that kind of go, fine, and you'll have 1 or 2 that actually make you money and sometimes make you a lot of money. And what makes the risk worth it is when you hit big.
The investment money was good eventually because it gives runway for scientists. So she did a good job at getting some runway later, but the first round of the technology obviously was a massive failure and was terrible for patients. But she did a good job at setting a vision for scientists to work towards to allow, a lot of companies don't have that much funding.
In private company investing, the prospective investor has to fill out a very detailed form that says, I understand the risks. I understand that I may not get any return on this. I understand, furthermore, this will not affect my net worth.
They're accredited.
They're accredited. Sophisticated, actually, I think is the term, but and nobody did. I mean, they all filled out the form, but nobody did the work. I didn't see them storming the gates and going after the board saying, hey guys, you got to, in fact, the board was telling Elizabeth, you don't have to do that, which I think she got bad advice.
In announcing its settlement with Holmes, the SEC posed Theranos as a lesson for entrepreneurs, warning that innovators who seek to revolutionize and disrupt an industry must tell investors the truth about what their technology can do today, not just what they hope it might do someday.
I believe that the SEC did not have jurisdiction. I think the SEC has got a great role to play in public markets and all kinds of other things like that. But I'd hate to see them get deep into the venture community and the startup world. It's a fine line between that and the mom and pop business, believe it or not.
There are some people who say that Elizabeth Holmes is being held to a public company standard. Do you think that that's a valid argument?
I think there's some merit in that. One of the things, particularly the last decade of Silicon Valley, kind of the decade since the Great Recession, that has been different has been the private markets have dominated more than the public markets. Companies would go public, they'd have to go public. I mean, Intel went public when it was 3 years old, Netscape went public when it was less than 2. The way you raise capital was on the public markets, and with that came accountability. And now, in the last decade, it's harder to go public, right? New regulations post-recession. It's a heavier lift, and there's been all of this private capital just sloshing through the global markets looking for a home. And then you have this kind of flywheel of storytelling and buzz about, oh, this is the next big thing. And everyone's like, I want to get in on that. Then you're allowed in kind of you're protected from the scrutiny of public markets. Does that mean that you can get away with fraud? No. Investors are right to be, calling her to account.
Warmanhoven said early investors had every opportunity to do just that.
They did nothing in terms of trying to ascertain the current status of the product or the risks to completion or anything else.
Whose fault is that?
I think it's the investor's fault. Yeah, you invest in something, you want to know how your investment is doing. And I think it's also a symptom of the founder culture that has really took hold of the Valley exactly during the time that Theranos was growing.
The first meeting I was in was with all the major investors. And they hadn't had any meetings with the company since the round had closed. And, maybe an occasional phone call or something, but nothing as a group, nothing where they got a status report, which I found staggering.
And weren't demanding it?
They didn't seem to press hard before the investment, and they still didn't seem to press hard after the investment. From my viewpoint, it was really out of character for a startup investor not to be all over it, If you were a venture capitalist and you put in $100 million, you would be there every week. How are we doing? Are we on track,
So those documents do not exist?
Not in the hands of the investors. I mean, they were available internally.
Internal documents may have exposed the chasm between Theranos' aspiration and ability, though Holmes told the SEC its investor pitch left room for improvement.
We didn't intend these documents to be standalone, and sitting here now, I know we could have been much better at the way we prepared materials.
And did you talk about specifically the technology and blood draw and what was in place at that time versus what was aspirational? Was there a clear delineation between those two?
We tried to do that.
When we look at Theranos investors, many of them, not necessarily your clients, but certainly perhaps a VC fund, we would expect to be seasoned investors who can properly vet a company, a startup like Theranos.
In this case, probably what you would consider a seasoned investor like Tim Draper, perhaps Larry Ellison and Oracle. They invested early when it was just a concept, and a lot of VCs will invest even when it's not proven. Theranos got well beyond that and then started raising funds, massive amount of funds, over 700 million, from other investors.
The amounts of money that a certain class of what I call mega VCs with untold, unprecedented amounts of capital available to invest, starting with a Japanese company, SoftBank, and some of the sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East who are looking for what to do after the oil begins to peter out, are able to and are bringing amounts of money that have just never been seen before. There's no independent validation. That's what concerns me now when we look at some of these mega funded companies like WeWork and Uber, that it hasn't been vetted as much as you would normally hope and expect from at least an independent venture capital set of players. And that adds to the board and the CEO, and here we are.
And they go dig inside the company and get the facts. Start with Channing Robertson. Start with the head of engineering, and start asking questions.
Morten? Gidder du hjelpe hvorfor jeg ikke får printet her, eller? Legg til skriver. Og så fant den Lexmark her nå. Nå er den borte. Se. Nei, nå er den borte.
Skriver du kjentall, tror jeg.
Ja, men jeg trykker så klikk, klikk, og så skjer ingenting.
In addition to Holmes, it was Channing Robertson who in 2016 gave Warmanhoven confidence to join Theranos' board, even after media and lawyers had accused Holmes of fraud.
And he had just concluded organizing two, we call it blue ribbon panels, one that looked at the science of the biochemistry inside the box, and another one looking at the mechanical nature of the box to make sure that it was all viable and doable. And they both came back very positive. So I didn't get in deep to understand how far they were from go-to-market, but I did have enough confidence that the fundamentals were sound.
He clearly thought that she was special, and when she felt like starting a company, he's the one she went to.
He was being paid quite handsomely to work for her, and had a desk in their offices. And he claimed that he didn't know about that technology, and he claimed that he didn't know about the fact that that things didn't work. He claimed he didn't know things were being run on third-party equipment. I don't know what the heck was going on with him, why he wouldn't ask these questions, why he claims to have been completely in the dark. And he's the one that brought her around, got her credibility, and was paid handsomely, annually.
One former board member reportedly did ask the hard questions. According to ABC, Avi Tevanian, software engineer and former right-hand man to Steve Jobs, was asked to resign in 2007, following his ultimatum that Holmes be replaced as CEO.
The way that startup boards are usually, they're made up of venture investors, and they're made up of other people with domain expertise. And, at the early stage, later stage, corporations may, look even more widely for people who have domain expertise in politics and statecraft. Sure, because they have domain expertise in understanding how large organizations can run and interact with the rest of the world. Something's off at the very early stage.
I would say there was a lack of scientific mentorship overall. It was the assay teams, and that was it. There was little other science guidance given to the actual scientists.
So even Channing Robertson was not interacting with your group?
No, he wasn't present as far as I could tell.
That did set Theranos apart from the very beginning, and it was a red flag to other potential venture investors in the tech, and particularly the biotech space. It's a biotech company that doesn't have the personnel or the procedures in place that a biotech company would need to have, even at the very beginning stage, to develop product.
In 2016, Theranos finally impaneled a medical board, and under new leadership, Holmes presented a scaled-back version of its updated device, the Mini Lab, to the American Association for Clinical Chemistry.
There's clearly been a lot of interest in your company. I would argue that a lot of that comes from the fact that there were these claims that were made that were very broad early on. 70 tests, the whole panoply of lab tests from a couple drops of blood. And the evidence that you presented fell far short of that. So how should we think about that?
Well, I think we fully understand in picking this place to come to introduce it that we have a lot of work to do to engage with this community. And I mean, I can tell you, I wish that I had started earlier in the context of building the scientific and medical board that we've had the privilege to build.
Under legal pressures and burning cash, the effort would prove too late.
Should the board have looked at its own composition and said,
Ja, men jeg har
perhaps
slettet
we
så
don't have the
inn i
level of
helvetes mye.
expertise that's required for a revolutionary healthcare company?
Yes, but you're
Also
asking
Clint
people
first.
to admit their own weaknesses. Let's give credit to Elizabeth Holmes. She was quite the charmer, and people just felt great and important. In their own minds, I'm sure they thought they were providing good sage counsel. But yes, of course, that should be a part of the equation as well.
Stanford Medical School professor Dr.
Hvorfor finner han ikke her på Mailman her?
repeatedly critiqued fingerstick draws as an impossible source from which to glean accurate results for hundreds of tests. She described Theranos investors as crazy and
Hvorfor får jeg ikke de samme som jeg får på deg?
men whose brains had gone to their groin. Yet the suggestion that Holmes' concept was nothing more than fantasy fails to account for a flood of diagnostic startups surfacing in her wake. Take Genelite and its Maverick analyzer that's FDA approved and on its way to running more than 100 common tests from a tiny drop of blood.
Over here is our proprietary technology. So this is a machine we just got cleared from the FDA. And what it's really good at is analyzing blood proteins. Nobody else has a machine that can analyze a large number
Jeg
of
bruker
blood
mer tid
proteins
på å
15 minutes
kukke rundt
on
enn å
whole
få
blood
gjort noen
in
ting
a
av det jeg skal.
physician setting. So that's our ambition.
The Maverick can perform much of what Holmes envisioned. The device features a proprietary optical silicon sensor that detects color changes in light when it's exposed to targeted blood molecules. For now, blood comes from a low-volume draw taken from a patient's arm. And next is the FDA's decision for the Maverick to perform about 200 common diagnostic tests from a finger stick.
It is a politically charged topic to operate off of a finger stick. What you'll see when we take the blood out of the tube is we're going to take a tiny fraction of one drop of blood. Okay. So we've validated that our machine works on less than a drop of blood. We're going to add less than a drop of blood to it.
Less than a drop.
Yeah, so it's about 4% of one drop that we use.
In late 2020, the Maverick was also granted emergency use authorization to diagnose SARS-CoV-2, also known as COVID-19. It's one of 28 approved coronavirus and flu tests that can all be performed from a finger stick.
Eventually, how many tests are you hoping that Genelite will be capable of performing on one device?
That list is well under 200 tests. It's really about 100 tests comprise the vast majority of that. And there's only a few of those that we can't do. We can get to 95% of all commonly ordered tests in 15 minutes.
So what do you have to say to the critics who said Theranos' vision was science fiction?
Well, I think you just saw it happen in the other room.
So this is what the future looks like. A small sample of blood can perform hundreds of tests.
Exactly.
While not every test can be accomplished using a tiny drop of blood, the advancements show Holmes may have had the right concept and the right story without enough technology at the right time.
There's a difference between the idea and the execution, clearly. But decentralization of diagnostics and getting more data in the hands of doctors when they're making decisions is vital.
Beyond Genelite, investment in miniaturized diagnostics hardly dried up when Theranos was forced to close its doors. Similar startups have been proving the concept as anything but science fiction. There's Athelis, a Sequoia-backed in-home blood testing device touting technology to detect white blood cell count, viral infections, and cancer from a single drop. And Truvian's portable benchtop analyzer takes 5 drops of blood to deliver multiple assays within 20 minutes. If the latest technology is living proof that Holmes' concept was sound, where exactly was her Achilles heel?
If she had dialed it back and was straightforward about using commercial analyzers and was straightforward that, you know, this is about access, this is about getting patients' blood draw somewhere else and like that kind of stuff, and said that, and we're working on our finger stick technology, we're working on this, then, you know, we could have gotten there, most likely.
This is an epic fail of a perceived, a self-inflicted need for speed that proved to be, you know, very dangerous and fatal to the company, and we could have had an entirely different story, and on top of this, we have to do it at breakneck speed. And this was a case where literally and figuratively speed killed.
Å, fy faen. Det går jo helt sidelengs opp her, hele fucking stedet. Ja, nå får jeg ikke printe noe heller nå. Jeg gir opp, altså.
Prøv å skryte med minipennen.
Ja, men hvorfor faen får jeg ikke printe noe her da? Dette blir for dumt. Ja, men jeg klikker. Jeg bruker mer tid på dette her enn å drive trede. Jeg bare logger av, ass. Jeg blir gæren, ass. Jeg skal printe ut den jævlen her. Trykker på den.
The magazine covers are powerful.
Maybe if enough people don't want to dig deep enough, because we all want to believe, we'll prop them up, we'll give them a number of magazines, and they can just plow forward, and maybe eventually they'll make it, or maybe not. But there definitely is a public hunger for that kind of celebrity.
Nearly a year before the journal's expose, John Ioannidis published a critique of Theranos and other well-funded healthcare startups for a lack of peer-reviewed data and for keeping their intellectual property too close to the vest.
Theranos had published practically nothing. That they had a couple of papers, but they were not relevant to their technologies. So there are several unicorns out there with very high valuations, with very little or no evidence that is supported by peer-reviewed publications.
Why is peer-reviewed publication so important in your opinion?
This is how science is run. This is how we can put trust that something has merit, that something is real, that something can be scrutinized by other scientists and be proven, or at least sustain some criticism and show that it is relatively bulletproof.
Holmes' sleight of hand didn't go entirely unnoticed. Fortune's editorial team did note limits to their account.
have this sentence in the original piece that was published in June of 2014. It said, quote, precisely how Theranos accomplishes all of these amazing feats is a trade secret. So what does a journalist do from there?
It's difficult to cover proprietary technology. What do we really know about Facebook's algorithms and how far it can go? Some of it ultimately a trade secret.
So it's an unproven proprietary technology, particularly as it pertains to something as sensitive as healthcare, that we probably should have been more skeptical about or had more questions about. And I think it's a great lesson.
Just because someone is claiming they're doing it doesn't mean that the media and the investment community and everyone else should just believe them. And it's often harder for the media because they don't have the same amount of time or necessarily the technical depth. Whether it's the media, investors, or customers, everyone needs to do the work and make sure that what they're doing is they're getting into bed with someone who's doing a good job.
And look, it's not just the media. The media consists of the people who produce it and the people who read it, right? And then when it all comes crashing down, we rush out to buy the books, we rush out to watch the documentaries, we sort of salivate over, look at all, what a fraud, those silly people. And so we kind of delight in the failure stories as well as the successes, and it does become hard to put it in context and see the broader facts and say, well, this was a manifestation of a bigger problem.
While Theranos' purported trade secrets were walled off from journalists and outsiders, another party, aside from investors and the board, had power to probe deeper. According to Walgreens, in March 2010, Holmes and Belwani pitched Theranos devices to Walgreens company executives as viable and consumer-ready, and said its technology had been comprehensively validated by 10 of the 15 largest pharmaceutical companies.
Do you place any blame there?
I place huge blame.
It's
more on the negligence side. I don't believe that Walgreens knew what was going on, but they should have known what was going on. It's almost inconceivable to me that they didn't know that thing.
Nei, trenger for faen ikke det.
Somehow things got embellished.
Bare kommer litt
There was
ned.
never any concept anywhere in reality that they could do 150 tests with one drop of blood. It was they could do different panels of tests with each with a drop of blood. Part of it was how Elizabeth talked, but part of it was what people wanted to hear. Wow, this is amazing. But the truth was, rather than getting 3 or 4 vials of blood taken, it would be a very small sample. And in fact, the sample could be normally a finger prick, and you could just get the drop of blood, let's say off your thumb or whatever, and have no need to poke a vein. So there's a lot of good things to it, but somehow the one drop of blood, that's what got put in the machine. But to do the whole panel, 150, probably would have taken 25, 30 drops of blood.
In a deposition before the SEC, Holmes admitted that Theranos had kept Walgreens in the dark over FDA concerns that the nanotainer had been underclassified. Yet she maintained the move away from fingerstick tests was no secret.
Walgreens was operating with us in the store, so they would have known locally that we were doing venipuncture to the extent we were doing venipuncture.
Do you have a general sense of what Walgreens was concerned about on the publication of the article?
I think there were multiple issues. One was they were reacting to the press in general, but then the other was that we hadn't disclosed the engagement with FDA with them to them yet, before it was in the press.
Holmes argues that because the FDA engagement had to do only with nanotainers and because it began months and in some cases years after soliciting investors, it can have no bearing on the government's claims of fraud.
Once the Walgreens conclude we can't get this deployed in the store, from Theranos' viewpoint, they just should have said, time out. What you want to do doesn't fit our architecture, our product strategy, nothing. That's really good. They took a left turn that sent them right in the ditch.
Red flags did spook world-renowned medical center Cleveland Clinic. It bailed on a partnership after Theranos left its due diligence requests ignored. And Walgreens competitor Safeway also withdrew its plans for a pilot program.
Was that the value add for Theranos? Was $140 million up front?
It got them on the map in a hurry. But the Walgreens deal gave it credibility. And so, it helped them basically raise the money they were looking for. that kind of proposal, something of that size and magnitude, should have been reviewed at the board in depth. And, there were enough people on the board to say, wait a minute, this is not us.
In deposition testimony, board member Schultz and retired U.S. Navy Admiral Gary Roughead said they did not question Holmes or anyone else at Theranos once public concerns were raised about Theranos' use of third-party technology.
The board had some very competent people and experienced people, good operating people in some ways, and they should have just called a halt. I'm not sure it was ever fully discussed at the board. And Elizabeth, as CEO, had the right to turn it down or to take it to the board.
And what about Sunny Balwani? What was his role as you understood it?
I never met Sunny. He'd been dismissed from the company before I showed up. Elizabeth was the chief architect, and she led most of the engineering program, but Sunny led all the rest of the operations.
Veterans of Silicon Valley startups know that faking it can be fair game.
Many of these companies start an idea, they think that they have it, actually they don't, but they hope that they will develop the working idea while they're pursuing it. And they have that expectation that let's go ahead and it will kind of get itself together and it will be successful. This is not fraud. I mean, this could be seen as visionary. The distinction between fraud and visionary is very subtle here.
These high-risk, high-reward gambles have been taken by some of the most famous visionaries, and even the inventor who inspired Holmes' first prototype, Thomas Edison.
He was the original fake-it-till-you-make-it guy. Now, he was different than Elizabeth Holmes in that he ultimately did make it. He was an inventor who got it right. And along the way, when he was having trouble with the incandescent light bulb, he didn't let anybody in on that. He faked demonstrations. He was not so dissimilar from other famous people in Silicon Valley, like, say, Steve Jobs, who was a notorious liar, but also a great storyteller. So she's in that tradition, and that's what makes Elizabeth Holmes interesting.
Was she an out-and-out fraud, or was she, just in the great tradition of Thomas Edison and Steve Jobs, faking it till she made it? And it could sort of be a little bit both.
She's part of a tradition of fake it till you make it, which to some extent is celebrated in Silicon Valley, but not so much when it comes to medical devices that can actually affect the health of people.
Is there a certain point with respect to Theranos where you say that's where things went wrong?
I think that there was a gradient going down the tubes. And it's hard to say which specific decision was the worst. I believe that here my response will be biased. I think the decision to move to patients was probably the worst without having something that was mature. Because once you move to patients, then you're exposing people to risk.
In pushing a soft-baked healthcare pitch, Holmes isn't alone. In its early days, Silicon Valley biotech company 23andMe was ordered by the FDA to immediately discontinue marketing its widely publicized cheek swab test after making unsubstantiated claims that the company could identify risk levels for a number of diseases. A consumer class action lawsuit followed, and the company settled with complaining customers. Diagnostic startup Ubiome was dropped from CVS after federal investigators and an FBI raid of its San Francisco headquarters.
Donna Asia. Det går helt...
Company's co-founders Jessica
Skjer jo ikke en dritt der.
and
Går opp og ned.
were accused
0,3 det åpner høyt, og så liksom vært her hele dag.
and indicted by the DOJ for money laundering and securities fraud.
Nå får du litt trykk opp her da.
FDA and
S&P ser grisesterk ut.
corporations have been known to get it wrong. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists found in 2018 that over...
Ja, vi hører jo faen ikke noen nyheter her, vet du.
Fee-free overdrafts. Easy credit building. When your money's good, you feel good. Chime, the #1 most loved banking app.
Welcome back. Shares of Bristol-Myers Squibb are up today as a key industry conference kicks off, the ASCO Annual Cancer Conference, which can be a big mover for the companies presenting. Bristol-Myers working on a treatment for people with blood cancer, along with some lymphoma treatments and a lung cancer drug. But it comes as the industry is meanwhile facing a growing cancer drug shortage. It's even prompted the FDA to consider allowing temporary imports from unapproved companies to ease the shortage of some chemotherapy drugs in particular. Joining me now to talk about all of this and the role of AI is one of the major cancer drug companies presenting at ASCO. Dr. Giovanni Caforio is the CEO of Bristol-Myers Squibb. It's great to have you here, Dr. Caforio. Welcome.
Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for having me.
So let me just start with, if I've correctly summarized, the pipeline that you're working on, and what do you think investors should be most excited about?
Well, thank you, Kelly. It's a really important conference for us. In fact, it really shows the breadth of our presence in oncology. We're presenting data on an important medicine called Reblozyl, a study, the COMMANDS trial, where we demonstrated that nearly twice as many patients can achieve independence from transfusion. These are patients with a form of cancer called the myelodysplastic syndrome. Reblozyl has the opportunity to be a new standard of care. It makes us really confident in the $4 billion plus peak revenue estimate we have for the end of the decade. But what's good is that we're also presenting really exciting data in cell therapy for Breyanzi, our best-in-class CD19 CAR-T, in a form of cancer called chronic lymphocytic leukemia. And we're taking a precision approach to lung cancer with repotrectinib, which comes from our Turning Point acquisition for a specific group of patients with lung cancer that have a mutation. So it's really a broad approach to cancer, and it's the same approach we're taking to immunology, cardiovascular medicine. Right now, when I think about Bristol-Myers Squibb, we have the best pipeline we've ever had, and the company is really well positioned for growth.
That said, I'm going to say something very unfair, which is it possible that cancer is not as exciting an area of biotech as it once was, and now we hear about weight loss drugs and we hear about Alzheimer's cures? And can you speak to that, and whether you think the next major move for your company would be in the cancer space or in something different?
Well, cancer remains an area with high unmet medical need, and we are approaching cancer following a very broad strategy where we're looking at earlier stages of the disease with our immuno-oncology agents, and we are going into new modalities like cellular therapies, targeted therapies, and our protein homeostasis platform, which is extremely innovative. At the same time, I do agree it's important for a company like ours to have a very diversified approach. And one of our strengths, in fact, is to have solidified our leadership in cancer, while at the same time, we've continued to work on cardiovascular medicines, another area where we are the leaders, immunology, with the launch of Sotyktu, growing importance for us. And so our pipeline actually addresses areas of unmet medical need now across multiple therapeutic areas.
Absolutely, and obviously it's still very important to the president, who still has his cancer moonshots in those prerogatives. So I'm curious as well if you've been following the Amgen, the FTC suing Amgen over this Horizon deal. And the only reason that I ask is because if it were successful, and a lot of people think it won't be, but it could potentially chill M&A. And analysts have said the real impact could be on more established pharma companies like yours if they can't do M&A in order to backfill their pipeline going forward. Would it chill your future acquisition plans if this lawsuit is successful?
Well, I can't comment on a specific FTC position on one deal. What I can tell you is that for us, business development remains important. And we've demonstrated with the acquisition of MyoKardia, of Turning Point Therapeutics, that when we acquire a company, we actually are able to accelerate the development of a new medicine and bring it to patients faster. So there is tremendous value in continuing to think about business development, not only as part of our innovation strategy, but it's clearly a way to bring more medicines to more patients faster. So it's an area we plan on continuing to focus on.
An important area that, I think your point is well taken. So let me just ask you what's going on with the shortage of cancer drugs. Has it ever been this bad? I think there's 12 drugs in particular that there's a shortage of. Some say it's a national emergency, chemotherapy and some other things affected.
Well, it's a very serious issue. Of course, the concern is that a patient will not have access to a medicine they need at a very important time, which is clearly the case in cancer. So for us, we are extremely focused on ensuring that we have a reliable supply of high-quality medicines for patients, of course, in cancer, but across our portfolio. It's particularly important for us because we are launching so many new medicines. Our portfolio is evolving. So our supply chain organization works relentlessly to ensure that that doesn't impact our patients.
Absolutely. So finally, and I know this will really be up to the next leadership, but what about artificial intelligence? Do you have any early thoughts and reactions as to, and I should mention Michael Yean, one of the analysts obviously who covers your space, thinks it's one of the most transformative things going on in biotech that could have implications, for instance, in a future where drugs could go from machine to patent or to patient with minimal preclinical or clinical testing. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's an area of intense focus for us. We've invested in this space for many
Du skal
years.
dra alene klokka 7:30 på kvelden.
The use of artificial intelligence, machine learning can transform actually our industry from
Du kommer deg ikke hjem. Jeg skal ikke være hjemme i natt. Hvorfor drar du ikke når du kan sitte på med andre mennesker? Hvorfor drar ikke du nå, da? Du skal trene på Evo. Du kan ikke trene der?
The practice of medicine. We are at the forefront of those efforts internally. We have actually developed a number of partnerships with tech companies outside of Bristol.
Fy faen, dette har vært kjedeligste trading ever.
Pipelines in the industry. We're accelerating a new generation of innovative medicines through development and to patients, and we feel technology will have an important role for us at Bristol Myers Squibb. It's an exciting time, actually.
That is for sure. Well, we thank you so much for taking some time to join us today and for all the work that you do on cancer, immunotherapies, and all the rest of it. Obviously, it's vital for so many Americans.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Giovanni Caforio is the CEO of Bristol Myers Squibb. Still ahead, the debate taking place in boardrooms, classrooms, even living rooms. Will AI take your job or help with it? We'll look at one school's training approach to helping students prepare for that future. The Exchange is back after this.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track. If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call.
Call 1-800-213-5317.
Dads are special. Fun. Inspiring. Always there for you. So make Father's Day extra special with gifts he'll love from WeatherTech. Floor liners, cargo liner, seat protector, sunshade, ready-to-wash system, and cup phone. Or our newest product, the golf cart mat. Order these American-made gifts or gift card at weathertech.com. Have a very happy Father's Day.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora.
Eucora makes a UTI emergency kit to manage your symptoms until you can see a doctor.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Welcome back to the Exchange. Trying to make a run at a 700-point day here on the Dow, but still a little bit shy of that, up 678 or 2%. The S&P is up 1.5%, and the Nasdaq is actually lagging today, up 1.1%. But take a look at the Nasdaq Composite and the Nasdaq 100, or the triple Qs, since January 1st, both well outperforming the broader market. And you can see this disparity here that really began back when SVB collapsed in mid-March over the past 3 months. Since that March low, which coincided with that collapse, the Nasdaq 100 is up 22%, while the composite is up 18%. Still, investors in either one are probably happy for that. Take those gains, I mean. And while the comp is sitting at a new 52-week high for the first time in over a year, it's been 7 new highs for the Nasdaq 100 in just the past month. And don't look now, but the regional bank ETF, the KRE, is on pace for its 3rd straight week of gains for the first time since January. It's up nearly 15% in the last 3 weeks, and this is one reason with a 5% gain today that the Russell is up almost 3%. KRE is also on pace to close above its 50-day moving average for the first time since March 1st. 40.97 is the level to watch there, and we're about $1 above that right now, so it looks like a pretty comfortable margin. Let's get to Tyler Mathisen now for a CNBC News update.
Kelly, thank you very much. At least 50 people have died in a train collision in India earlier today. Local media reports say a passenger train in the eastern part of the country derailed and fell into the opposite track, hitting an oncoming freight train. Nearly 300 people injured. CIA Director Bill Burns made his first state trip to China last month since becoming the head of the intelligence agency. A U.S. official told NBC News Burns met with his Chinese counterparts to emphasize the importance of maintaining open lines of communication and intelligence channels. His visit came after Beijing broke off most regular calls between senior government officials following the downing of a Chinese spy balloon off the South Carolina coast, that back in early February. And the FBI will let the House Oversight Committee review an internal law enforcement document next week after the committee threatened to hold Director Christopher Wray in contempt for not turning it over. The panel is investigating the Biden family's business dealings. The agency will bring the document to Capitol Hill on Monday and offer a briefing under secure circumstances. Kelly, back to you. See you in a half hour.
Sounds good, Tyler. Thanks. Coming up, a special retail edition of 3 bales and just 1 buy in this stock, where our trader expects an upside breakout despite pressure from the housing market. You might be surprised. Stay with us. We're back after this.
Starting a new chapter can be the most thrilling thing in the world. There's an abundance of reasons to get started. How far we take an idea is a question of willpower. Because progress
is a matter of character.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora.
Eucora makes a UTI emergency kit to manage your symptoms until you can see a doctor.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Dad,
We got this.
We got this.
Let me check out town, okay?
Ja, USA går som hva faen.
We got this.
We got this. We got this. We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
We all know that we'll eventually need a will. Eventually. How about right now? Trust and Will has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch, easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you. One question at a time. All documents are state specific, legally valid, and start at just $159. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
You deserve a better credit score.
Whoa.
Chime can help no matter where you're at.
Whoa.
Because with everyday purchases and on-time payments, things can happen a lot easier.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you deserve some credit.
Whoa.
Get started at chime.com. Welcome back to The Exchange. It's been a pretty wild week for retail, with several stocks tanking while a few are taking off, from Dollar General and Advance Auto struggles to better results at Nordstrom and Lululemon. What the heck should you do with the space right now? My next guest brings us 3 bails and 1 buy today. Joining us now is Danielle Shea, Vice President of Options at Simpler Trading. Danielle, welcome. You've been in a more, you too. You've been pretty constructive on the markets too, so I'm very curious how you're going to kind of play some of these names. So without further ado, let's start with Macy's. They slashed their full year outlook on Thursday, saying sales were significantly weaker in Q1, but the stock was kind of resilient. It's actually up 5% this week. Is this this is a bail for you?
So, Kelly, when you look at Macy's, I mean, this has been in a downtrend since 2015, and even more recently over the course of the past several quarters, this has been trading to the downside. And when you look at the report that came from the executives, and they noted their consumers are continuing
Det er litt rart. Macy's gikk ut og slasha omsetningen sin og sånn opp 5%. Det er det samme som kommer profit warning.
That's a shorting opportunity for me so that I can continue to trade this ticker down to more recent lows.
All right. Not Macy's. Let's see if it's Dillard's. They have some more positive news flow. They beat on earnings and revenue for Q1. They authorized a share repurchase program, a cash dividend. Shares are up about 3% over the past month. What do you think here?
So, Kelly, when you look at this stock, I mean, it doesn't look anywhere as bad as Macy's does. I mean, on the longer-term trend, we've had a pretty positive move. Earnings, they don't look bad. I like the fundamentals in the company. What I'm concerned about here is the way that it topped out in February and the way that the trend has reversed. So what we're seeing in a lot of the retailers that have been strong, especially retailers that were strong last year, is we're just seeing money flow out of those names, and we're seeing these longer-term trends start to break down, especially as traders get more involved in semiconductors and tech. And so when you're looking at Dillard's, I don't have a problem with the company, but I will note that there's critical resistance zones around 315, 320 that you should watch out for, because at this point, this is a key area where the stock could hit resistance and fall back downwards into about 260, 250.
Wow. Okay, it's a 307 now, so it's sort of like be careful of the head fake, maybe, in other words. That brings us to one of the biggest retail wrecks this week, which was Dollar General. Their Q1 miss on the top and bottom line. They slashed full-year guidance, but Loop Capital's Anthony Chukumba yesterday said he thinks the brand's headwinds are cyclical, not secular. You agree?
Well, you know, that is true, but at the same time, you have to look at these key areas of support that are breaking. And when you have a company like this that was incredibly strong throughout the pandemic, I mean, we saw these massive pandemic gains, right? And so at this point, those gains have dissipated. We have come back, we've lost all of those pandemic gains, and at this point, with those breaks and support zones, and with the way that the consumer is changing, the problem is that there's not really very many areas left to hold on when you're looking at this chart. And so when a move like this occurs on earnings, it's one of my favorite trades. You know, you look and you pay attention to the news. You want to see companies that are having greater than expected news. And first thing on the open, if you can get in and trade that momentum to the short side, they can make for some really great trades. So This is one of those for me. I'm targeting pandemic lows on it, and I think it's going to continue lower.
Wow. All right. Sorry, Dollar General. Let's see about the name to buy. And this one kind of surprised me. It's Lowe's. That was the mystery chart we showed before the break. Shares are up a couple percent today, 1% over the past week, even after warning of slower sales ahead. Why does this one jump out to you, Danielle?
So I like this one because it's backed by solid fundamentals. They've continued to do well on earnings. They've also recently increased their dividend. And my favorite part about it is that it's consolidating on both the daily and the weekly charts. And those chart patterns are still holding up in a bullish manner. And so what I like to do is I like to identify charts like this that, yes, they may have some headwinds currently right now, but ultimately they're strong companies and they're going to continue trading higher. And so when you look at Lowe's, I am continuing to buy shares during this time of consolidation for an ultimate breakout because additionally, I'll point out that, even though the housing sector has been soft, people are staying in their homes. And so that is going to require trips to Lowe's, trips to Home Depot.
Yeah.
And so I would like to trade this up into about 230 and ultimately up to previous highs.
I always thought the same thing. We bought our house 5-6 years ago, and it was years of doing stuff before, you finally, every time you think you're on top of it, something breaks and whatever. So I totally take your point. Can I just quickly pick your brain about the broader markets? Like after a markets day like today in particular, what does that tell you about, I don't know, pick one, the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Russell 2000?
Kelly, I love the market right now. I think it's making for great trading. Primarily for me, what I was looking out for was the major mega cap stocks breaking through overhead resistance that was based in August. And so once we saw Microsoft break through those August highs, we're really seeing a lot of FOMO-induced buying. That's the fear of missing out. People were looking at those resistance levels and thinking that the market was going to fail. And when it didn't, people are coming in and buying and pushing stocks higher. So for me, I'm focusing on mega cap tech right here and semiconductors as well. The AI trade has been absolutely phenomenal, but I think the market is making for some great trading. And I think that people will continue to be surprised that we're going to continue seeing higher prices.
Yeah, you sound like a surfer, like talking about the waves, but I take your point. It ain't over yet. Danielle, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Danielle Shea with Simpler Trading. Coming up, we've heard about the fears of AI replacing jobs in the workforce, destroying humanity. But what about the new jobs to create the new AI tech itself? Kate Rogers has more on a new university and NVIDIA initiative next.
I can't, thank my parents enough for making sure that this connection is here. One of the things that my mother told me when she was in the hospital, she didn't tell me actually, she couldn't speak at the time, but she wrote it down. Go see Alicia.
Oh my goodness.
And there was never a time that you were too busy. There was never a time you said, I'll call you back.
I needed to be there to carry you through, just like, some of my friends carried me through.
Yeah.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Euphora.
Euphora makes a UTI emergency kit to manage your symptoms until you can see a doctor.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea?
That they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies.
I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
I went
went to Angie and typed in pool,
Water heater.
cleaners, garage.
Interior painting, exterior painting.
For whatever project you need, there's an option. Ooh, I have another project. Let me try this.
Get started at Angie.com today.
Hi, Phil Swift here. This is Flex Super Glue. Just one single drop virtually welds itself to the surface and can easily lift over 3 tons. Get the new Flex Super Glue because it works.
Good morning with Docalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Docalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes, making your good morning even better with Docalax. June 15th, join CNBC's Financial Advisor Summit. Hear from top advisors and market experts. Creative solutions to generate consistent returns. Register now at cnbcevents.com/FA.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Will AI replace your job? It's a fear many have during this AI craze, but what about all those jobs that might be created to build the AI itself? For that, we turn to Kate Rogers. Hi, Kate.
Hey, Kelly. So good to see you. Well, you just said it. Will AI take or enhance your job? The University of Florida is hoping for the latter for its students. The school has a public-private partnership with NVIDIA as its co-founder, Chris Milikowski, is an alum and has an AI-centric data center featuring a supercomputer.
Det her så kjedelig, så jeg hadde ikke giddet å sitte her.
It's training its students regardless of major in artificial intelligence. They've got 230 courses in AI across 16 colleges and had 7,500 students enrolled in them last spring.
When you think about in a work environment, around the table at some business, people are trying to solve a problem. Not everybody around the table is going to be a computer programmer anyway. You want the marketing person around the table to understand AI. You want the communications team to understand artificial intelligence. You want all of the members of that group trying to solve a problem to understand the fundamentals of how AI is being applied to that particular problem.
Dr. Reed said the school is also letting recruiters know it's going to have a student workforce that looks very different in the next 3 to 5 years because of this training, and hopes its students will have an edge in the new tech economy due to this program. So it's not just the data scientists and people who are majoring in software or STEM, it's teaching everyone how to do this, which is really unique.
That is wild. Did you say zoology was literally one of the areas?
He mentioned from zoology to the arts. That's the broad scope of what we're doing here. And even like music majors, for example, he said we're teaching them very basic programming skills so that they have an understanding of AI. So it's not just building the AI tech pipeline, but he's saying, you know, when you're in a role in corporate America, everyone sitting around the table should have somewhat of an understanding of how this works, and that will give you, you know, the cutting edge and hopefully not take your job away, but make you a leader in the room.
It's super cool. And kind of a side note of the benefit of those little additive tools can have. In college, I was a print major, but I just did a teeny bit with video. And then all of a sudden, a few years later at the Wall Street Journal, and they say, does anyone around here know how to do video? I'm like, yeah, I know a little bit.
And
well,
look
here
at
we
you.
are.
Yeah.
Right? So this exposure, this familiar, just giving people just enough confidence with that language could be a huge career boost.
Totally. And another job that he brought up that I think is important too, paralegals. He's like, everyone talks about paralegals going away because of AI, but what if you're a paralegal that understands how to use AI to be even better at your job? Wouldn't you be the one to hang on to it versus someone who has no understanding and hasn't trained in it? So
no, and it reminds you almost of medicine, where the physician's assistants have become as crucial as the doctors themselves, and it could actually kind of upend the balance of power.
With workforce shortages, right?
Exactly.
Having this additional skill set really sets you apart too.
It's true. We can't say enough about it. Kate, thank you. Kate Rogers, appreciate it. Great to have you here as well, by the way. Coming up, is it ethical to use AI at work? Guess it should be, based on what we were just talking about. My next guest has some thoughts on that. Box CEO Aaron Levie joins us after the break. Box shares are higher in today's session on the back of their earnings. We're back in a moment with the Dow up 677.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea?
Faen, og
They
treig.
sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies.
I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Don't miss Home Stretch, a CNBC Investing Club members-only audio cast with Jim Cramer and Jeff Marks. Clear, concise action for the final hour of the trading day. Subscribe now at cnbc.com/homestretch.
BetterHelp provides various options to connect with your therapist. We can do this via video, we can do this as a chat, we can do this over the phone. Whatever is most convenient for the client is really what's going to help them open up more at the end of the day.
I'm Mr. Wonderful, and I'm Chef Wonderful. I recently introduced the ERC program to Chef Wonderful here, which is a program created towards small businesses like mine for retaining their employees during the pandemic. Well done, and most of this money is still available. If there's one thing Wonderfuls never do, it's leave money on the table. Chihuahua, this guy is smart. Go to wondertrust.com now to see if you're eligible for this cash. Nice hat.
Sure, you'll teach her how to drive a car. Then use Greenlight to power her independence with crash detection with 911 dispatch, family location sharing, and emergency SOS alerts. Invest in your best investment with Greenlight.
Welcome back to The Exchange. My next guest doesn't quite share the fear-mongering about AI, saying the technology will help create more jobs than it will cost in the long term. Will Box's own investments in AI boost productivity and its stock, which is down about 7% this year? Joining me now to discuss, Box CEO Aaron Levie. Aaron, it's good to see you again. Welcome.
Ja.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So,
Ja, de kommer nå. Jeg driver på å trade. Jeg må...
Where are the concerns? Where are the opportunities here?
First of all, I think it's incredibly important to take AI safety very, very seriously. We do want to make sure that as we have autonomous agents that can make decisions on humans' behalf, that we are very, very intentional about how those AI systems are trained, how they are aligned to human safety and our goals. But I don't sort of share the same, kind of doom and gloom that I think, some folks are talking about. I think, this is a technology that has a lot of optimistic characteristics where we all across society have an instant ability to be either more productive or have answers to questions instantly. You have a personal tutor for any use case that you want. And in a work environment, it can allow us to really accelerate the progress of what we're doing. You can code software faster, you can support customers better, you can ensure that you've tailored the right messaging when you're in a sales deal. It can help us innovate on products. So we're really, really excited about the impact that this is going to have in the workplace.
Yeah. I mean, it still gets stuff wrong. Like 2% of the time it gets 4-digit math wrong because it's just based on the internet as opposed to actual compute. But I take your point. Once we move it to the enterprise and, finally hone it. Let me read what one of the analysts said about the way that you guys are using it, which I thought was interesting. They said that your strategy is to become a neutral platform supporting an ecosystem of third-party AI software applications like ChatGPT that customers can apply to their own content, which resides in Box's Content Cloud. Does that kind of sum it up? I've heard people say it about, maybe it's Amazon's approach too, but kind of being the Switzerland in the race.
Yeah, so the virtue that we have as an open platform is that we can bring the leading AI models to enterprises and specifically help customers better understand the data and the content that they have. 80% of data created is unstructured, and a significant portion of that are files. It's your contracts, it's your marketing assets, it's your financial documents, and AI, for the first time ever, lets us understand what's inside of that information. And to your point about sometimes AI getting it wrong, this is specifically what we are focused on. When you use AI models to help you understand existing data, we've been able to dramatically reduce any of the chance of hallucination or these situations where it's getting answers wrong. So it's fundamentally about your data securely managed, and asking your information questions.
No, listen. Even here internally, it would be fantastic to have a tool that useful. It would be incredible for productivity. So financially, when should we expect it to impact results? We were talking with Kim Forrest earlier this hour, who said she'll bet on any company that can show like genuine productivity from AI. And so I guess that's if your platform itself is agnostic, but I imagine at some point you're using AI to enhance productivity. Kind of, what's the timeline and the financial benefit you foresee?
Yeah, so we just announced Box AI just in May. So this is, we right in December went heads down. We started working on Box AI in partnership with OpenAI. So our first initial announcement and demonstration of the technology is really just in the past 30 days. We're now scaling this up with design partners, which are our customers that really want to dive in first with this technology. From there, we'll expand it out to more customers broadly. From a pricing and packaging standpoint, it's still fairly early. We're trying to figure out how much we want to incorporate directly into the base product, how much we want to charge for. So I'd say, to be announced on that front. But right now, customers are incredibly excited. Almost every conversation I'm having with an enterprise starts with, how can we leverage AI to better understand our data and our content? And we're in a really good position to help customers solve those problems.
Quick final question. Maybe you can help kind of clarify to me what's going on with enterprise spending lately, because we get, MongoDB is doing great, but Sentinel-1, had terrible results. And so, people are citing the macro as part of a reason for that. Customers are slowing things down. Okay, well, the Palo Alto is still. So what are you sensing on the enterprise side in terms of how demand is holding up, especially in the next couple of quarters?
Yeah, I think, what we've seen and what we've talked to other, peers about in the industry about is, I think starting around Q3 of last year, you started to see some headwinds due to the macro environment. IT budgets have been under pressure. Obviously, for all of us still growing, there are still investments in kind of critical application areas, but there is some headwinds from the macroeconomic environment. And you have some companies not growing as quickly, which then results in maybe less IT spend within their business as well. So this is something that's industry-wide. And the key is to obviously mitigate these challenges by having mission-critical technology that companies really, really need to be able to use to drive productivity, improve their security, run their operations better. And we think AI will be another enabler to really getting the most out of your workforce and your talent and your enterprise software.
And shaking those dollars out of the tree. By the way, I didn't realize you're kind of a Japan play in some ways, wouldn't you say?
We're not intentionally, specifically a Japan play, but we have had a lot of success in Japan, and just as we work with global enterprises everywhere, Japanese businesses have been super focused and keen to drive productivity and collaboration within their organizations.
Yeah, strong dollar. I know it can be a headwind, but Japan's all the rage these days, so it's a place to be. Aaron, thanks for your time today. It's great to see you again.
Thanks, good to see you.
Aaron Levy with Box. That does it for us here on The Exchange, but coming up next in Power Lunch, Michael Yee, the biotech analyst, on how transformative AI could be in biotech. We just heard from the BMY CEO. We'll bring you more after this. Tyler is getting ready. Dow's up almost 700, Ty. I'll see you on the other side of this break.
My name is Shannon Knight, and I own
Hvor mye avkastning I dag? Det ikke reelt for minus nå. Jeg har realisert nesten 6%.
We did not know anything about the employee retention credit.
That is a legitimate tax credit.
So Innovation Refunds has really helped guide me through the process.
Just had to get a few of my records together, submit that, and they made it as painless as possible.
I can't thank Innovation
Hello.
Refunds enough for what they did.
The first time you made a sale
Hæ?
online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named
Nei, men det skal du gi til meg lenge før. Hvem butikker oppe nå, tror jeg? Klokka 8 på kvelden.
powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Ja, men du må gi beskjed. Ikke, hva skal jeg gjøre nå, liksom? Klokka 8. Ja, men du må gi beskjed mye før det, så må du ta det med han jævla Ankit. Du kan ikke gi beskjed til meg samme dagen midt på natta. Alt er stengt. Nei, du sa at du var tom da. Du må gi beskjed på uka. Jeg sitter ikke og tenker på dette her. Det er ikke jeg som pakker. Da må jeg ringe dem nå. Ha det. Helvete, ass. Jævla
Find out
idiot.
if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Every day, businesses everywhere are asking,
Is it possible?
With Comcast Business, it is.
Is it possible to use predictive monitoring to address operations issues?
We can help with that.
Can we provide healthcare virtually anywhere?
We can help
Hallo.
with that too.
Is it possible to survey foot traffic across all of our locations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ja, men det skjer jo hele tiden.
With global secure
Jo,
networking from
det har skjedd
Comcast
4 ganger nå at det ikke har
Business,
gått ut når du har passet på.
it's happening.
Jo. Det har aldri skjedd når jeg har gjort det. Det har ikke skjedd 1 gang jeg har gjort det. Men dritt om det. Vi har ikke pappesker til i morgen. Er det stengt i morgen eller oppe i morgen?
As you add a debt deal to a much better than expected jobs report.
Ja.
339,000 new jobs added to the payrolls in May, compared with an estimate
Ja, men vi har ikke pappesker.
190,000. Unemployment rate did
Nei, det er ikke bare å kjøpe det.
wages up too, but not as high or as fast as expected.
Jeg henter jo dagen henter jo før vi skal pakke da. Det er jo spesialpappesker. Det er jo stengt.
First, let's check on the markets, though. Dow's up 684, pretty much at session high.
Et sted som heter jeg må kanskje si det høyt
Today, and not the Nasdaq, which is up 1%, and it is coming on pace for its 6th straight positive week, by the way. The Dow and S&P, though, have bigger gains and are close to the highs of the day. The biggest gainers right now are in the materials and industrial groups. You should see, for instance, Caterpillar. Yep, there it is, up almost 8%. DuPont, 3M with all similar gains. Tech not being left out, though. Meta, Apple, Microsoft all hitting new 52-week highs today. And bond yields are rising along with the stock market today. But again, that's not taking any steam out of this rally. It seems to all be risk on. Let's get to Rick Santelli at the SIBO for more. Hi, Rick.
Yes, wow, there's so much more. You know, whether it was the 339,000 or the big revisions, over 90,000 jobs we gained on revisions, I think some of the most important issues were the reversal on month-over-month average hourly earnings of 0.5% to up 0.3, and, of course, the notion, as you look at 2s and 10s intraday, that we are now at the highest level of unemployment going all the way back to February of 22, where it was 3.8 versus now it's 3.7. If you look at 2s and 10s week to date, you can see the 10s are a little lazy, but on the week, we are now really shrunk how much lower yields were than last week. We closed at 380 in 10s last week, so now we're only down 11. It was down double that. 2s are only down 6. And we're going to go talk to Cem here to see exactly what he thinks about the fact that the VIX is on pace to close at the lowest level since Feb of 2020. Hey, Cem, what's going on? Hey, Rick, how you doing? All right, so what did you think about today's numbers? If you had to highlight what you thought was the most important features for our viewers and listeners.
Some people may call it a soft landing. I call it stagflation, right? At the end of the day, the Fed's in a box. They got a tough situation here that's bad for liquidity. That's overarching over the top, right? But in the meantime, you know, markets, people are short. You got a little bit of a vol squeeze going on. You're going into a June OPEX, which is very important. There's a lot of open interest in those puts that drives all this buyback. For the next week and a half, people know that, you know, those flows are coming.
You said the magic word, liquidity. And I know at my house, when the liquidity gets bad in the kitchen sink, we get Drano, okay? Well, I think Janet Yellen's going to have a Drano issue because many see as much as 1 to 1.6 trillion in bill issuance coming. And right next week alone, 100 billion in bills for cash management, 123 billion for 3 and 6. You have 4 and 8 week bills, what, about 100 billion. You're looking at close to 300 plus billion, but of course, not all of that is new. But where is it going to come from?
Draining the TGA at the end of the day is borrowing from the future. That's what we did. We pushed a bunch of liquidity into the system. It counteracted QT. But guess what? QT is still happening, and now those flows have to flow out the other way. 1.4, 1.6 trillion coming out. That's direct, you know, out of the veins of the market.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
it could come out of banks. It could come out of the reverse repo market. Correct. Could come out of the money markets. But you're right. No matter where it comes from, the issue is the same. We need to replenish the Treasury General account, and we all know it's coming.
It's coming. In the meantime, shorts are going to get squeezed. A lot of the time, the way these things end is with a blow-off top.
Excellent. Real quickly, the VIX. Can you give us any enlightenment on the VIX? It certainly doesn't seem like it's going to be ramping up anytime soon.
So because of skew in the markets, as you slide higher, you naturally slide to a lower vol. What we're seeing is actually, even though you're seeing the VIX coming down, vol underneath of these strikes is going up. And when you start to see market up, fixed strike, vol up, which is what we're seeing, it's a time to be cautious.
Awesome. Cem, have a great weekend. Kelly and the gang,
back to you. He turns.
Rick, great stuff. Thank you, sir. Rick Santelli. Let's dig a little deeper into that stronger than expected jobs report. Look at who's hiring. For instance, professional and business services led the way, 64K hires in May. Then the government, healthcare, leisure, and hospitality. All sounds pretty familiar. Here to break it down is Tom Gimble. He is the founder and CEO of LaSalle Network, a national staffing and recruiting firm. Welcome.
Good to be back in studio.
You got to kind of settle the score, settle the debate here. Strong payrolls, bad unemployment.
Oh, come on, guys. This was a
Weak
great... No, there is no
jobs was
argument.
weak? No.
This was a great report. Honest to God, sometimes Chicken Little's running around my TVs all the time.
That's me.
What are you talking? I know you want the bond rates to be high.
By the way, the market might be on my side. You tell me why stocks are up so much and yields are doing what they're doing today.
Listen, we can talk about that they think that the Fed will stop raising rates, right? I mean, that's where you're going?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, so that's a good thing, right? Do we think that's a good thing if the Fed stop? We all want the Fed to stop raising rates. We think the economy can settle in. The economy's bringing on over 300,000 jobs. And because unemployment inched up 0.2%, the sky is 0.3%.
If it goes up 0.5, we're in recession. It's never gone up 0.5 without being in recession.
Okay, let's go back last year, and we say that we were in a recession because of 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, which wasn't accurate because it was over 2020, which was a BS year, right? So we're looking at this now, and what we've realized is this economy, this world we live in today, that some of the old bellwethers to measure things are not accurate.
Hard for me to see the economy in a recession unless unemployment gets well above 4%.
For sure.
Well above 4%.
That's 4% saying it today. Imagine what we would have said years ago. We would have said it has to be 5.5 or 6%. 6, 7, sure. Right? If unemployment's at 4.25, and people say it's a bad economy, I'm still going to say you're naysayers.
So who's hiring and who's not?
Well, I would tell you that everybody's hiring. Tyler, I mean,
big companies, tech companies,
absolutely. Everybody. They're just not hiring in the areas of which take Salesforce, right? Mark Benioff came out and said, "Oh, we've studied the numbers," like they weren't studying the numbers for the past 3 years in that place. And he said, "We found out that 90% of our sales are coming from 50% of our salespeople," right? They knew the exact same thing during it. They track data better than anybody, okay? What they realized was the economy didn't stay home as much as they thought. And what big tech thought was, we've got this figured out, people are never going back into the office. Either that, or they did a bait and switch, and they just said, oh, we're never bringing anybody back, and now they are. There's a give and take with employers and employees, right? And now what people are saying is that the employees are running the market, right? I don't want to come in, I don't have to, unemployment's still low. It's not true. The employer still makes the decision, right? If you have a babysitter, nanny, what have you for your kids, do they get to tell you where they're going to take care of their kids every day?
They are fully in charge. I don't try that.
So if they said, hey, I'm taking them to my grandmother's cousin's house, they get to do that? I don't think so, Kelly. I don't think so. And so it's the same thing. The employees got to do that because of the pandemic, and no one knew how to handle it. Now we're into a more stable economic situation, and companies are saying, we want people to come back in, and that's what we're seeing.
Has the rate of wage growth slowed as well?
Yes.
I mean, in other words, it used to, 2 years ago, companies were having to really pay up a lot. They're still having to pay up.
Tyler, there's twofold on that. Number one, you have the hourly. Number two, you have the salary. On the hourly, we saw a tremendous growth where we all know what the federal unemployment or the federal minimum wage is, $7.75, which is really irrelevant because maybe in some small town in New Mexico they're paying that, right? But in the country they're not paying that in major metropolitan areas. It went to a point where now Target and Amazon $18, $20, $25 an hour, and wages have caught up. So we've got a situation now in white collar. You saw that someone would get a job offer for 30, 40, 50% more 2 years ago than what they were making. And that was out of desperation that companies needed to take advantage of this bull market. But if we take a step back and we look at the past 25 years, going back to 98, we've had a couple blips on the radar economically speaking, but this has been a bull market from employer standpoint. It's crazy.
Let's go back. Can we put that graphic back up there of all the companies that have done layoffs in the past year? Right, it was right over there. It is. Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
Recent layoffs. That's a lot of companies, big companies.
In certain areas, but I guarantee if you went to their website that they have positions that they're hiring for too.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, and the difference is, this is really an important aspect. is that 30, 40 years ago, the big companies, whether it was GE or Exxon, they laid somebody off. The people had nowhere to go because you were industry focused, automobiles or oil or financial services. Today, if Netflix lets somebody go, Goldman Sachs will hire the person as a developer. Caterpillar will hire somebody as a developer, right? That's the biggest change that I see, is that there are more companies today than there were 25 years ago. There are more startups than there were 25 years ago. There's more venture capital than there were. There's just more opportunity. I don't see us getting to a situation, even if we get to 5% unemployment, that we're not still adding jobs in some aspect. Because what we're starting to see, and this is the question, how does unemployment tick up 0.3%? And how do we add 300,000 jobs?
When you have 339,000
it has to be gig workers coming back, right?
Actually, yeah.
Right? It has to be the unreported worker who's delivering pizza and dog walking and all this stuff.
And now has a permanent position.
And now they've come back and they've said, you know what? I'll take salary, I'll take benefits. I don't know when the economy, everyone's getting nervous. So I'll take the steady job.
Yeah. Tom, good to be with you.
Thanks for having me.
Nice to have you back. In the house.
It's nice to be in studio. Let's not use the P word anymore. No more pandemic.
All right.
Okay?
Let's set that aside. Perfect. Tom, good to be with you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our next guest says the economy dodged a bullet with the bipartisan agreement to raise the debt ceiling. For more now on the economy, the debt ceiling, the breakdown of the jobs number, let's bring in our friend Mark Morial, former New Orleans mayor and president and CEO of the National Urban League. Mayor, welcome. Good to have you with us. Let's start. We just talked about employment. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's talk about the debt ceiling deal. Would you have voted for it as it passed?
I would have voted for the debt ceiling deal because while it doesn't include everything I would want to see, I think it represented a step forward in that the big Biden economic plan lost no ground in this deal. And now not only is the debt ceiling solved, but we have some fiscal or budgetary certainty over the next 2 years. So the opportunity for brinksmanship, a government shutdown, or the utilization of the budget process for political purposes in an election year is much, much less. So what I'd like to have seen no, if you will, give when it
Nei, det er ikke mange ting, bare 100 pappesker
Would
her.
I like to see greater domestic investments? Yes. But in all,
Vi gjør det.
I
Jeg
think
printer ut det.
President
Du
Biden
kan printe ut det, men du har sikkert ikke printer.
crafted, if you will, a bipartisan
Jeg har printer.
agreement, and the votes in the House and the
Nei,
Senate
drit nå han til.
demonstrate significant
Han er den største neket jeg var borte i hele mitt liv.
in both houses for this deal.
Significant majorities and bipartisan. There were more Democrats in the House who voted for this deal than Republicans in the Senate.
Det beste er hvis du fikser det selv, så har du full kontroll.
But a very interesting outcome there, and I guess you would have to say that both sides won. One side didn't win.
For det var da jeg hentet det, og så har ikke jeg tenkt noe mer på det, for jeg driver med alt mulig
Both
annet piss.
sides got something politically. To some extent, Kevin McCarthy defied
Okay.
expectations.
Har du ringt det?
In other respects, Joe
Jeg
Biden
vil bare si det at du har
did
dritet.
not give up
Sorry.
any significant
At det var ny.
ground
Greit det.
when at the beginning of this, McCarthy and the Republicans wanted a 10-year deal. They wanted significant cuts. They wanted draconian work requirements. None of that
Har du-
involved, and therefore, I think what it
Nei, hun har
demonstrates
gått her på
is that
oppvisking.
bipartisanship is not dead, but still difficult to achieve. So we should celebrate the moment.
The ultimate
And,
deal did not dismantle much, if anything, of what the Biden administration was able to get through in the past year. Let's go to the work requirement provision here. To me, it seems like a rather modest increase in the work requirements, basically expanding the age under this, I guess it's the SNAP program, to require people to have 80 hours a month of either work or work-related training.
So it moved the age up to 54, I think, from 49.
Correct.
But what it also did was it expanded eligibility for people like veterans and homeless and people coming out of the foster care system. So into some respects, it may have raised the age, but by expanding the eligibility, I think at the end of the day, the work requirement isn't going to be that significant. And there's an opportunity, I believe, for states to opt out. The larger question is, why do we have to distrust Americans who need SNAP or need Medicaid and impose draconian paperwork administrative requirements on them. That's the broader policy issue. And I've opposed it because I don't think that at the end of the day, most able-bodied Americans who can work are going to want to work. We should trust people a little bit more when it comes to this. Be that as it may, I do want to also say that the jobs report beat expectations once again, that the continuation of job creation and the performance of the labor market, it demonstrates why the gloom and doom caucus, which has basically been howling for over a year, that a recession is on the horizon. They've been absolutely wrong. And then I believe number three, with this jobs report, we should also understand that there's still Americans out there working part-time who want to work full-time, and that there are many Americans in low-wage jobs who want to work in a job that pays better, or who wants to see that low-wage job give them a pay raise. So there's work in the economy, but I'm going to celebrate this report because it represents consistent progress when it comes to job creation in the labor market.
Let me just quickly ask, Mr. Mayor, if you can shed any insight on, we've seen major declines lately in some of the retailers. Dollar General, Costco's talking about people trading down from beef to pork and canned
Det så tight, ass.
Okay, Lululemon's still doing fine, Nordstrom is too. Just what is the pulse of America?
So the pulse of America is that working Americans don't have enough money to make ends meet. What I hear when I travel is I'm working 1 or 2 jobs and I still can't pay the rent, can't pay the mortgage, can't take care of my household expenses. This means, and this is why, something as simple as an increase in the unemployment rate, rather in the minimum wage, from a national standards basis to a living wage paradigm would help these Americans. So that pain of working Americans who can't make ends meet is the new big challenge in the American economy.
That's very well said. We really appreciate your time being able to weigh in on all these topics today. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Mark Morial.
Thank you.
All right, join top market experts and economists at the virtual CNBC Financial Advisors Summit. It's on June 15th. They will discuss market risks, potential buying opportunities, and tools advisors can use to generate consistent returns while minimizing the downside. You can go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. Get your phone, do it.
Jo.
I'll leave it up there for just a few seconds.
Bare Ben Nils sende kopi. Han har betalt.
To register or visit cnbcevents.com/financial advisor. That's June 15th.
Ja, tar det med Nils
I
da.
believe that's 2 weeks from yesterday.
Ja.
That was ample time. I think there'll be a good
Yeah, they can still do it. It's still up.
That's right. Coming up, is Amazon getting into the telecom business or not? According to some recent reports, they are, but Amazon and Verizon and some others are all denying the news, although the stocks are still on the move. We've got more in today's Tech Check. And let's get a quick power check with T-Mobile on the negative side of that news today, down about 7%. Lots on the positive side as Dish Network is having its best day since 2020, up nearly 15%. Ahead on the show, more on today's rally with the Dow up just shy of 700 points. Power Lunch will be right back.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Fy faen, folkens. Dette har tatt tid, ass.
Pro starts working instantly with 2 max strength pain relievers. So you can rise from pain like a pro. Ice
Ja,
Pro.
know what's great?
Ja.
New hands-free stretch fit Skechers.
Må sende en melding. Han svarer aldri på telefonen. Han sitter sånn med tids.
I wonder what else I could stretch.
Nei, men si til da, vi må bare fikse det.
Now that's a strike
Ja,
zone.
greit da. Kongen får øve.
Try new stretch fit Skechers slip-ins.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Lone Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Rich, velvety coffee. Cafe quality espresso. One high-pressure system that can do both. Brew to your heart's desire with the L'Or Barista system. A masterpiece in taste.
My dream is to talk to people, real people, about stocks. We created a club to do it.
The CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer.
The return on investment for the investment club has been very positive for me. One, it's the education, but then it's also the ability to understand what's happening in the markets.
With the investing club, I've learned that the market will always come back.
It's helped me become a better investor, and then it's helped me become a better financial planner.
Join the CNBC Investing Club with Jim.
Det her tull, eller? Stått på 0 faen meg for timer, off.
The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At XChair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is like Max technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. XChair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. At XChair, we're gazing ahead, and from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an XChair for only $20 a month. xchair.com.
Welcome back. Time for today's Tech Check. And let's do telecom stocks, following on a report that Amazon is thinking about launching a mobile phone service for Prime members. Some say it would even be free. Deirdre Bosa has more, and Deirdre, the companies deny it. We've had CNBC's been reporting that's not going to happen, and I don't know, but there's been smoke in this space for a while now.
Yeah, Amazon came out itself, pretty clearly said that this is not something they were going to do soon, but they did leave the door open for the future, and that is enough itself to keep the carriers under pressure today, as you were alluding to. T-Mobile and Verizon telling CNBC also that they are not in discussions, but they arguably have the most to lose in such a deal. Competitive pressures. Dish, on the other hand, has more to benefit because it is trying to transition to become a national wireless carrier, so maybe more open to a partnership. So you do see that dynamic playing out in those stock prices today. On the Amazon side, this is, as often as all about the Prime ecosystem, making it more appealing to members, bringing on new ones in a market that is getting pretty close to saturation. It started with free shipping, but of course has expanded to video, music streaming, Thursday Night Football, gaming, photo storage, grocery perks, and it is that ecosystem that is so attractive as well to even companies that Amazon would potentially compete with and eat their lunch, like the telecommunications companies, like others in the past, like in Affirm that partnered with Amazon and Buy Now, Pay Later, that kind of creates this dynamic where they partner with Amazon, even if there's a chance that Amazon comes for its business.
I would assume this would be the kind of spectrum leasing deal that some other companies have with the big carriers that own the spectrum, whether it's an AT&T or a Verizon or a T-Mobile. Is that how this would presumably work?
That is what the reporting says, that it's in talks with the traditional mobile carriers, but Amazon has its own moonshot projects, right? It's looking at its own satellite system that could potentially eventually deliver some kind of service. So that is something too. I don't know anything if they're ready or if that's a possibility, but
that's interesting.
Sort of like a Google, like some of the other big tech giants, they're working on doing it themselves.
That's very interesting. And of course, I guess there's a little template there. I see so many Amazon trucks now, and you used to rely almost exclusively on the big carriers, FedEx and UPS. Yeah. Now they have their own fleet. So who's to say they couldn't build their own mobile network? Deirdre, have a great weekend.
And that's exactly it. They can partner with them, learn, and then do it themselves. That's the Amazon opportunity and the threat.
All right, that's what they do well. Thanks very much, Deirdre Bosa. Further ahead, from Bed Bath & Beyond the grave, Bye Bye Baby, drawing interest from at least 2 bidders. Are you one of the bidders?
You know what? I might be.
You might be one of the bidders. Parent company, as its parent company, Bed Bath & Beyond, works to auction off assets and keep some form of its business alive. Plus, take a look at some of the retail names leading today. Big Lots up a whopping 24%. Macy's and Kohl's also seeing some big moves. Up next, we're going to break down some of the biggest tech names rallying today. It seems like the old tech giants are today's winners. Power lunch. Be right back.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Lily, welcome to our third
Barkery.
Oh, I can tell business is going through the woo.
But seriously, we need a reliable way to help keep everyone connected from wherever we go.
Well, and AT&T will help you find the right wireless plan for you, so you can stay connected to all your drivers and stores on America's most reliable 5G network.
That sounds just perfect.
Terrierific.
I Labrador you.
Round of applause.
AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure for your business.
Starting a new chapter can be the most thrilling thing in the world. There's an abundance of reasons to get started. How far we take an idea is a question of willpower. Because progress
Is a matter of character.
The only thing I regret about my life is that I did what everyone else did at the time. I hired local talent. If I knew about Upwork, I would have hired actually talented people from all over the world, instead of talentless people from all over my house.
Grandpa!
Jeg må dra om 5 minutter, det skjer jo ikke en dritt der.
A bank that knows your business, grows your business. BMO.
Dads are special. Fun. Inspiring. Always there for you. So make Father's Day extra special with gifts he'll love from WeatherTech. Floor liners, cargo liner, seat protector, sunshade, ready-to-wash system, and cup phone. Or our newest product, the golf cart mat. Order these American-made gifts or gift card at WeatherTech.com. Have a very happy Father's Day.
Monday on Halftime Report and Closing Bell. Scott Wapner, live from Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference. A much-awaited product launch, the new mixed reality headset, the future of consumer tech. Monday, noon and 3 Eastern, CNBC.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The Dow almost touching a 700-point gain at the moment. If we wait long enough, it just might happen. Up 699 after this morning's strong jobs report. Let's get to Christina Partsenevelis for a check on tech, one of the strongest parts of the market, Christina.
Yeah, let's start with the NASDAQ because that's where I'm at, and it's heading for 6 straight weeks of gains, something it really hasn't done since, January 17th, 2020. That was literally 3 days before the U.S. reported its first COVID case. Oh, how far we've come. But the current rally is really just concentrated on a few names with, what else, an AI focus. If we look at the point impact on the NASDAQ 100 on a week-to-date basis, it's literally just 4 names, Tesla, Apple, Amazon, and Meta, contributing almost 70% of the gains. And 3 of those names, Kelly, you mentioned at the top of the show, Microsoft, Apple, and Meta, hitting 52-week highs. There are a few tech names that stand out today. SentinelOne still plunging, 36% after the cybersecurity firm missed revenue expectations and cut its full-year guidance. Weak demand and high operating losses hitting margins, and analysts right now are rushing to downgrade this name, further adding to the sell-off. Then you have software firm PagerDuty heading in the same direction. That's down, maybe 17% right now, citing smaller deal sizes and buyer hesitation. Management also cut their revenue outlook. But that's not the case for MongoDB, a database software provider that is surging right now, 27% on a raised financial outlook. The company was able to add customers despite this weaker macro narrative. Tyler?
All right, thank you very much, Christina. With a lot of the attention focusing on AI and big tech, small caps seem to be getting a little bit lost in the shuffle. According to our partners at Track Insight, small cap funds seeing outflows of $500 million in the latest week. Some of the big name funds in the space rallying today, however. iShares, Vanguard, and Schwab among them, as you see, up about 3% in each case, or better than that. But if you look over the past 3 months, the names are all lower compared with the 15% gain for the NASDAQ over that time. For more information, visit the FT Wilshire ETF Hub. And ahead on Power Lunch, pharmaceutical intelligence. Jefferies out with a new note laying out 10 areas where AI could transform biotech.
Got this. Let's go. Gobble, gobble. I've seen bigger legs on a turkey. Rude. Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech, like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day 1989.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pads.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
Call 1-800-759-4477.
The poster child for the meme stock phenomenon.
Independent thinking leader. 30-something entrepreneur who built out Chewy.
A hero or a villain?
Unmasking the man behind the movement. Making of the Meme King. Premieres Tuesday, 10 Eastern. CNBC.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy? Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Shopping for Father's Day is hard.
Actually, it's easy.
You never know what to get him.
Just give me steak.
It has to be perfect.
Yep. Dads want steak.
Right now, Omaha Steaks is offering Dad's favorite gift package that includes 4 of our exquisite bacon-wrapped filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, boneless pork chops, jumbo Frank's dessert, and more. All for just $99.99. Save 61%. Order today at omahasteaks.com/TV and you'll get 8 burgers free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. As AI gains traction, the biotech industry is one of the players poised to benefit, helping innovation of drug treatments and therapy advancements. Our next guest has 10 predictions on how AI could transform the biotech business over the next 10 years. Michael Yee is an equity analyst at Jefferies, and he joins us now with more. Michael, welcome.
Jeg må stikke.
With us.
Det ble veldig lite business her nå på slutten, for det
CEO.
faen.
Let's listen to what he
Venter
said.
til
I
mandag.
want to get your reaction to it.
It's an area of intense focus for us. We've invested in this space for many years now, and I do agree that the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, can transform actually our industry.
Ok, gjør ikke på så systemet, da får ikke gjort så mye.
We may be able to discover new molecules faster with more precision. I believe there are
Jeg vil ikke kjøpe det i hvert fall, så venter til mandag.
accelerating clinical trials.
Let me bear down on that last point, accelerating clinical trials and how AI would do that, and whether AI ultimately could obviate the need for human clinical trials. What do you think?
I think you're spot on. I mean, I think that part of the genesis of the report that we had out talked about looking ahead over the next 10